around it, and that will be a single into the onside. Walks around, and that's more than goal. You can see Jamie Overton very comfortable.
Well, he made runs last week, 59, I think. He's a good batter. I mean, as I say, you look at every single member of this area as class 50. So that end here is, even if they're not one of these sort of early this morning, Sam Curran will out next. Then Will Jacks, England Rondham, Jordan Clark is lying.
Gilchrist then bowls to Folks, who tucks this into the onside once more. It's fielded, it's George Linder, I think, throwing in from mid-wicket. There is a slip in the gully, so Zach Crawley chatting right now to Ollie Robinson. Gully as well, Jack leaning. Looks like Daniel Bell-Drummond at point. Got cover mid-on, mid-off. That's George Linder. There's a long leg as well. Fine leg. Matt Quinn. It's just put a tie. Well placed. They're going to get two at least. And First will come back for the third. The throw, Matt Midrose back in to Ollie Robinson, the wicket keeper's end. I think he took 3 off that, didn't he? Yeah, so 89. The score 3-2-2 for fun.
Yeah, he looked very organised yesterday. In fact, he's been in great form this season with the bat. And very enjoyed Old Pope's 96 yesterday. He looked, it was the way he let the ball go as anything yesterday. He looked solid at the moment, Ollie Pope. No shots to eat the ball with today.
Gilchrist into Overton. Defence work, no run. From the effect. I can remember he's here lashing the marquee here.
Well, it's different weather than we had this time yesterday, where it was blue sky and sun. But it's a little bit warmer. It's freezing by the end of play, and apparently at lunchtime today the sun's emerging. It's going to be lovely this afternoon.
I think highs around 2021.
Oh,
should
lovely.
Be pleasantly warm. Here's Gilchrist to Overton, straight drive back past him. It's almost a push actually, and that's 4 runs straight back down the ground. And it's an expensive first over then from Nathan Gilchrist there, and the Surrey pair, well, really, it's going on the way they left off last night. Confident in the pitch, confident in their skills. 3-2-6 for 4, so 8 off the first over of the day. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent. This is all to set the scene today, in fact, for them. Good morning, Steve. Yeah, Kent need wickets, early wickets here at Beckenham to get themselves back. Well, in this Surrey first innings, really. Surrey resuming at 3:18 for 4. They've taken 8 off the first over as well, Jamie Overton and Ben Folkes, England men. So difficult for Kent to start with. A very placid pitch it's looked like for the first day, certainly, and the bowlers really having to toil to get the best out of it. So that's Kent's task. There is a bit of cloud cover today that may help them, though it looks like it's going to clear up at lunchtime and be a spanking day here at Beckenham. But at the moment it's Surrey certainly making hay while the sun does not quite through the clouds. 3-2-6 for 4. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
I'm looking forward to a spanking day on a Friday, Mr. Cole. So, Matt Quinn, I think what we've seen with this pitch as well is that there is no margin for error. There is no margin for error on this wicket.
Even in your updates, there isn't. There's much margin for error. You have to be very careful.
Absolutely marvellous. So,
but yes,
here is Quinn, who for me probably was the pick of the bowlers yesterday, coming in over the wicket from the city end to Ben Folkes, who's forward to a good length delivery, push one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 2 slips in the gully, cover mid-off, mid-wicket square leg, and so the field you'd expect with a side 3-2-6 for 4 on the second morning, but again, you saw in that first over absolutely no margin for error whatsoever, and Jamie Overton, that boundary basically was just a push off a good length ball. Full confidence in himself and the pitch. As Quinn, right arm over the wicket, he comes to Folkes, who just turned round a little bit on that one. Is Ben Folkes, thickest outside edge, out in wicket comes Quinn, and forward goes Overton, drives to backward point, and there is no run. Crowd in already, lots of people around this morning, bringing their own seats, and
it's a good crowd, isn't it?
Yeah, picnics and people in the green seats down there in the distance, and the fish and chip double-decker bus is here again today, and the coffee shop and the ice cream man, and everybody settling in. And as I say, it does feel, even with the cloud cover, it feels a bit warmer today, and the sun is arriving at lunchtime apparently, as Quinn is over the wicket to Overton, and Overton's forward drives firmly back up the pitch. Quinn does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. But yes, Surrey yesterday 105 without loss at lunch, and Ryan Bell in the most wonderful form. Someone described it yesterday as a thrilling innings, and I think that about sums it up actually. Hooking and pulling and cutting and driving and just looked in tremendous nick, and Rory Burns just quietly went about his business. But then those 3 quick wickets for Kent after lunch yesterday, and Surrey at 123 for 3. That was interesting at that point as Quinn is in. Oh, here goes Jamie Overton down the ground, up and over the top. That's got a lot of height on it. I'm not quite sure how much distance it's got. 1 bounce for 4. So pitching wedge from Jamie Overton. That did go very high in the air down the ground, but again, just shows the nature of this surface. Length delivery from Quinn, mid on, mid off up, and he's just checked through it as Jamie Overton soared in the air. 1 bounce and away for 4. Overton on to 21 and 331 for 4.
Sounded a bit thin as well, didn't it? Was it toe end of the bat maybe? But enough on it, certainly, as you say, to get it away for 4. I lost that in the crowd as well, with the green seating and obviously people in different colours there. It's a bit difficult to pick up the ball at the far end, but gone for 4.
As forward goes Overton to Quinn, plays that one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So a couple of overs gone this morning here on BBC Radio and BBC Radio London. Day 2 at Beckenham. Bit cloudy but warm. People have bought their own seats, and we're all set for what should be another interesting day of cricket. 331 for 4, Surrey.
You can get in touch with us, and we urge you to do so as well.
Yes.
At Back and
Demand
Cross.
it.
Well, yes. It may get like that at some point. A hostage situation. We'll with the listeners demand they get in touch. But at Back and Across for you, Church, is that right?
Yes, it
at
is.
BBC,
Still that one, yes.
BBC Kent Sport for all things Kent, and kentcricket@gmail.com. Whether you're a Kent or a Surrey supporter, I'd like to say a happy neutral tuning into us right now. Here's Gilchrist to Folks. Hurried him a little bit, but Folks is right behind that one. Everything absolutely in line, straight back at the bowler. Decent delivery though, a little bit quicker perhaps, if anything, from Gilchrist. 90 for Folks so far, 21 from Overton. So kentcricket@gmail.com for your emails. And we've already got one of those from Paul, who's, well, I'd like to say we'd like to find listeners in good spirits, but I think perhaps from the tenor of his email, maybe not so. Gilchrist to Folks up on his toes there, driving it out into the offside, fielded in the covers. And there is no run. It's been Compton out there. Paul saying, from a Kent point of view, he says, can we just save time and give the other team 550 and say 5 sessions? What's the issue with the Kent bowlers? He says they don't look like taking 10 wickets, let alone 20 to win a match. There are only second teamers who might be able to come in and help. He says this does get depressing, seeing the same old show every week. Does anyone know what the most hundreds conceded in a season is? Surely Kent must be on for that record. There we are. That's starting you off with a smile. Push into the offside. These pitches have been very flat this year. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, Kent are on as I started off by saying, on the wrong end of what could be a grisly record, conceding 500 in the first innings, 5 consecutive times in the county championship. It has been very, very flat. I mean, it has been around the country, but are Kent bowlers bowling as well as the opposition? Well, certainly in 2 games they haven't done. Ball pushed into the offside, up to mid-off, and there is no runs. But yeah, grisly stats. But Kent's batsmen have also scored a lot of runs. Yeah. Everyone has so far this season. It's been strange.
I think this is the season with bowling attacks where you'll find out how varied your bowling attack is to take 20 wickets on flat pitches. And that's what they're looking for in terms of Test match cricket as well.
Gilchrist to Folks now. Squares him up just a little bit, but out into the offside. I think he was trying to play it initially into the onside, but defends it well enough, and Daniel Bell-Drummond fields a cover, and there's no run. There is a single run, rather. But it's a very good point, and one criticism that has been levied at Kent's attack is that their seam attack is a bit samey.
Well, and I think, but that sort of, they're all quality bowlers.
Yeah.
But on flat pitches, your attack needs something a little bit different in there. And it's what that is. How do you go about that? What do you find? Is it a spinner or? But you know, everyone's sort of really quick bowlers. There aren't that huge amount around these days.
Gilchrist to Overton. He's been the pick of the Kent attack so far this season. This one's turned into the onside from a good length as well. End of the over. 3-3-2 for 4. Having resumed 3-18 for 4. We're through 3 overs of the second morning.
And I tend to do it. I'm really guilty of it, but I get slightly obsessed by runs. But the fact that there is in Championship cricket, if you can't take 20 wickets, you're not winning the game. Now Surrey this season have played 3 games at home, Lee Force has produced 3 cracking pitches in the fact that you can score your runs on there. There's a little bit there for the bowlers as well, but you've got to work out your way of taking wickets. And Surrey have got, they have got a very good bowling attack this season, and you'll see in this game as Quinn comes in over the wicket to Ben Foakes, and Foakes is punching off the back foot down towards backward point, and there is no run. Now look, on this pitch it's going to be hard work for any side to take the 20 wickets, but you look at what Surrey have got coming into this game with their bowling attack, and you've got Jordan Clark and Dan Warren. Now Dan Warren is an extremely skillful bowler, extremely skillful. Jordan Clark, he knows his game, and he's sort of Rory Burns' go-to, that he'll keep coming in for you, and is in good form with the ball. As in over the wicket comes Quinn, forward goes Foakes, plays this one down to backward point, and there's no run. Jamie Overton's your sort of point of difference in the fact that he is quick. He can go that short length if you need him to, but this season as well he's bowling fuller, but he's genuinely sharp as well, is Jamie Overton. You've then got where Will Jackson sort of slipped in is bat 7 and bowl you some off spin, and he's probably better than a part-time off spinner. As Quinn is in again, forward comes Ben Foakes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And then Colin de Grandhomme will just wobble it. That's the thing he does, and also has great skill. So you sort of look at that bowling attack, and you think, actually, yeah, for a captain, you've got options there. Of course, they could have played Reece Topley for his left arm seam, and Gus Atkinson, who played last week and bowled really, really nicely. And then, of course, when the sun comes out, you've got your Moriarty and your Verdi combination. As Quinn is in over the wicket, outside edge, gone. Ben Foakes caught behind. Good catch from Robinson, well bowled by Quinn. Good length that's a cracking length early in the morning. And Ben Foakes goes for 91. Just pushing at that Ben Foakes, but it's the length as much as anything, and a good catch from Robinson, and a very fine innings from Ben Foakes yesterday. But that can happen, come back this morning, and he's got a good one there. Just a good length delivery that from Quinn, and outside edge, and Robinson taking the catch, and Ben Foakes goes, and it's 332 for 5.
And counterintuitively, I would say to Paul and other listeners who were worrying about Kent's bowling, is I don't think they bowled that badly this season. I think yesterday was a really good illustration of that. Perhaps things got away from them a bit in the morning, but that second session they were back on it. And maybe it is also with these pitches. It's a reset for cricket across England this season.
And it's what they want.
You need to do different things to get people out. It's a learning process for them.
It's fascinating. It's sort of what everybody's talked about, really, about sort of in Test match cricket. How do you take your 20 wickets if the pitch isn't doing a huge amount? How do you take your 20 wickets? And you sort of need that point of difference, really. And you look at some of the attacks, sort of the Lancashire attack, and they've got a lot of very, very skillful bowlers, as have Kent. But I think it's that, as you say, people are allowed to bat well. That's the other thing. There are some very powerful batting lineups, and Surrey might struggle here. If the pitch is as good as we think it is, Surrey might struggle here. But I think what I'm saying is, from a Rory Burns point of view, he's got a number of options, different options that he can go to. And again, well, I'll say it again, there are some people are allowed to bat well on good pitches. But I think from what everybody's sort of been telling me, and I've only looked at scorecards, possibly where there is for Kent this season where it's been difficult is, as Surrey were yesterday, 123 for 3, and then there's a massive partnership in that middle order. And it's also that variety that Rory Burns has, is that he can bowl them in short spurts as well. So he can go with Worrell for 5 and Clark for 5, and then bring Overton on for 5, and if they're going really well, he'll keep them going. The other one we haven't mentioned, of course, is Sam Curran. But at the moment he's sort of limited to 15 overs a game for that left arm seam, but they haven't really needed him, to be honest with you. So I think they're just sort of playing him as a batter, and he's out there now. It's Sam Curran after that wicket of Ben Foakes. So 332 for 5. Sam Curran settled himself down over his back. Left-hander, of course. 3 slips in there. Quinn round the wicket to Sam Curran, and Curran's first ball is forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. And the other thing I always think on flat pitches, and it's a really tough thing to do, and at times it sounds a bit boring, but you find that length and you just bang away at it 6 balls off, and you might shut the field down, you might have sweepers out, you might sit in for a while, and that's a tough thing to do. It really is. But on flat ones, that sometimes is what has to happen. As Quinn comes round the wicket once again, turns his feet already to Quinn here, just marches down and then plays him out into the offside end of the over. Good one from Matt Quinn, first wicket of the day for Kent, and Surrey 332 for 5, and Ben Folkes going for 91. Quinn 20 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 47. They're good figures on a flat pitch. Those are really good figures.
His economy is the best of the Kent attack, isn't it? He stuck to his task well in that respect. So, but yeah, I guess it's top division cricket as well. That's the other thing. You look at the sides that Kent have played. You've played Yorkshire, Hampshire, Lancashire. That draw against Essex, of course, and now Surrey. As you say, that variation in the Surrey attack. And I'm not going to not making excuses for Kent here, but as Gilchrist bowls to Overton, tall, and gets behind that into the offside, fielded by Danny Drummond, running in from point. There are sides with bigger resources than Kent as well, and Surrey said, you'll be sick of hearing this from a Surrey point of view, but this is a very, very good Surrey side. You pointed out the variation they've got, the sort of talent they got in their side. I'm not saying decrying the Kent side, but there is a difference.
And the other thing there as well is Surrey haven't had to bowl as many overs as Kent have. That's the other. It's hard work. Bowling is hard graft. It really is.
Gilchrist to bowl to Overton. Tries to turn it into the onside. Actually wraps him bat and pad. Drops into the offside. No run.
And if you are in that sort of struggling to knock a side over, you're going to be out. It's logic that you're going to be out in the field for quite some time. So I'd have thought they're knackered as well. That's the other thing. Whereas with Surrey, obviously they've had those games where they have taken the 20 wickets, and as I say, Rory Burns can bowl them in short spells.
Here's Gilchrist sent to bowl to Overton. Flash of the bat, and that's cover drive for 4 runs. That goes away. Well, no chance of chasing that. In fact, they don't bother. 3-3-6 for 5. Overton on to 25. Nice shot, that one. Just a bit of a false shot. The last. I think he was moving away from you, trying to turn that the previous delivery into the onside. Got himself a little bit tangled up, but that was a true shot, a good shot. 3-3-6 for 5.
And what I'd also say with this Surrey attack as well is you can go out and buy your big overseas quick bowler. Now Surrey had Kemar Roach, who did such a good job last season. Kemar Roach broke down after 6 overs of the game against Hampshire, and they still managed to get over the line in that one.
As Gilchrist bowls to stuck to the onside. It's a lovely shot, full length delivery. He's used the pace of it and has just run that through long on past Darren Stevens. And that's a crisp shot, isn't it? Beautiful timing. Again, Jamie Overton, he's a big man, but he's not using those big levers really. He's just using the timing, leaning on the ball through long on for another 4 of this over from Gilchrist. 2 for 90 so far. He has been expensive, wasn't his first spell? 340 for 5.
And so you lose Kemar Roach, still managed to win that game. He bowled you 6 overs. The game against Gloucestershire, sadly, James Taylor went down with a back problem, didn't bowl in the second innings, but still found a way to take their wickets.
Gilchrist to Overton. Again, trying to propel that through the covers. It's no run. It's fielded by Milnes, I think, there, an extra cover.
And then they had everybody fit that they wanted for that game last week against Northampton. But what I'm saying is, actually, if you look at the Surrey bowling attack, and yet they've got resources. Jordan Clark's been at the club for quite some time. Jamie Overton sort of has been here for 2 years, but that's all during COVID, poor fella. So he's sort of got the proper season ahead of him now.
As Gilchrist bowls once again to Overton, treats that one a little bit more suspiciously and just defends it into the onside, no run.
Last week, Gus Atkinson come through the Surrey Academy. Reece Topley obviously signed for Surrey a couple of years ago. James Taylor was in the side, she signed for Surrey a couple of years ago. And then you sort of added Dan Worrell's taking the Kemar Roach role. So Dan Worrell comes in, and de Grandhomme's come in for 3 games, but really, you know, he's going to bowl you some overs. But it's a nice balanced attack that they've got, and they haven't gone out there, and they're not knocking sides over with. When Surrey won the championship in 2018, Mornay Morkel didn't take a fiver, but he hardly went for a run. And the other thing with Mornay was he'd take wickets up top and at the back end and finish innings off, and then you had your Dernbachs and your Ricky Clarks and your Amal Verdes doing the job. And I think it's that balance. But if for Kent, you know, they've been out there quite a while already this season. It's hard work. Bowling is hard work, and you look at Quinn's figures. You see, those are the sorts of figures you're looking for on a flat deck. I thought Quinn was the pick of the bowlers yesterday. 20 over 7 maidens, 2 for 47. And he's just banged away at a good line and a good length. It's coming in now to Sam Curran. And Curran is checking this one off the back foot straight up towards mid-off. And there is no run. And even the Surrey attack are going to find it hard work on here. There's not a huge amount there, but it might, you know, you might find that Surrey do the old sweeper on the cover rope. Take a single if you want to. You're more than welcome, but we're going to cut your boundaries down, and we're just going to plug away outside your off stump with the odd short ball. And there is a trick to that, and it's not an easy thing to do, especially if you've been struggling to bowl sides out and you've been out there a long time. As forward goes Sam Curran, plays this one up to mid-on, because I don't know, but it would be they've been out there a lot of overs.
Yeah,
these bowlers.
Their squad has been reduced with Jackson
Bird
Bird getting injured early as well, and no Grant Stewart.
And also, it's not, you know, it is relentless. The schedule is utterly relentless, especially on a quick bowler. And if you're bowling an awful lot of overs without a real break, then it's hard. It is hard work. As in over the wicket comes Quinn again, and now Sam Curran's off the mark in confident fashion. He hasn't got all of this, but he's just checked it up and over the top of mid-on and away for 4. So Sam Curran there didn't get all of it, but it is off the mark, checking that one over mid-on down towards the fish and chip bus and away over the rope for 4. And Surrey moving on to 344 for 5, and it is the first division. There are some good players out there.
I should mention there are other food outlets after yesterday's onslaught. Sorry, not onslaught. That's an aggressive way of putting it. But
well, Ben Watts.
A lot of chatter about the bus.
It does stand out, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. But yeah, if you are here at Beckenham listening
cream,
to us,
you can get ice cream, coffee. I think pizzas as well available.
There we go.
Burgers.
Looking forward to that. Hungry now.
I'm going to attempt to drive the bus off on day 4. See,
I'd see that.
Like the Italian job.
Yeah.
down the street of Beckenham. As
oh goodness.
Over the wicket comes into Sam Curran just straightens up on him a touch there. He's looking to work that into the leg side, and that rolls away through backward point. And now, as you say, Grant Stewart's injured, Jackson Bird's injured. It means somebody else to do their overs for them, and if you're going game to game of cricket, think about it, Sunday game back, day off Monday, Tuesday back in, the light train was waited, then go again on Thursday. It's easy, really isn't. Not looking again at all, but as I say, it's hard work. And at 500s, it's a lot of overs. Comes Jamie Overton to what looked like a ball there from Quinn. Overton on 29, Sam Curran on 5. Just on a bonus points point of view, Mr. Cole.
Of course.
Which
110 overs, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. So Surrey are now 5 runs away from a 4th batting point, and Kent are 1 wicket away from a 2nd bowling point. And it feels to me like the sun's beginning to emerge here at Beckenham, just beginning to warm up from the feet upwards here in the commentary tent. As over the wicket comes Quinn to Overton. Overton tucks this one away off his pads down towards fine leg. He'll pick up a single, will Jamie Overton, and it's 346 for 5.
Sort of rising warmth, you're saying, rather than rising damp, which I think is a good thing. It does. Well, I say it does. I mean, I think it's never really much of a scientist, even in my junior years. So end of the over, as you say, 346 for 5. So Surrey, bonus points wise, closing in on that 4th batting bonus point. They'll have to go a little bit, won't they, to get the 5th in time, as we're through 102 overs now, is that right? Yeah, so They need the remaining 54 in 8 overs, which I believe is 7 and over. If my
it's interesting. Surrey have sort of gone about it that they don't really mind too much as long as they get what they want. If they're near it, they'll go for it. But they just want 500-600 here.
If you're setting an unreachable first innings total, certainly. As Gilchrist bowls to short one to Overton, goes through to the wicketkeeper. He certainly had a swing at that. That was, yeah, he's rehearsed that again. That's less of a pull, more of an old-fashioned hook, that, isn't it, off the visor? But he's missed it, gone through to the wicketkeeper. But Gilchrist trying to dig one in there. He won't want to bowl short too often on this pitch, but as a surprise delivery, I don't think it's a bad idea. 3, 4, 6 for 5. We said that we've got the Kent analyst sitting next to us, so he'll tell us. Is it a good idea, Michael? It's the onside. Put him on the spot down to fine leg. Just straying on that leg and middle there. He is stoic. Absolutely.
Of course he is.
Game face on.
He's game face on.
Quite right too.
I don't know what he came up with at lunchtime yesterday, but it was genius.
Yeah,
whatever he came up with at lunchtime yesterday was genius, because Surrey 3 wickets down very quickly. Do you know, we're talking about that bit, you know the bowler in world cricket I admire more than anyone is Neil Wagner. Only because Neil Wagner has sort of turned himself into this sort of specialist on flat pitches in international cricket where nothing's happening and he'll just run in and bowl short and make something happen. And I saw a fascinating interview with him about it, because he's a very skillful left-arm swing bowler, is Neil Wagner.
3, 4, 7 for 5 as Gilchrist bowls now. Digs one in again to Curran, actually. Not quite as much bounce, and Curran's actually a shorter man as well. So that's the 2 for the over, says umpire Bainton at this end.
But he's a very skillful bowler. But he said he sort of looked at the attack that New Zealand had, and he thought, well, where this so-called point of difference? Where's my point of difference? Because they've already got Trent Bolt,
bit of USP,
bowling left arm seam, and Tim Southey doing what he does. And he thought, well, hang on flat pitches, I could be that.
As Gilchrist then to bowl to Curran. He's come out to attack. He's inside edge that one into the onside. They're going for a run. Shy at the far end. Well, I say they're going for a run. Sam Curran didn't know where the ball was, so he was just standing trying to find its location, while Jimmy Overton was romping down towards him. Couldn't quite feel his breath on his neck, but got 2/3 of the way down there, did he? Turned and ran back. And has he?
He's broken his pad.
He's broken his pad. The strapping has come off his pad. I thought for a horrible moment, he might have picked up an injury, but it's just a bit of destruction, in fact. As Overton has thrown himself full length. Would have been very close, that shy at the stumps as well, wouldn't it, if it had hit?
He's broken his right pad buckle.
He has. Top one, I think, has gone.
Yep, so...
Bit of a break in play.
If you think of Jamie Overton diving at full stretch there with his arm out on the back, he's virtually done 21 yards, hasn't he?
He's only halfway down the pitch.
10.5 foot, I would have thought, to get that bat in.
It's like a falling giant redwood.
Absolutely, indeed.
Jamie Overton.
Well, yes. I've heard him described as many things, but that was a spectacular dive, and he's a big fella, is Jamie Overton. Poor old Ben Folkes took a catch a couple of weeks ago where he dived straight into him. And poor old Ben, he had to make his way off.
He's always going to come off worse in that
diving
situation.
head first into a big tree. But yeah, so Wagner, getting back to Neil Wagner, he sort of worked out pitches in Indian quite slow, quite flat. And he's not express pace like that. So it does swing, he'll go up to the bat and get it to swing. But if nothing's happening, help them in the right place. He makes things happen. And he sort of just worked out his method on flat pitches, and sort of that's what I'm talking about. But it takes an awful lot of skill to do that, because it's hard work running in on flat pitches and just trying to bang it in short but get it in the right area. It's hard work, that you have to be fit and strong to do that.
It makes you pretty much indispensable in Test cricket, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And I really admire Wagner, because he sort of looked at that and thought, right, this is what I can offer to this New Zealand side. Because as he said, Trent Bolt's going to bowl you left arm up top anyway. Southey's going to do his stuff. You've now got Jameson. I'm not going to compete with them. So what can I bring? What can I bring to the party?
You're talking about New Zealand cricket, and I'm aware we've got an update coming very shortly, but John from Teoamutu in New Zealand took a run up at that one. John's always very kind and says I'm doing okay with the pronunciation.
That's very good.
I'm probably miles off, he's just very polite. But talking about Brendan McCullum, so we'll come back to that. You're not missing any action. Well, I mean, you're missing Jamie Overton putting a new pad on, but that's not the most exciting thing on the ground, it has to be said. He's having a long chat with Darren Stevens now. It's going to go and... actually, they've changed the fielder there, actually. I think it might be Matt Milne's here now, but yeah, he's gone off. Thumbs up the umpires. Umpire Bainton's having a chat with Jack Leaney. Everyone's a lot of chatter. There's not much cricket.
No. It's quite exciting.
Sounds a bit like the
someone
commentary.
put their pads on.
Absolutely right. Is it slightly brighter, the right one now than the other one? No, I think they're about the same. He's probably got 100 of those in his bag. So update coming very shortly for BBC Radio Kent listeners. The good news, they've taken a wicket, but Surrey 3-4-7 for 5, already an imposing first innings total. As Gilchrist runs in, 2 slips in behind Sam Curran. Again, it's a little bit inside part of the bat as he punches it back at the bowler, and there's no run. Here comes that update for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Well, Kent have taken a wicket. I was urging them to do that at the start of the day. Surrey 3-4-7 for 5 because Ben Folkes, the England wicket-keeper, caught behind. Lovely away movement from Matt Quinn, the right-arm seam bowler for Kent. 91 he went for. As I said, Surrey 3-4-7 for 5. Already an imposing first innings total. They're closing in on a 4th batting bonus point, although Jamie Overton seems to be doing his best to run himself out at the far end right now. The non-strikers then, he's on 31. He's hit some crisp shots this morning. Another former England man, Sam Curran, has 5 not out so far. He's come out all guns blazing, has miss-hit a couple, already hit a boundary as well. Kent need to get those wickets to whittle them out if they can in this first and maybe second session. Sorry, 3-4-7 for 5, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Doing a bit of whittling. We've had a bit of spanking in the first update. We're whittling now.
Don't muddle those two up. Whatever you do. I like a bit of a whittle myself. I've done a bit of Morris dancing over the years.
Really?
I have, yes. I'm not going to get into that story though.
Oh.
Because, well, no, I did it for charity. And group of Morris men.
Nice.
Yeah, I enjoyed it actually. I'm thinking of making a comeback. It's Quinn. He's coming in over the wicket to Overton. Short ball, and Overton's pulling this one out towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total.
Here's my hot take on Morris men.
Yes. Oh, this is
the hot takes they say.
Well, still early.
We're in dangerous areas.
Yes,
it's not just the bowlers. 3-4-8 for 5. I always think that when we look overseas and you look at customs in different European countries, world countries, isn't that they're doing the dance there. In this country, look at Morris men, much derided. Right?
Well, I actually,
I wonder what that is.
No, because there's
maybe they're not.
There's a lot to it.
Well,
the old Morris dancing.
It's hard work.
Yes, it is.
Going back to this hard work.
Round the wicket comes Quinn, and forward goes Sam Curran and plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
It's physical, isn't it?
It is, and also if you whittle your own sticks, and that whole sort of the stick bit, get that wrong, you can do yourself a right old injury. So yes, at university we for charity had you could phone up the Morris men. We thought we were a bit like Batman, really. You could phone, and we'd jump. We had a little sort of pedally truck thing in all the gear, and we'd arrive and do a Morris dance for you.
Got a Morris dancing emergency.
Yes, exactly. As forward comes Sam Curran, turn this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So if it was a sort of quiet evening, and you thought, what do we need? I know, some Morris dancing really added to this. You got in touch with us. The Morris alarm went off. We were a bit like Batman. We'd jump into our costumes, find our sticks, put our bells on, and then arrive.
That sounds wonderful.
Pull off a Morris dance, and then jump back on and head home. As here comes Quinn, round the wicket to the left-handed Curran, who swung him over the top of long off. Now, he's got a bit more of this one as Sam Curran, and has that gone 1 bounce for 4. So Sam Curran there. Quinn's just that length, and Sam Curran has just gone through with the shot up and over the top, as if to say to Quinn, I'm not going to just let you bang away on that length at me. And that's the 350 up for Surrey. Nathan 50.
Really made that up until the one thing that's enormous amounts of trouble in the balls he's faced. 13 of them so far. 3-5-2 for 5. But it's a very good point you make as well about not letting the bowler settle. Doesn't want Matt Quinn just nibbling around on the off stump.
Waits again to Sam Curran. Quinn is into him, and he's picked this one up off his hip. He's almost swung it straight down long legs throw in front of us. Brilliant effort from Gilchrist to get to that, because it was an awkward one, because it was just landing in front of him as he dived forward. And I'm glad for Gilchrist he's still got all his teeth there, because diving forward for that, it was a great effort to get to it, because Sam Curran just picked it up off his hip, swung it away. Gilchrist diving forward, but it got underneath him, and it's away for 4. I've got to say, Sam Curran from ball 1's looked perky this morning, hasn't he? Second ball, he was walking down the pitch at Quinn. So he does enjoy batting. 356 for 5. There's a chat up there in the distance, leaning, and Darren Stevens. I think Darren Stevens is probably saying he's coming at us here, Sam Curran. But that one off his hip, and Gilchrist diving forward, but getting underneath him as the sun's beginning to emerge here at Beckenham. Oh, this will be exciting if Sam Curran's coming out being perky. This will be exciting.
Stevens with the keeper up, maybe? Will it be
Could be an option. Could be an option. As over the wicket comes Quinn, and pushing off the back foot is Sam Curran. He'll take a quick single. That's nicely run. Sam Curran just drops the ball into the offside, takes his single, and Sam Curran on to 14, 357 for 5.
I beg your pardon. John from New Zealand says, hi guys, I think you'll find Brendan McCullum will be an inspired choice as England Test team coach. New Zealand was at rock bottom when he took over as captain. Also, you were talking about the time difference between England and New Zealand. When it's 11 AM in England, it is 10 PM in New Zealand. So by dint of that, add 2, take away the 4. So yeah, it's in the evening.
Yes,
in New Zealand.
Yeah, but I think it's probably, if it's 10 o'clock, I think it's probably about 12:30. I think
you're probably
half
right,
midnight.
Yeah. So I hope you're still with us.
It's quite weird, isn't it? Because it's Saturday there now, and we're still on Friday.
So they're in the future.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is weird. I think Brendan McCullum is so exciting. And what I loved about it is it came completely out of left field. It was a name that hadn't even been mentioned. And I like Rob Key's quote of, Stokes and McCullum, strap yourselves in and enjoy the ride. And I think it will be like that.
As Gilchrist bowls to Curran, just lets this run off the face, opens the face and through gully for 2 runs. And quite safely. He's been swash and buckling so far, but that was a shot with some deft touch outside the off stump, just running it through gully. 2 runs, 359 for 5.
Well, what I noticed yesterday, which I think is great, is everyone's excited about it. So all of somewhere 2 weeks ago we were talking, oh, who's going to be the coach and who's going to play and who's going to be captain. Now it's, oh, this is great. We can't wait for the Test series to start. Who's going to be in the squad? So I think it's a very, very clever move from Rob Key.
Gilchrist bowled to Curran, back in his crease, just a push forward. They'll take a quick single there. Linda comes in, but won't get there soon enough to run out Curran, who was well, actually running in front of him as he tried to flick it onto the stumps. Struck in the field, just going through with his run. 364, 5, I think it is. But yeah, it's certainly exciting, as you say, as a prospect. But I mean, obviously there's people are saying it'll lead to aggressive cricket, but there has to be a balance, doesn't there, with aggression, because we've seen that with England before. Gilchrist bowls to Overton, goes to the pull, gets caught up, hits him on the forearm, I think, or has it leapt up towards the batting helmet? I think it might have done, because there's some concern here.
Yeah, I think that's hit him side of the crash helmet there. So
the physio will have to come on, and Jamie Overton, who's had a stoppage. Yeah, I think it's got him out around the right ear, isn't it? He's gone for the pull. I think it might have bounced up from the arm onto the helmet, but certainly it's got him.
He's sort of having an interesting morning here. His buckle's broken on his pad. He's now been struck on the crash helmet. Out comes Paul Steele, the Surrey physiotherapist, to do the old concussion protocol and played some lovely shots. Now, the way I look at it with McCullum and Key and Stokes is, I think they'll keep it simple. I think they'll have their players that they've already thought about. They'll pick players on form. And I think what McCullum is brilliant at, and I was sort of saying with Ben Watts this yesterday, that you look at New Zealand's resources compared to England's and who they've got to pick from, and I think McCullum will, whoever plays, McCullum will make them fully aware they're the best player to be playing, and I think he'll instill that belief in the players, and as will Stokes, obviously, the way he plays his cricket. But I don't think, I'd be really surprised if whoever opens for England is playing ramp shots in the first over again. That's not going to happen at all. But they'll be positive by nature. That's McCullum and Stokes. But I think what they'll do is they'll simplify everything. They'll pick players on form, and they'll make those players believe you are the best 11 England cricketers out there.
It's going to be an interesting series, though, because obviously we know about, you talked about the talents of New Zealand, and they're good wherever they go in the world. And can an England transition happen that quickly? No. Obviously, it'll be very handy. It'll be a home series.
If everybody's sitting there now thinking that England are going to go and beat New Zealand and beat South Africa in both Test series, now it might happen. Even if it doesn't, I think what we're looking at is what's going to change. What sort of cricket are England going to play, and what sort of this lovely brand word, which I get muddled up with what is a brand and what isn't these days. But the one thing I think will happen definitely this summer is there'll be a bit of belief in there, and I think there'll be if you get picked, you know you're getting picked because you're the best player in that position, which is the way it should be. You pick your best 11. You know, you don't look 6 months ahead and start playing people because you think they might play in 6. No. You play your best 11 that is available to you on that given day in that Test match against the opposition you're playing at. And what I get the impression with McCullum is he will make them believe, and he will be, I think he's a pretty simple guy. He won't stand for any nonsense, but he'll want a bit of character in there. He'll want a bit of personality as well. And I think a lot of the management jargon will go out the window, which I don't think is a bad thing at all, to be honest with you.
My point also being, though, is that, you know, the way that sport works and the way that, you know, as supporters, we like to see wins. We want to see them now. We don't want to see them in next year. We want to see them the year after. But
well, it might. If they pick the best 11, they've got a chance. Well, that's the thing. These aren't bad cricketers.
I'm saying, though, he's got a 4-year contract. That suggests, you know, it's going to take patience, or that they want to wrap him up, obviously, that there's no one else can get him. But Gilchrist to Overton, who's fine, by the way, and the ball is tucked into the onside. Taking a very neat run there again, just dropping it into that mid-wicket area and coming through for a quick single. 3-6-2 for 5. Curran, sorry, 3-6-1 for 5. The scoreboard's already there. Overton 33, Sam Curran has 17.
Understandably, everybody sort of compares Test with the white ball stuff with England now. But after that disastrous 2015 World Cup, England ripped it up. Morgan ripped it up. But they didn't start banging out 400 from ball 1 in the first game.
No, fair enough.
It took them a while, but he kept backing them. Keep going, keep going.
Gilchrist to Curran. It's a dab into the offside. It's a similar area because he's a left-hander. That's fielded there by Linder. Loops the ball up for Matt Milnes to shine it on his shirt.
But obviously Test cricket's very, very different. But they kept backing them to do that. Now, I'm not saying Brendan McCullum, as I say, I'm not expecting ramp shots and ball. What Test cricket's completely different. But I think the 11 they pick, McCullum and Stokes will make them believe you are the best 11. Go out there and do your stuff.
Gilchrist to bowl to Curran. He picks that one up. It's over the head of mid-on Darren Stevens and goes for 4. Did a little skip, Stevens. It's that skip of, I think I could. It's gone. And off for 4 runs over. Mid-on, quite safe in the end by Sam Curran. He's on a 21 from 19 as a crisp shot, 33 from Overton. So far, Surrey 365 for 5. It's BBC Radio Kent, BBC London, Kent against Surrey. Second day at Beckenham. Matt Cole and Mark Church.
So yes, I think it's very, very exciting. Getting back to the Morris dancing, though.
Yeah. Sorry, we got off subject there. Yes. Talking about cricket, didn't we? Back to the Morris dancing.
During my years in Kent, and I'm not sure whether it's a big thing in the city or not, but I've been to some lovely sort of village fete days where the old Morris dancers have been out doing their stuff. And whatever you say, it gets everyone involved, doesn't it? But you need some skill. Because with your stick, you get that wrong and cause all sorts of injuries.
Coordination.
There's a bit of kicking,
like playing hockey.
Bit of kicking involved as well, of course,
really?
with your bells. You get that wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, blimey.
Shin pads.
Well,
cricket pads.
Indeed. That can hurt.
Bit of health and safety.
I have having attempted it myself, and it's like with anything. Once you give it a go yourself, you have a newfound admiration.
You appreciate the nuance.
Absolutely, of the old Morris dancing.
It's good to hear.
Quinn, down there at the city end, the city of London end.
Indeed.
Comes in over the He has hold of that one into 3 seats. And Overton, you can see that going on. That's wave 6. Jamie Evans on to 39, 71. There may just be a little. They've been a bit like this. Anything in their half, they're going after. Back of their minds, 29 now needed for 400, and they're in the 106th over. So that might be sort of just in the back of the minds there of Jay Overton and S. Curran. But the way that Jay Overton's playing this one, I think even if it hadn't been anywhere near that, it'd have still played that shot. So there's a long on in now for Jamie Overton.
And as you say, they've got the luxury of what's to come in the batting order still.
Licence to thrill.
Licence to thrill.
As over the wicket comes Quinn, and slower ball, looking to drive is Jamie Overton. Thick inside edge, that rolls away into the offside and there's no run. But on a serious point with the McCullum appointment, everyone's excited. All over social media yesterday, everyone's excited about this.
No, and you wouldn't have had this kind of chatter about it had it been, and no disrespect to him, very fine coach, but had it been Gary Kirsten, people have gone, oh, we pretty much expected it was going to happen, and let's see what happens. But you're right.
Apparently he went in for the white ball interview, but then said, I fancy the test match. So
perhaps that recommended it.
Absolutely. As in over the wicket again comes Quinn, and looking to pull here is Overton, and that's hitting the, I think the shoulder of Overton just rolled behind him and picked up by Robinson. But it
shows some spirit, doesn't it? Have you ever been into an interview where you're going for one job and say, no, I want the one above it, thanks very much?
Do you know what I think happened there? And it's a bit like with Rob Key.
Yeah.
He must really want that job, because he's on a nice number IPL-wise. Rob Key, brilliant broadcaster. You must really want that. And that's probably what got him through, because they'd be like, well, hang on, you're doing your IPL stuff and you got your consultancy stuff, and no, I want to get involved in the Red Bull. I think I can make a difference. Suddenly you're, actually, yes. As here comes Quinn, and this one's tucked away into the leg side by Jamie Overton. Sensibly played that, because he's just hit the 6. Lon's gone in, and he's just worked that one down the ground for the single.
I can see that from a psychology point of view, how that would recommend you to somebody, saying...
Without that, look, I think the world of Rob Key, and... When the name came up, I'll be brutally honest, I sat there and thought, hang on, just a second here. He's a brilliant broadcaster. He's terrific on the telly. He makes a huge amount of sense. He likes his golf. Does he really want that for 3 years? Does he? If he does, it means he really wants it. And I would say they probably thought the same there with McCullum. That white ball, fine. But all of a sudden to say, no, I quite fancy the test match stuff, that's a proper challenge. With everything he's got going on, IPL-wise, and he'll be earning a few bob and all that good stuff, then they must have sat up and thought, well, he must want it. He must really want it. And that's where it becomes very exciting, I think, because Quinn's round the wicket to Sam Curran, who's looking to pull here. Sam Curran, and threw it a little early, I think, and taken by Robinson, moving away to his right-hand side.
Perhaps the Red Bull reset phrase was run out too quickly, because this could well be more of it.
I think we're up to Red Bull reset, switch it off.
2.0.
Reset it again, switch it off again.
Never use that phrase again, is what you're saying.
Turn the power off, unplug it, put the laptop in the corner, come back 10 minutes later, and then press on and hope to God.
Well, I think
that's where we are now.
You've missed out the sticking it in a box full of rice near a radiator overnight.
Short one here from Quinn, and ducking underneath it is Sam Curran, and that's taken by Robinson away to his left-hand side. End of the over, 372 then for 5, Surrey, and these two now have added 40.
I'm eager to get to David's email, because he's a new Surrey supporter, he says, having a pleasant Friday morning, enjoying the commentary while trying to catch up on emails from the Home Office. I'm also making my debut in a couple of weeks. Says I've been alive for 36 years, but never so much as picked up a bat other than in the net. So, which players on display in this match ought I to look to for inspiration? In an ideal world, I think I'd like to try and copying Amla's 37-run blockathon last year. We sent Churchy into a complete meltdown, but given it's a T20, not sure how my teammates will feel about that. You play out time.
Fair point. Who now, so T20-wise in this game? D. Stevens?
Yeah. Bit of Jordan Cox maybe, flying around the boundary, doing relay catches, smashing the ball up,
smashing the ball and then bowling your 4 up top.
Absolutely right. Yeah. All sorts. Or you could go for Yeah, you could go for the stone wall and see how your teammates take it if it's
do
your
an
first
Amler.
game.
Do an Amler.
Go, yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
You know, you paid your match fee. Enjoy
Bat
yourself.
out time.
Yeah, absolutely. Enjoyed yourself.
The idea of getting full value for your match fee. Good point.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You've paid your money.
Yeah.
You get full value. No, that's exciting though. Debut at how old? First game at 36.
Well, congratulations,
Well,
David, in
yeah,
advance.
good luck, David.
Milnes, the first bowling change of the day from Kent. It's a flurry of the bat there, and that is whipped away into the offside by Jamie Overton. That's a good-looking shot, isn't it? 376 for 5 now. He's on to 44 from 48. And he's just thrashed that one. A little bit outside the off stump from Matt Milnes. He's treated it, though. And Surrey 376 for 5.
Yeah, and this is what this Surrey batting lineup can do, is they can score their runs pretty quickly as well, which then gives them the time in the game to have a go at Kent. I'd be fascinated to see if Surrey are still batting mid-afternoon, what they're thinking, because they will tick along at 5-6 and over, and then they could really put the pedal down if they wanted to later this afternoon. But debut at 36, good luck with that.
I think that shows a great deal of character. Milnes, who's taken a bit of tap so far, 4.5 he's going for economy wise, and this is one flicked away off the pads very pleasantly by Overton on the leg side. Single taken as Phil Linda comes in from the boundary.
Well, my daughter made her no, I was about to say
international debut.
I wish that had been great. That would have been very exciting. Her sort of competitive debut last week in cricket, and obviously Daddy and Isabel had a chat the night before about what to do. And I might give the same advice here to David, isn't it, making his debut at 36. If you think you can smash it, smash it, and if you bowl, just try and bowl as fast as you can, and in the field dive around and throw it in, but enjoy it. That's the most important thing.
If it's T20, you might not get a T either, mightn't you? So you want to...
Oh yeah, fill your boots in the interval.
Yeah. Would you get T20? A T at T20? T20. Here comes Milnes round the wicket to Curran, digs it in, and that has gone, and that's 4, but beautifully dealt with. It's quite fine he's gone for that pull, and no chance at all for the fielder, Matt Quinn, at fine leg, and that's 4 runs, and Milnes has come in, and immediately he's taking some treatment from these Surrey batsmen. Milnes uncharacteristically expensive on the first day, and they're getting after him already in this first spell of the second day.
Yeah, good shot that from Sam Curran. Got right inside it.
But David, do let us know how that debut goes. I mean, I don't know if I'll be on air, but certainly for
is that tonight? No, tomorrow. Is it Saturday T20 for David? Or
I know it's a couple of weeks away.
Time.
But yeah, do get back in touch with Mark. I'm not sure where he'll be at that point, but
please do, David.
Into the onside. He's trying to get on the front foot there, Curran, but just pinned down a little bit by the bowling and ends up just checking that into the offside for no run.
You see, that's the difference when sort of, David's 36 now, but sort of when I was Isabel's age, the whole mantra was forward defence, Mark.
Yeah.
Block it, because you played a bit at T20 of a Wednesday evening, but it was more block it, go good defence.
Yeah.
He wasn't half boring. I'd much rather be now being told go out there and smash it.
Milnes round the wicket, the left-handed Curran. Oh, it shapes away. Get some bounce as well. That's a lovely delivery. Probably the fizzer of the day, that one. Best ball of the day through to the wicket-keeper, no run.
And that as well, Michael, the way they're doing is brilliant work for Kent. I don't know who's making the notes for Surrey up there with their notebook.
That's the spot.
See Azza Mahmood out there with his notebook. He'll be saying, "Yep, that's right. That's the length from round the wicket from this end to the left-hander. That's the length."
That has taken off a bit from a length, hasn't it? And this one just trying to turn this into the onside again from off stump, but does no run as it ends up at short square leg. No run. 381 for 5. Numbers I find very difficult. Shouldn't be doing this job, many people say. 55 for Overton. Curran has 25. These two at 33244. Ben Folkes is the one man to go. 33245, of course, the one man to go. This morning, caught by Robson Blyton for 91. It's BBC Redicam, BBC London, Matt Cole and Mark Church with you today. The sun is breaking through here at Beckenham as more spectators arrive. The big green stand just opposite us in the commentary position. It's looking like a lovely day in Prospect. Lovelier for Surrey than it is for Kent at the moment in terms of supporters, I'd imagine.
Well, I think I know I'm going to be at lunchtime.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chair already out there in the sun for me. A lovely 40 minutes of sitting in the sun. Now, George Linder's coming into the attack to bowl his left arm spin. Bowled 19 overs to mains, none for 54 yesterday. Did George Linder. So he's into the attack here from the City of London end, just so I remember which city it is. And Jamie Overton will be the man on strike. Sort of talking about Linder's run up and his method. We were saying as if he's stands for it. The preparation is very different. It looks a bit like he's on the tube reading the paper a lot. The arms are really, it's a very deliberate approach. He's in here and Overton's sweeping straight away for. So Jamie Overton there, and that'll be the 50 partnership as well between these two. And Jamie Overton there immediately sweeping Linder behind square and away for 4. And he's on to 49 is Jamie Overton. So made a 50 in the last game. 59 I think it was, record partnership with Gus Atkinson. And the other thing here is Surrey are approaching that 400 as well inside that 110 overs. As round the wicket goes Linder, and he's sweeping again, and this will be his 50. He's got that very fine, two different types of sweeps, but two very good sweeps, and a fine innings this from Jamie Overton. And Jamie Overton looks in wonderful nick with the bat. It's always entertaining when he's out there. He can bowl rockets, and he can hit the ball an awfully long way with the bat. 53 not out, but that was a nice touch shot from Jamie Overton. And greeting Linder, coming round the wicket, left arm round the wicket on the angle, with a sort of orthodox sweep and then a paddle sweep. And now he's down the pitch to Linder, driving, nicely bowled, saw him coming, and in the end just checks it out towards the sweeper on the cover rope, which is Gilchrist. And there'll be one more to the total, and Surrey move on to 390 for 5.
Yeah, good shots from Overton. 54 from 52 balls. Well, he's motoring along. As you say, these two have come out with some aggression this morning, but looked pretty safe as well. And this isn't doing an awful lot. Linder's going to come round, over the wicket to the left-handed current. No close fielders in for him.
Sam Curran, surveyor the field. He'll take it on if he thinks he can, Sam Curran. Linder's over the wicket to him, and here he goes. He's pulling this one, short ball behind square on the leg side. And he sort of adjusted himself to get it behind square because he knew there were the two men out on that leg side in front of square. So he sort of just adjusted, didn't get all of it, but made sure that he got it behind square. And picks up another couple here, does Sam Curran. And Surrey ticking along now, 392 for 5. As Sam Curran now just a lovely late cut, beats the diver Darren Stevens. And that's, I think, something at D. Stevens, because Daniel Bell-Drummond comes around to pick up. And they'll pick up another couple there. 394 for 5, and Darren Stevens ringing his left hand, because he did get something on it. Good job he did, otherwise that would have run away for 4 off the bat of Sam Curran. But, yeah, Jamie Overton having a very good season with both bat and ball for Surrey. As in over the wicket once again. Linder, here he goes. Said he'd take on straight over the top. That one over the top of the coffee stall and into the car park. That's a huge hit from Sam Curran. Couple of steps down the ground, and what a way to bring up the Surrey 400 as well from Sam Curran. But yes, he's got all of that, I think it's fair to say, and a bit more, because there's a couple of people sort of scurrying into, well, there is a Kent fielder now in about the 8th row of the car park.
Yeah, it's gone
down
way
there.
back,
That has gone miles, hasn't it? Off Sam Curran's bat towards the City of London at the city end. But what a way to bring up the 400. And Surrey 400 for 5. Overton 54. Sam Curran 35.
Yeah, it's, you could see him shaping for it, couldn't you? Sam Curran coming down the pitch, and lovely true hit over long on for him. They have retrieved the ball. Got a little bit of a battering off one or two cars, perhaps. We hope not, if you're parked out there.
Well, someone's just reminded me, of course, he came out as a night watchman last night, Jamie Everton. I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
that's true indeed, yeah.
But, yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, he was on the card at 10.
Yeah, back a fair way down to Surrey. The 12th is about to come on for a second.
How many
Laden
pairs of
down
gloves
with
is he bringing out?
gloves, drinks. Overton has just stopped him at the boundary, so
Are they having a car boot sale as well, wasn't they?
jumpers and all sorts. Updates coming for BBC Radio Kent. Well, Surrey 400 for 5. Brief stoppage in play because Sam Curran, the Surrey batsman, have just smashed the ball into the car park here at Beckenham over long on. He's on 35 from 28 balls, but Jamie Overton, who came in as night watchman, 54 from 52 balls, 1 or 2 really crisp strokes in that. On a flattish pitch here at Beckenham, Surrey certainly making the Kent bowlers pay for any width they give him or any drop in length. But Overton 54, Curran 35, Surrey's 400 for 5 here at Beckenham have got their 5th maximum batting points here. Kent struggling for wickets, just one man to fall so far today. England wicketkeeper Ben Foakes being caught behind off the bowling of Matt Quinn for 91. But these two batsmen at the moment look set and they look swashbuckling at times as well. Surrey 400 for 5 in the sunshine here, not agitated. A single taken to the offside, so it's 4 on 1, 0-1 for 5. But Curran comes on a strike with Everton at 55.
Yes, well, as you said, there's a bit of swash and a bit of buckle now from these two, isn't there? That went a long way off the bat of Sam Curran. Because, as I say, a member of the Kent fielding staff had to go into the car park down there. That went soaring over the top of the coffee stall, didn't it?
It did indeed, yeah. Took flight. Milnes bowls a straight drive, already a push along the ground from Curran up towards Stevens. And they'll make a comfortable single. Stevens fields all along the ground, 402 for 5. And Milnes none for 82 so far from his 17.2.
Yeah, Sam Curran this season's gone 80, 33, 64, 73. So the one thing he's still not got yet is that he hasn't scored a first-class 100.
He's got to be disappointed with that. Here's Milnes to Overton. Just dead batted that back to Milnes outside the off stump, but treated it with caution. Didn't get up terribly much, that one. 402 for 5. Surrey. As said, the sun's coming out, but as you can hear from the marquee rattling around us, there's still plenty of breeze as well. I think they said on the forecast this morning it's a southwesterly.
Is it? Where are we at then in terms of north, east, south and west?
Well, we're southeast of London. I don't know what it means, Mark. And this one's run down through third man, 4 runs. It's a nice shot from Overton, absolutely intended. It's just soft hands, opened the blade, and that is 4 runs off this very true surface here. And Milnes, as I said, is going for a few here. 406 for 5 at Surrey. You mean in terms of which way round the ground
well,
is,
yeah, to be honest with you, well, do you know what I do now when people say which direction's the wind going? Left to right.
Left to right,
yes,
that's nice.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, because I've got no idea
I'd
of
like a
any
bit
of
of
that.
that.
Never eat shredded wheat. Other cereals are available, but not for remembering north, east, south and west. Which is how I was taught at school. I've got absolutely no idea where we are.
County ground, Beckenham was racked him on the toe almost. Overton coming forward. Milnes. Disbelief, is he? Shouting to the umpire. Obviously, they need this breakthrough, Kent. And it's him even on the full, has it? Going forward there, Overton. Certainly a full delivery. Interesting one.
Must be going down. Just. The only thing. I'll tell you who probably would have a compass. Is the old umpire. They've got most things in their pockets these days, haven't they?
Yeah. Should have one on my phone here.
Oh, excellent. That would, oh, yes, you do have one on your phone, don't you?
Phone somewhere?
Alongside
Appeal
the calculator.
turned down anyway. Yes, it'll be in that little window there somewhere. That was again Yorker length, whipped away by Overton. He's done well with that, hasn't he? Oh, it's come off his... No, it's off pad there. Puff of dust as he whipped the bat at it. It's gone down the leg side for a single leg by 407 for 5. Overton 59, Curran 36.
Put my glasses on.
I can't even find the compass.
I found my compass.
All right.
What do I do? Just press Oh, it has to download. Oh, here we go. It's installing now. The
Right,
old
yeah,
compass.
I don't think I've got a compass on mine.
I have next to tips, whatever they are. Don't turn your phone on. I don't know. That's. Oh, now there we are. Look. So, ooh.
Yeah.
So what do I do?
So
That's rather good, isn't it?
We're facing north here.
Yes. 14 degrees north.
So if it's a southwesterly, it'll be coming from our left, more or less.
Yes, interesting, isn't it?
Is that right?
That's quite handy.
I mean, correct.
Although when I move it, it changes.
That's because you're moving the direction of where you're pointing.
So
it
if
is
I
actually,
point
it's not like a
directly-
traditional customer.
If I point
compass.
directly at Darren Stevens,
Yeah,
we're directly north.
fine. It may be, I mean, Darren Stevens being some kind of magical figure, it may be he has his own gravitational.
So that means
Cool.
we're sat at the southern end. Of
We
the
are,
round,
yes,
does it?
yeah. I guess you could call it the south end or the north end
Yeah.
if you like, rather than the.
Yeah, it's
town
good. I didn't
city.
know I had that on my phone.
So, where actually southwest is, where are we? So southwest is actually coming from behind us. It's probably about right.
Yes,
Yeah.
excellent. Now I've got that, I'll never get lost again. That's excellent. Darren Stevens is into the attack from the city
Yeah.
end.
And the keeper is up.
It's
So
exactly
they
what
were
you
having
said,
that
Matt Cole. So yes, Robinson
conversation.
with the helmet on. And this will be to try and keep Jamie Overton in his crease. As Darren Stevens is over the wicket to Jamie Overton, and Overton's forward and just pushes this one out towards backward point, and there's no run. That's a relief now, because if I ever do get wrong, will I be able to add up how many miles I've got to go? Because for calculator, I found that the other day, but I'll know where I'm lost. That's
You
good.
know where you're lost.
Exactly. Well, I won't know where I am, but
It's like a-
sort of,
yeah.
I know if I need to head north or south.
I was going to say, it sounds a bit like a contradiction there.
Yeah, it says, this is a short ball and is flayed off the front foot by Jamie Overton for 4. One bounce down towards a wideish long on. So Jamie Overton's just sort of used his height and strength there and just flayed that one with the bottom hand. Away for 4, he's on to 63, 4-11 for 5.
Lovely follow-up from David to his email about starting his
Oh,
cricketing
yeah.
career at
Oh.
36. He says, thanks chaps, just to add Remy starting at 36. Well, the lovely thing is my daughter is also starting at the age of 6.
Oh, that's amazing.
There we go.
As punched off the back foot this time by Jamie Overton, down the ground towards long off, and they'll take a single. One more to the total.
And he concludes, it seems hard to get beginners coaching in your 30s, but at least my daughter can teach me.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
So she's starting at 6, you're starting at 36. David, thank you.
Oh,
Fantastic.
do let us know how that goes,
Yeah.
David. Hopefully she'll score lots more runs than you, take lots more wickets and run you out. But we'd like to find out how that goes.
I think we wish them both well, but yes.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes. But well, that's exciting. That'll be a lovely
Stuff.
thing. As Darren Stevens has the left-handed Sam Curran on strike. As over the wicket he comes, Darren Stevens to Curran. That's down the leg side, and gloves on it from Robinson. They'll get through here for a bye. Zach Crawley comes round from slip. And one more to the total, 413 for 5. So it was 332 for 5 when Ben Folkes went. We're still in the 110th over, so 2 balls here. If wicket goes, Kent would pick up a second bowling point, as Darren Stevens is over the wicket to Jamie Overton. Oh, a little inside edge onto that front pad. Half a shout there, strangled appeal from Darren Stevens. But yes, no, good luck with that, Rich, and good luck to your daughter as
Yeah.
well. Debuts at
David,
6
lovely. And 36, yeah.
That's terrific, isn't
Wonderful.
it? Breeze has got up from the southwest, as you can hear from the tent. Over the wicket once again comes Darren Stevens, and that's just turned into the leg side by Jamie Overton. He'll take a single, he'll keep the strike, and 414 for 5. Surrey. So Overton 65 and Sam Curran 36.
Yeah, these marquees sound a bit like a boat at some times, like we're out on a yacht somewhere.
Nice platform
It's the
though,
rattling
as
around.
well.
Yeah,
Get us up on high.
keeps us away from the ants as well, which is good. We were beset by ants a
Oh,
couple of
yes,
seasons
yeah,
ago.
I do remember, yes.
Yeah.
Who's that lovely lady who bought you some repellent?
That was Anna.
Ah,
yeah,
that's right, it was Anna, wasn't it? Yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
right.
Yep.
Very well taken care of when Anna's here.
Mm.
I mean, we are now as well, crikey, I have to say that.
Mm.
But yeah, did have a bit of an ant issue.
for now.
I mean, I think they can climb, to be honest. So
I think they've, well, over the years, I think they have. I don't think it just started that day. I don't think it was like those miraculous wildlife of ones where it first started at the second day of Surrey versus Kent at Beckenham.
I think, to be fair, there have been ants around this place for a while. 4:14 for 5 we are on BBC Radio Kent and BBC London. And clouds blowing across. There's a few more breaks than them now. So we're expecting this afternoon. Temperatures going up, sun out as well. Milnes bowls to Overton. On the, I think a stride down the pitch, just defended that back towards the bowl and it's no run. Across to Jack Leaning. The Kent Red Bull skipper in Sam Benning's absence. Waits for Milnes to look at him. It's taking a while. Milnes is deep in thought as he goes back to his mark. Number 8 on his shirt. Can have the bright white, electric white shirt, so they, but running in now from the town end, bowling to Overton. Again, has defended that back at the bowler on the slight walk. There is no run.
Yeah, Watts was explaining about the sort of number issue and names and cable knits and everything, but
Yeah.
I quite like you know, the sort of modern jumpers. They remind me of, you know, when someone goes and has their teeth done.
Yeah.
Yeah, teeth white.
The whiteness.
Yeah, reminds me a little bit of that,
yeah.
really.
But yeah, they're sleeveless jumpers that they've gone on now. Many of them don't have numbers on the back, so Milnes in his shirt sleeves does on the shirt. This is turned at the onside. Again, Overton looking to get well forward. It's fielded by Compton at mid-wicket. So sort of slip in alongside Ollie Robinson.
I'm off to the old dentist on Monday, I think.
Are you?
Yeah, chip my front tooth. Dog chipped it.
Dog chipped in.
And jumped up to say hello and headbutted me. And lost a bit of my front teeth.
Here's Milnes to Overton. That's cut away towards the offside boundary, of course, and Drummond fields. Goes down on one knee, throws it to Robinson, comes a bit short to take the ball. Does the Kent wicket keeper, standing captain, while Jack Leaning was injured for the first couple of matches. So you've got a fairly sizable hound then.
It's my daughter's dog. No,
Right.
it's lovely dog, but
Yeah.
it's very affectionate.
But obviously tall enough to get up to
Well, it leapt. I was sitting, and it leapt at
like
me.
a furry bullet.
but yes, and as it sort of headbutted me, I thought, well, that feels a bit strange, and a bit of my tooth was, yeah. So I'm gonna go and get that fixed.
So what's the plan? You're gonna have them whitened as well at the same time?
Yeah, I think so.
You might
Just
get
have to, like anyone who has that done, no one will notice.
It's Milnes to Curran. Just gentle pick up through mid-on that one. One bounce to the fielder.
I always
They
think
go
with
for a
that as
single.
well. You just sort of well, I try and look after my teeth, but I
Yeah.
think it'd be fairly obvious to everybody if I did go and have my teeth whitened, because they'd look a lot
Yeah.
whiter.
Well, also you've got quite a deep hand, haven't you, Mark? So it would stand out, I think, a bit more.
Well, yes, I hadn't. Yeah, but what have you done there? Oh, very powerful toothpaste.
Tipex.
Yes.
Here's Milnes to Overton. He's pulled that away, that short ball, out towards a backward square leg.
They've been working out. Get the old toothbrush going
Yeah.
that fast.
Mitch Clayton, formerly of had
Did he have his teeth?
yeah,
done? Oh,
very bright indeed. Those
right.
bright lashes, yeah.
Lovely.
Fine set of teeth,
Well,
but yeah, very bright too.
absolutely. My
Or
granddad.
perhaps it was natural. Who
My
knows?
lovely granddad,
Yeah.
dear old granddad Ron, he had false teeth. He did. He used to leave them by the bed in a. When I was little, he used to take them out when he went to bed and leave them in a cup and then put them in the morning. Can you still get those these days? I don't know. As Darren Stevens comes in from the city end over the to Overton's forward, thickish edge. He's going to run off towards us and towards Matt Cole's effects mic. Jack Leaning. We heard his footsteps there as he gets the ball down in front of us. They'll come back for 2. That'll move Overton on to 69, 419 for 5.
I'll do some scores from around the country. Shall we
Yes.
give that a go? So Northants at Edgbaston 4-4-3 for 4.
Had a good day
Yes,
yesterday.
home side
didn't they?
indeed, yeah.
They lost, I think, big 100 there as Stevens is into Overton, and that front foot just clubs this round towards on. They'll take a single. There'll be one more to Jamie Overton. He's on to 70 now, 420 for 5.
Somerset 386 for 5 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. And then into Division 2, Worcestershire 363 for 9 against Derbyshire at Derby. More in reply to Durham's 311 at Lee Street are 100 for 4, so a bit of trouble there. And Sussex 111 for 3. Nelson at Great Road against Leicestershire, who made 210, so eating up the advantage there. And finally, Notts are 368 for 9 at Lords against Middlesex on day 2 of all these games.
Waiting over his back then is Sam Curran. As Stevens is into him, forward he goes. Sam Curran pushes this one back up the pitch. Stevens does the fielding with his boot. And there's no, I think, 100 for Hasib Hamid yesterday for Nottinghamshire at Lords, which was good to see. Sam Curran waits for Darren Stevens as he strolls back down there to the big sight screen down at the City end. Over the wicket he comes, Darren Stevens, and Sam Curran again, nicely bowled by Darren Stevens. Covers up, pushes this one back down the pitch. And there goes the southwesterly again. Well, you can hear it there, it really is gusting, isn't it? Through the tent, through the back of the tent. The marquee, as it is.
Indeed so.
Yes. Stevens past umpire Bodenham. And Sam Curran again just covers up respectfully. Good over this from D. Stevens. Sam Curran just pushing that one straight back up the pitch once more. Quite a few Surrey supporters down here, obviously, because actually the trip to Beckenham for quite a few of them is probably easier than getting into central London. So I think a lot of them have sat seated in the green seats. The Cricket Society on the balcony is. This side hitting the edge, fly off towards the man who's trying to hunt through wicket. Nicely bowled by Darren Steve, but at the outside edge, and of course Fields that one's run away down the third for the ball. Off the over, Sam Curran moves on to 41. Sorry, 424.5. It was quite a handy trip though for Surrey supporters as well. I've been coming in on the train and saw quite a few of them wandering back last night to Beckenham Junction and saying actually, 10 minutes home from Beckenham Junction.
It's a good idea to have these two sides here for this particular fixture. It's the one
I really like this ground. I think it's a lovely ground. For spectators, it's a really good viewing ground, isn't it? Wherever you sit, you get a pretty good view. Lots of space to go for a wander.
Absolutely, for a lap or two. Oh, about Milnes here, 424 for 5. None for 89 so far. Milnes bowls to Overton. Just drops into the offside. Doesn't want to run there, as you can probably hear. Into the offside. No.
Scared me from here.
It's woken a couple of people up on the boundary. But yeah, just lost the 1 wicket so far this morning, Surrey. So definitely their session at this point. 424 for 5. And these two within 8 of a century partnership as well. Overton on 70. Sam Curran on 41. Bounding in now comes Milnes. Pushed back by Overton. I thought it was going to be uppish for a moment, but he's controlled it well enough up to mid-off, and there is a single run rather. Strides through there to man Jamie Overton. With umpire Bainton. As to which side of the stumps he'll be standing. Indeed, Milnes comes around the wicket.
As he shaped up for that shot, I thought that could be coming towards us. Actually, there, Jamie Overton.
Felt just as he hit the bat, it might get a bit aerial, but he controlled it a bit better than that, didn't he? It is 71. Here's Milnes then. To Curran, the left-hander waits now, drives at him. Right hand goes down from Milnes. They come through for a single. He's taken some sting off its Milnes. At what cost to his right paw, I don't know. He's just ringing that now. Well, the fielder is heartily polishing the ball.
I apologise in advance. I'm going to ask you a question that if somebody asked me, I would think, I haven't checked that.
Are you going to drop me right in it?
Are Ken playing at Tunbridge Wells this year?
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
No.
Anyway, you see, you did know the answer.
I did know the answer, yeah. I'm going to keep telling them they should, because it's not far from my house.
Exactly,
yes, there, but
Commute's
I use that as a proviso. Is Milnes to to Overton, pushed into the offside. I'd have to say, for those wondering what the BBC pays, I don't live in that area of Tunbridge Wells,
No.
so
Up near
I'm
the
not- I'm not-
Pantiles.
not there,
No.
not in that part, no.
It's lovely round there, isn't it? But no, because Ben
Not
Watson and
independently
I,
wealthy.
but Ben Watson and I were describing or reminiscing about, and you were there as well, that T20 game between Surrey and Kent, when obviously no floodlights, and Daniel Drummond with a brilliant 100, but it got very dark towards the end, didn't it?
It's Milnes to slightly short of a length, that one. Whipped away, but on the pull by Overton. Jamie Overton out towards square leg, and they'll come through for a single in the end. But yeah, but it's a lovely place to go. I'm going to go there often. You go out walking and just on the cricket pitch. Always feel slightly wistful when you're out there when there's no cricket being played on it, but it's just not economically viable at the moment.
No. Well, that's fully understandable. The old rhododendrons as well.
Yeah,
nice.
I think early June, is that right?
Is that when they sprout?
So yeah, not far off now. But yeah, it's a lovely ground, that one. It's Milnes around the wicket to Curran in the block hole. It's scooted along the ground, all the way along the ground. Has that hit any bat?
I don't think so. I think it's gone underneath the bat.
Yeah.
It's well bowled by Milnes. Got it right up
But
there in the block hole.
shot, didn't it?
Yep.
After pitching.
Oh, I think that's it, the block hole.
Yeah.
And Sam Curran was sort of rehearsing after that, trying to open up the face of the bat and guided off down towards third man. Umpires Beckenham and Bainton getting together for a little natter about everything out there. I thought it was quite interesting when the ball came back from the car park. I don't know what they were checking for. Could have been petrol, batter from the fish and chip, burger, salad, anything really, couldn't it? As it ended up 8 rows back in the car park. As Darren Stevens from the City end to continue. Jamie Overton is the man on strike. 4:27 for 5 then Surrey, as Stevens over the wicket he comes to Overton, and Overton's forward. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no bowling very well here is Darren Stevens. Is all his experience and skill, because he knows slightly trying to lock the ground, so he's just going wicket to wicket, not giving wicket over. He can't. Overton. Overton's forward again, very well by Darren Stevens. Played respectfully back up the pitch by Jamie Overton. Takes an awful lot of skill to do this, because Jamie Overton, as we've seen, is very capable of taking a good length ball and depositing it a very, very long way, giving it absolutely no width at them whatsoever to go with. As Stevens in once again, and here goes Overton. He's thrown the bottom hand into this one again, hasn't really got hold of it. He'll pick up a couple out there towards deep mid wicket. So 2 more to Jamie Overton. He's on to 74 now, and Surrey move on to 429 for 5. So the partnership's now worth 97, and still got Colin de Grandhomme and Will Jacks and George Clark to come, and Dan Worrell, as Darren Stevens is over the wicket once more to Overton. Overton again very respectfully forward to Darren Stevens. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Enjoying your new glasses, Matt Cole. They're very smart. If dare I say, quite trendy.
Are they?
Yes, they're very
Sorry
good.
about
Those, no, they're excellent. I've got to go, and I'm on the old reading glasses.
Yeah,
now,
these are reading ones,
which
but
are good for reading.
Yeah.
But my long sight's not great either. As in over the wicket comes Darren Stevens, and forward goes Jamie Overton. Plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. I was hoping that, I don't know, whether the dentist might have a special offer on and get my eyes tested at the same time. On 429
pedicure while you're out there. Yeah.
Yep. Is that Crawley? And there at slip. As over the wicket comes Stevens, forward goes Overton, pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run. 429 for 5 at the end of the over. So Surrey in a very good position here. As I say, from a Kent perspective, they They know what's coming. There's still a bit to come. Colin de Grandhome's played a couple of very enjoyable, if short, innings so far for Surrey. Yeah, against Gloucestershire, he was out first ball off a no ball. Third ball, I think it was, he was dropped at slip. Then he smashed a 4, launched a 6, and was out.
A bit of everything.
He had everything.
Crikey.
I think he was 11 for 3 at one point. So, yeah, no, fascinating, really. But yeah, I suppose that's the concern for Kent now as well, is what's still come with a bit of licence.
And yeah, being batted out of a possibility of a positive result obviously is the distinct possibility at this point. Just from a time point of view as well, isn't it? From Surrey batting out what looks like it will certainly be a day and one session. Might be 2 whole days, and at which point that's 2 days in the field again for them.
Well, I think the thing is that Surrey will, with what's to come, will score runs quick if they get in, which also gives you more time in the game, doesn't it? That's the thing.
Milne's looking to slow them down, perhaps with a wicket of Curran there, but he just pushed forward, bounces once up to Ben Curran, who takes it with Milne's flying through on his follow through. It's taken 1 bounce at cover.
Milnes and Stevens' last couple of overs are just quieting this all down from a Kent perspective. But yes, I think that the problem as well is that if Surrey really wanted to put the foot down, they've certainly got the players that could do it.
It's Milnes once again running away from us at this town end. It's a rising delivery, and just sort of patted down high on the bat from Curran as he reacted to that. Couldn't get through the pull. Got a bit too close for him from that, but he's due to deflect that into the offside. Really close to him.
Yeah, he's trying the old uppercut there, I think, but he didn't really get to him.
He adjusted his shot.
I don't know what Jamie Overton's practicing at the moment down there at the non-strike. If he plays that shot, it will be marvellous.
I'm looking forward to it. A bit of a dress rehearsal.
A bit like a reverse hook.
It's Milne's bowls, and that's flashing drive out towards square on the offside. And Quinn fields the ball all the way along the ground. Curran's on to 43, Overton has 74. Just notice this is Harry Podmore in front of us, isn't it? Sub-fielder. Working out who's off at the moment. Process of elimination. Is it Darren Stevens? Yeah, it might be. Stevens off at the moment. Unless that is him actually. No, down at deep third man, is it? I think it might be, yeah. It is indeed. So Milne's bowling to Overton, deflects that, glances it down back sort of square. Linda sidearms the ball in. That is a wicked delivery for Robinson to try and take, because it was really motoring. They didn't run in the end, and almost took Robinson out. A flattish throw in, sidearm, zipping in, bouncing just in front of the wicketkeeper, and did well to get out the way of it in the end.
Did very well there. In the foot marks as well.
Horrible.
Not really what you want as a keeper. Linda did put her hand up apologetically straight away.
Milnes round the wicket to Curran. He's flayed at that one, and that'll be 4 runs. That's an attacking shot. It's almost T20, that, isn't it? He's just stood and delivered there, and has carved that through the offside, through extra cover for 4 runs. And that is the 100 partnership for Surrey. 103, Overton 54, Curran with 47 of them. He's going towards his half century. Overton already has 75 on the board. Surrey motoring along now. 4-3-5-4-5 here at Beckenham.
Well, it's been fun, isn't it? It always is with these two. And that was a murderous shot, really, from Sam Curran. Threw the front leg out of the way and just launched it over extra cover.
As Milnes then will come round the wicket to Curran, who defends that circumspectly back at the bowler. And there is no run. End of the over. Kevin on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. Kevin, good afternoon. Hi all. Would this be the 5th time Kent have conceded 500 in consecutive matches? It would be, Kevin, and that would be a fairly grisly county championship record as well for Kent. I mean, technically it is the 5th time, because they certainly in first-class cricket, because they conceded 500 against Sri Lankans as well at Canterbury. But yes, an unfortunate record for them, certainly. And you were saying, Mark, the hard work that you were talking about, could be another couple of days in the field for them. This is, it'll take its toll on the bowlers.
Certainly will.
Stevens will bowl from the far end. We're just going through the travel updates, if you don't mind. I'll
absolutely
stay on here
the
until
bus
the
service
update
between
comes.
East and West Morley.
Go. Just repeated by Rory Smith there, yeah. You know your bus replacement services around West Kent, Mark. Fantastic work. It's Stevens then bowling to Overton, and that is just a thrash at that one up towards long off. Well, Surrey 4-3-6 for 5 now. Kent have taken just 1 wicket so far this morning. Ben Folkes, the England wicketkeeper, going for 91 early in the day, caught behind off the bowling of Matt Quinn, but otherwise it's been all so far. A partnership between Jamie Overton on 76 and Sam Curran, who is really flying his bat at the ball. 4-7 not out so far. So Surrey holding sway today, definitely their session. An hour and a half of it gone this morning, and Kent could be on the end of conceding 500 in the first innings for the 5th time this season in consecutive innings. That would be a county championship record, a grisly one for Kent. They're hoping to bowl their way back into this match, but at the moment it's Surrey holding sway. 4-3-7 for 5. Commentary continuing from Beckenham via the BBC Sport website and app.
Darren Stevens turning at the top of his mark, coming in over. It's Jamie Overton, and Overton has swung this one. Now he's not got hold of this. This could be out. It'd be a great catch if it is taken. Is it taken? No, it's gone down. I'm not surprised. It was up there a long time. Made a horrible noise of Jamie Overton's bat, and it sort of swirled away in the breeze. We were talking about the strong breeze, and great effort to get there. Down it goes, and Jamie Overton picked up another very long single. He's on to 77, 438 for 5. Partnership is now worth 106 between these two gentlemen.
Field trying to get underneath it, but having to adjust and readjust.
Over the wicket comes Darren Stevens to Sam Curran, who's forward and just pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run, but that wind as well. We were talking about the strength of the breeze, and it was sort of up there and swirling around, but it made a horrible noise off Jamie Overton's bat, straight off the toe end. Not quite sure who it is down there at long off. As in over the wicket once again comes Darren Stevens, and punched away by Sam Curran behind square on the offside. He might take on the arm of Bell Drummond to come back for 2. He will indeed, and that's 50 for Sam Curran. And it's been another lovely innings this from Sam Curran. Moves on to 50, and his scores for you before this innings. Fair to say, Sam 83 score, 73, and now not a. And as well, Sam Curran very attractive things. So Sam Curran 50 and 45. My apologies, 40 for 5 as Stevens is in. Shot one down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over. 450 for 5, and we've got about 20 minutes until luncheon. Overton 77, Sam Curran 50 from 47 deliveries.
Yeah, it's a powerful performance from these two. Taking it away from Kent this morning. And once again, what's Sam Curran averaging then? Oh, sure, that's about 70 and a bit.
Yeah, that's good.
It's not bad, as you say, those three half centuries so far. I'm not sure if this is picking this up live, but yeah, he had nearly 300 runs coming into this match, so it's not bad for number 7.
450s out of 5 innings this season.
So yeah, that must have been before this match. So yeah, had nearly 300 runs coming into this match. So George Linder is going to bowl from the city end, from the the town end for the first time today. Will be adjusted. They've still got Zach Crawley in at slip. Keeper up, of course. Yeah, it's Jordan Cox who was trying to get under that swirling catch in the last over. And frankly, if anyone's going to get underneath those kind of things, it's going to be Jordan Cox, who's a fantastic
brilliant fielder.
Yeah,
he was a horrible one because it just started swirling breeze on him.
See him adjusting, readjusting, trying to get underneath it. I mean, stopping it going for a boundary was quite something. But yeah, tough one. Linda then. Spin work against Jamie Overton. Nothing else has, and he's swept that one away. Will it be 4? No, it's going to be stopped. Before it gets the boundary, and single taken. Throw comes in. Taken high by Ollie Robinson. But he swept Linda for consecutive 4s, didn't he? The first 2 balls of Linda's day today. Ben Compton comes trotting in front of us. But long off for Sam Curran. See how he decides to beat George Linder. With 20 minutes to go until lunch here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC London. No adjustment of the field.
I gave my left field idea about who I think could bat at 3 for England in the opening Test match yesterday.
Is it Sam Curran?
It is.
Here goes Linder then. Just a little dab outside the off stump from Curran. Shows a sign of frustration there. He's on a single down to third. Not good enough for Sam Curran. A bit of tension.
I think
there.
he was just trying, yes, just trying to get it a little bit more to the left of the man there. Jeffrey Dean marching along. He hasn't brought his dog today. So he brings his dog, Mr. Dean. But no, on a
there is a school of thought though, isn't there?
Serious point on that. It's probably too early.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if he's in Nick, you've seen that this morning, and if there was anybody who would enjoy it, it's him, and he could buy some overs. But I think it's a bit early for that. But
Linder will come over the wicket then to the right-hander. Spin the ball away from him to go for the sweep again. Does Overton? There's a man inside the circle, I'd say that. Fields there, it's Harry Podmore, and there's no run. Again, he's got to really wallop that away on the other side. I think you said to me some time ago that Sam Curran was a very, very promising batsman. That might end up being his. He might become a batting or rather a bowling rounder eventually. As again, it's a thrash by Overton. Single taken. So Matt Quinn has almost taken off.
last bit of fielding there. Just lay down, Matt Quinn.
Getting a very long barrier behind that one. Single taken by Overton on the sweep.
I just copied what other people were telling me, Matt Carr, about Sam Curran.
I don't believe that for a second. How close you are to this squad, and I've watched Sam and Tom come through the ranks as well. Fantastic talents, both of this one. Pushed back at Linda this next ball, no run. 4-4-3 for 5. A ball to come.
He's just enjoyable to watch as well, isn't he? It's just exciting.
There's always something happening with him. We will go for one of these from Linda now. So on the back foot. It's all hands, that one, not much movement. So whips it into the onside. There's no run though. It's fielded at mid-wicket, shortish. End of the over, 4-4-3 for 5. Curran 51 not out, Overton 79. Only wicket to fall today. Ben Folkes caught Robinson, bowled Quinn for 91. That at 3-3-2 for 5. These two, by dint of that, have taken this on for 111. Wicket already brewing for Surrey.
Well, 125, 17 till lunch, still with some to come. Grandon, Will, Jordan Clark, Dan Worrell, still batting to come for Surrey. And it's Dan Stevens coming in over the wicket to Jamie Overton. And width from Stevens on that occasion, but Overton's really got to reach to get to that. That's where his long arms come into play. So cleverly bowled again by Darren Stevens. It really is a containing job here from Darren Stevens. He's doing it very well indeed. And 444 for 5. Back onto strike comes Sam Curran. Had a very nice coffee in Beckenham High Street this morning.
Did you?
Watch the world go by.
Oh.
A very nice way to start the day. As over the wicket comes Stevens to Curran, and Curran's nudging this one into the leg sides. Thinking about 2 here is Sam Curran, but the throw whipped in by Quinn. Did well there, got up very quickly. Did Matt Quinn, got the ball in the air. Keeps it down to a single. Sam Curran moves on to 52. Surrey moving on to 445 for 5. Right-handed Overton comes back onto strike on 80. His highest score for Surrey this. Jamie Overton does have first-class hundreds under his belt, but this is first-class score for Surrey. As over the wicket comes Darren Stevens. He's forward Overton, pushing that one down towards backward point, and there is no run.
So excuse my ignorance, I know you have to do that every day we work together, but Hashim Amr on the side,
He is in the side.
Worrell in the side,
Yes.
de Grandhomme in the side.
Yes.
How does that work out with the who is the
Worrell's got a British passport.
Worrell's got the
So he's here for 3 years on a
Gotcha.
British passport. Yep. So your two overseas is Grandhomme and Amler. As here he goes. Jamie Overton's got hold of this one. That's straight down the ground for 6. That's high up into the stand.
I think that's gone over.
Has it gone over the stand? Well, it's gone a long way.
They're looking over
It's
the railings
definitely 6. And that's gone over the stand, and the 450 up for Surrey. So nice symmetry to that, because Sam Curran brought up the 400 with a 6 into the car park, and it looks like Jamie Overton's done the same thing with a 6 into the car park. So it might be a slight delay as the ball comes back now. And yes, fielder is that young Mr. Cox, emerges from the back of the stand, returns the ball, and Jamie Overton has moved on to 86 here. And Surrey are 451 for 5. As Overton waits again, as Stevens into him, and Overton's gone again.
Oh.
That's 6 more. He's just put the bottom hand into this one. That's over the side screen and away for 6 more. And Darren Stevens fit a bit for him here. As I say, he's done a very good containing job, but it's just Jamie Overton. Anything slightly over pitch, he's so strong. He's on to 92 now, is Jamie Overton, and Surrey are 457 for 5.
2 huge blows, you say, by Overton. The first was the bigger of the 2, wasn't it? Clearing the big stand beside the sight screen, but that one giving a wallop as well. It's taken a while to back, and Jordan Cox has spent more time in the car park, I think, than he has on the field for the last couple of overs.
Over the wicket once again, Stevens, and this one's just turned away by Overton into the leg side. He's thinking about 2, or just be a single. It's on to 93 here, is Jamie Overton. So Jamie Overton on 93, and Surrey 458 for 5, and we've got 13 minutes until the lunch break, and Overton and Curran get together for another.
Another punishing session for Kent, and being punished by Surrey today. Robert on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. Great to hear from you, Robert, saying Overton, he says, England batting is a long list. If Robinson out, bowling is fairly short. If Robinson out, bowling is a fairly short list, he says. Lots of talk of Matty Potts, but Jamie Overton must surely join his brother in the squad for the first test. A very useful option at 8 against New Zealand, question mark, says Robert. That's Linda bowls over the wicket. Sweep by Overton, who's got strike. The man at fine leg picks it up. It's about halfway to the boundary. Make a Robert's point there.
No, it's a fair point. I think he's bowled well this season. I think that's the key thing. I think he's bowling well at the moment, Jamie Overton. But he can bat, as we've seen this morning.
His brother's bowled well as well this season, hasn't he? So goes for a sweep very close to stumps there.
Has he bowled him?
Has he bowled him?
Oh no, it's
There's a half shout, and Overton is
out.
He's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone indeed. Looks like he might have swept it onto his own stumps, or just a tiny inside edge just gone to the stumps. He's gone, but he didn't move. There was barely a shout from the Kent fielders, and he has gone for 93 then. He won't get the century here at Beckenham. 458 for 5. But rightful applause. 93 from 91 balls for Jamie Overton. Superb knock. He looks very frustrated with himself. Going for the sweep off Linda. Looks like he's been bowled off an inside edge. 458 for 6.
Yeah, I wondered whether he'd actually hit his own wicket there for a second, where he'd sort of gone for that paddle sweep and had almost hit his own wicket. But what a good innings that's been from Jamie Overton. You can see how disappointed he is. Gone for 93, but he's done his job for the side here, and he loved 100, but he's played really well there. And he makes his way off, and 458 for 6, and out comes Colin de Grandhomme to the middle in his short sleeve sweater.
It's that 3rd Surrey bat in a row to go in the 90s.
Yes, no one's got to 100 as yet. And Pope 96, Folkes 91, and Overton 93.
Yeah, officially bowled by George Linder.
I wonder then if he just dragged it straight back onto his stumps.
I said there was I guess no shout from the wicketkeeper because he's bowled, so you don't need to nasty appeal. But not much jubilation from Kent either.
Well, I wonder as
Weird
well
sort of
from
dismissal.
Overton whether he wondered if it had hit Robson's pads and come back onto the stumps, perhaps. But as it is, bowled, looking to sweep, but a fine innings that from Jamie Overton of 93. And Mr. de Grandhomme, the big man, with Le Grand Man as well, with big hands, is out there in the middle.
Yeah. What is coiffeur like this season?
You see, it's getting back to where it should be, if I can put it that way. I think he
thick and lustrous mane he has.
Yeah, oh yes, because he took the whole lot off, and now it's growing back, which is good to see.
He's managed to get the helmet on over it. So Linder will bowl to him, the New Zealander facing his first delivery. A couple of close fielders in, and he immediately goes for a cover drive. Looked attractive too, but ends up with a fielder at cover, no run. So Linder has 1 for 76 now, his first wicket of this innings. And Kent just second of this morning as well, which has belonged to Surrey. 4, 5, 8 for 6. As Linder takes a moment to settle. He's on the walk. Bowls to him now. It's all quite gentle coming in, Linder, isn't it? And it's defended back at him, it's no run. His right arm does almost nothing, does it?
Yeah, we were saying this yesterday. It's just he keeps it down. Yeah. It's a very sort of, it's almost Johnny Wilkinson-esque at the top.
You're right,
when he used to take his penalties and his conversions.
It all looks very compact. As he bowls once again and is cut by the Grandhomme. No run again, ends up a cover. Nathan Gilchrist fields.
Anybody who watched rugby, you remember Johnny Wilkinson used to cup his hands and keep them in front of him, and it's a little like that at the top of the Linder mark.
There's no whirling of arms as he bowls either. It's sort of gentle action. It's a push up towards long off, single taken by the Grandhomme, gets off the mark. 4, 5, 9 for 6 Surrey. About 7, 8 minutes to go until lunch. I think we started, are we slightly early? Not quite sure.
Well, a couple of times this season that I think we've been a little early. I always worry with that someone's going to be out before it actually gets to 11 o'clock. It must be awful. So if you do go out there a little early, look at the clock, and then it happened to Michael Brown actually, formerly of Surrey's Parish and Hampshires. And he was out, I can't remember who it was against, but he was out actually LBW before the big hand had got to 11. He was actually sort of out before start play. It's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, certainly club class, the game's sort of officially started.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get to sit around.
Oh, never a great afternoon, is it? Watching everybody else get run. Matt Quinn is into the attack, started this morning from the city end. He's going to end the morning from the city end. He's in here to Colin de Grandhomme, who's letting this one go. Outside his off stump. To the gloves it goes of Robinson, moving away to his left-hand side. So definitely the sun is arriving. There's some blue sky back there towards the fair city of London and over the top of the Crystal Palace Indoor Training Centre, which I thought was a gardening centre, but turns out that it's all state-of-the-art for football in there.
Much the same. I thought when they built it was one of those fulfilment centres, you know, because it's some hangs for the online company.
In basketball, I was here. The ground in there, right? It'll have 4 things there, will it? I suppose.
So, yeah. Well, the resources are incredible for Premier League teams, aren't they? And Crystal Palace a fairly modest one by Premier League standards.
But they're pitches there.
And in every
I saw that. They've all come up and they'll get new ground again.
Central just toss built. Nothing there.
So that's training ground. And it's a bit like a dead because they're taking all the pictures up and then all relayed them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Amazing, isn't it?
Don't worry about trying to find a 10 of the ground staff.
And over the wicket once again is Quinn forward. Comes while there is a bit of grip. That's from Green watching. So went around and loves his cricket. And this is turned into the by Colin Grandhomme, half stopped in there at mid wicket, and the couple runs here will so 2 more to the Surrey total, 2 more to de Grandhomme, who's on 3. Famous sort of foot to play cricket during the season, changing their name because of course the scorecards go in the local paper. So you keep an eye out if there's ever a sort of a name that's a bit strange, scoring hundreds left, right and centre. It could well be your local centre forward. As in over the wicket once again comes Quinn. 4 comes to Grandhomme, plays this one out into the the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, and 461 for 6. Sorry.
Saying the Neville brothers were
Very good cricketers, really good cricketers, yeah. Played Lancashire twos.
We're talking Gary and Phil, not,
Yes.
not the singing.
Aaron Neville, he
I
might
suppose,
be,
no,
I don't know.
yeah.
But it's for Phil and Gary that were very good at cricket. I think Phil had to make a choice between Lancashire or Man United,
Yeah.
and went obviously with Man United. But no, very good cricketers those.
So George Linder. Oh, that's gone in the 1993 to Curran. Has thrashed that away. Ben Compton makes a great effort going after it, and that's saves 4 or saves 2 runs. And throw coming back in, coming around the boundary there from long off position, going wide there, but that was motoring from Curran.
It was.
That hard.
Great tied to perfection.
They're over the wicket now, bowling Smart to Curran, just presents the maker's name to him and defends back to the out because he gets steady close up. Yeah, see just how fast they're moving.
Brian.
If only. I can't ride that
think
fast.
I've had to ride blog. Never happened.
Yeah, you'd have to give me an idea of when that was for me, to be honest. Here's Linder. Once more to Curran. Over the wicket, this one. Tries to make himself into the offside. Chopped it in the ground. The lead 463 for 6. 29 hit. This is around his field. Next time to settle. So too. Then left it. Docked. Then straight back the bowler. No.
Well, don't blame him. He's quite quick now because I want to give any air here to Sam Curran.
He'll be down the pitch and smashing it back over his head. Will be the MO there. Oh, that's a lovely deft little touch outside the off stump again. He's run that down through to third man, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2 in the end. 4, 6, 5 for 6.
Gorgeous little shot again, wasn't it? He likes batting here, Sam Curran. He made run here, what, 3 years ago? 2019, he made runs here. So that was the game where Will Jack's got 100. Beckenham, he's not come in yet.
Another good cricketer, Will Jacks, isn't he?
Yeah, very fine cricketer. And I think enjoying this role he's got at the moment of sort of coming in at, well, not in this game, but bowling overs off was and playing his game, really. He'd be a very, very good ripple cricketer. He's still got plenty of time. As Quinn comes over the wicket to Grant. It's the edge taken by Marvin. Rory Burns having a round bounce before lunch.
Loose from the ground home there, perhaps.
Westlife are better together, wouldn't they? Turning once more.
Beards, man buns in
the works.
Yep.
And then over the wicket comes Quinn. Drives, really time this. So against New Zealand out there, Mr. DeGrom. Well, they did man bun. That's a great moment. It's been in his hands. Colin de Grandhomme. Quinn come down this slope here at Beckenham. Over the way comes to de Grandhomme, who drives. Gorgeous shot from Colin de Grandhomme. This might get away to the boundary rope. It's just going up now, but it's away for 4. And just on that, he's a very strong man, but that was all about timing from Colin de Grandhomme. And it's 469 for 6. Fine cricketer. Grandhomme. There's a cricketer here. I did evening with Graham Cooper. It's a huge honour. It really was. And asking lots. I've always to ask him. That's pulled by de Grandhomme, rolls the wrist on it out towards Daniel Barrell. I'm not sure it was would have asked. One more and 470 for 6. But no, what a lovely man as well. And talk fascinating. Oh dear. Just talking about bang. You don't, but you do tend to forget that some of the quick bowlers he was faced, terrifying.
Yeah.
But then, of course, as he said, Terry Alderman, that will know havoc. He went through 300 pads against Alderman. And one bowler for Australia, of course, Terry Alderman. Wonderful bowler. And Compton's just being brought up from long leg. They're getting a leg gully in for Sam Curran. The ball's to go till lunch here. As Quinn comes round the wicket, Sam Curran bounces. He knows it's king, he ducks underneath it. Robinson takes it neat and tidily away to his right hand. He started this morning, of course, at 300 for 4. With 470 Physic they are now.
Got to get that motor, doesn't it?
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I think the way they bat as well, their game plan will be somewhere after tea tonight, I would have thought.
Yeah, it's
Somewhere
152
after
for 2,
tea.
is that right in the
They
session?
could be up around about 600,
Yeah.
650 by then. Give themselves a bit of a go tonight with a couple of days to go in the game, of course. As Quinn round the wicket to Curran. Curran's forward. Plays this one down into the leg side. That is the end of the over, and that should be lunch. And it is lunch, and Surrey go to lunch on this second day at 470 for 6.
Yeah, 152 scored in the session then. Forfeiters here. A mighty total already. 470 for 6, as Mark says. We'll be back with you at 20-2 for session 2, day 2. Surrey holding sway here. The sun's coming out as the play right here at Beckenham with Matt Cole and Mark Church. We'll join you once again at about 30 time. I'll take a few listeners, but then you'll hear from us, as I said, when lunch is done. Batting friendly pitch, but Surrey have certainly done their best this morning. They scored more than 150 in the first session for the loss of just 2 wickets. Folks going for 91 off the bowling of Matt Quinn early on, and then just before lunch, Jamie Overton seemed set for a century, and then looked like he inside the edge the ball from George Linder onto his stumps for 93. Sam Curran, the England man, still at the crease when they come out after lunch at 56 not out, being joined by New Zealand international Colin de Grandhomme, who has 8 so far. Kent really toiling for wickets here, but looks like they're going to give up 500 once again in the earnings for the 5th game running in this county championship so far. Hard yards for Kent in the sunshine at Beckenham. Commentary will resume after lunch via the BBC Sport website and app. Welcome back. After lunch, second session, second day. Kent against Surrey here at Beckenham. Matt Cole and Mark Church with you for BBC Radio Kent and BBC London. Mark's been joined by, we talked about ants actually before we started the day, and just going across your pad there. Quite sure what he's opening there as a newspaper.
It's the newspaper that your chicken burger came in during lunch. I'm just seeing what
yeah, because I put that down, I didn't put it in the bin.
I'm just seeing what the main headline is on the newspaper that's used for the chicken burger.
Meanwhile, sorry by the way, 470 for 6. We've done very well. I think we've started this session with the digression. We've not even gotten to cricket yet, but de Grandhomme has 8. Sam Curran has 56 not out.
Extraordinary newspaper, this one.
And George Linder will continue from the town end. We've had another record set today, apparently.
Yes, thank you to Andrew Sampson.
Three consecutive batsmen out in the 90s.
First time ever in first-class cricket.
Folkes and Overton. It's a curio.
Yes, well, Mr. Andrew Sampson, brilliant as always, picking that stat up.
Quite right too. I mean, I did wonder, didn't I, in the first session?
You did?
I mean, I don't take credit for much because I don't, do that much. It's Linda bowling to, I shouldn't laugh, for the listener's expense, up towards mid-off, and there is a single to Grandhomme. It's on to 9. Sam Curran has 56 not out. Joking apart, Surrey have been superb again today. 152 for 2 in that first session. So they might have lost 2 wickets, but they've been absolutely blazing on what is an increasingly gorgeous day here. There's a breeze, but there's also beautiful sunshine out there as well. Mark Church has unwrapped the wrapping from the chicken burger. And is there a joke in the middle?
No,
there?
don't read it out.
Oh, okay,
please.
thank you very much.
That's what I'm saying. It's
not to be sight read.
It's an old school newspaper, that.
Okie doke. Here's Linder over the wicket to the left-handed Curran onto the back foot, rocks there, and little nudge behind square for no run. But I'll read that when it's not my own.
I would. Yeah, and thank you to Nigel as well for our cakes.
Nigel. Yeah, crikey, yeah. Linder over the wicket to Curran, defends that back up the pitch. Yes, thank you very much, Nigel. It was very generous of you. You brought us cakes today, and I had a good chat with him about Welling as well. Welling United man, new owner there, manager signing on for another season. Linder over the wicket to Curran. Again, it's no more than a nudge square of the wicket. It's fielded by Darren Stevens, a deep square leg he throws in. And they do come through for the second run after tea, 472 for 6.
Yeah, and the thing that Kent have got here is still a lot of batting to come for Surrey.
And you'd expect them to
keep going,
and perhaps start throwing the bat as well to an extent. Round the wicket to Grandhomme's on the back foot there.
Well, I would have thought they'll just go about it the way they did this morning.
Yeah.
That they'll just look to be positive, and if they, without doing anything spectacular, they could find themselves up around 600 about tea time.
Well, absolutely, 150 in the first session, so they can go at that sort of rate, as you say, get themselves 600 at tea time, and then as this one's a push into the offside again, but no great force behind it. Leaning fields in the covers, and there's no run to end the over, 472 for 6, but it's a very good point. They get themselves 130 in this session. They're up at 600 at tea. You can put the opposition in at that point, I suppose.
Yeah,
or maybe even go beyond.
Yeah, I think that's the game plan from Surrey. As I say, if they just go at their normal rate, the way that these two and what's to come still go, they could be up around 600 at tea time. I'll let you look at that joke, but I think that paper's probably from the 1970s that you got your chicken burger in, as it's going to be Quinn from the City End to get us started after lunch, and Sam Curran will be the man on strike. So yes, but thank you to Nigel as well.
Yeah.
We got some sort of raspberry, which is very nice indeed. A couple of chocolate eclairs.
Yeah.
Michael, who's doing a terrific job away. All right, he'll be into those chocolate eclairs if we don't keep an eye on him.
Cream donuts as well.
They're for the tent. They're for everybody, so we can help themselves. Yes,
I know you'll wait until tea, but I might not be able to.
Yes, well, you'll be in there in a moment, I reckon.
Yeah,
Quinn, round the wicket he comes to. Sam Curran bouncer, and Sam Curran ducks underneath this, and that's taken by Robinson away to his left-hand side. Ben Compton is down there to our right at fine leg. You can see the sun glinting off his sunglasses. It's a lovely afternoon now, it really is. And I think it's going to get better and better and warmer, which is very nice for everybody. Sat in the stands, watching away as Curran settles down over his bat once more.
Make sure you get your sun protection on.
Absolutely.
I've already been warned.
No, you have. You have.
Home.
Quite right too. As round the wicket is Quinn, and this is tucked away by Sam Curran off his hip. Down towards Compton. And they'll pick up a single. And that'll move Sam Curran on to 59, I think that is now. And Surrey move on to 473 for 6 to Grandhomme. Comes on to strike on 9. Yes, I've been warming from my feet up, which is excellent. You've got your 50 plus, although we are under a tent.
Yeah, but
so you should be all right, I think.
You get reflections off the rays, don't you, even if it's not direct sun. So,
really?
And I cannot go home burnt again.
No, you
from
did.
Beckenham.
Your good lady did
every
say,
year.
Don't come back
Literally
if you're burnt.
every year.
Yes. Yes. As Quinn is over the wicket here to de Grandhomme, and de Grandhomme driving. And Compton gets round to his right to do the fielding for the right-handed de Grandhomme. He's in there at cover point.
Just
and there's no run.
A light covering.
Yes, a light covering.
Point, just in case.
Don't get that muddled up with your strawberry turnover. That would be a disaster.
Add something to it. A bit of coconut flavouring, maybe.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So you've gone top of the range.
Is that top of the range?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. You can get cheaper ones than that.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Your good lady really has taken the taken the covering you up very seriously there. As in over the wicket comes Quinn, and this is the on drive from de Grandhomme, and eventually stopped up there at mid-on, and there is no run. But a nice breeze going across the ground as well. Southwesterly, as we worked out this morning, the breeze going across the ground here at Beckenham. He's gone nose first. Very sensible from Mr. Cole.
As always, just taking too much.
Sam Curran wants something from the dressing room. He wants to borrow some of your sun cream because he's signalling away in this direction. But I think sort of looked like bat handle was the signal there from Sam Curran. As Quinn comes in towards us once more over the wicket to de Grandhomme, who's driving again, trying to get this past Compton, who dives away to his right at cover point. They'll get a single on this occasion. Compton's lost his sunglasses off the top of his head, and the left-handed Sam Curran comes back onto strike. A few stretching exercises being done by Sam Curran, touching his toes. Yes, it's very interesting. Without doing anything too spectacular, at the rate that Surrey went this morning, by tea time, if they keep wickets in hand, say they'll be up around 600.
That's a good point. It didn't feel like it was a...
Just ticked along, didn't they, this morning? Quinn round the wicket to Sam Curran. He's forward and plays this one back up the pitch, and Quinn does the fielding off his own bowling and then hurls the ball at Robinson for good measure. End of the over. 474 for 6. I've just got a whiff of your sun cream. It's reminding me of schoolboy holidays, the whiff of sun cream.
Yeah. It's probably been our household, to be honest.
Oh, I must say, Mrs. Cole's gone. She's gone for top of the range there, my friend.
Idea. There we go. Is that,
Yeah. Oh,
we won't mention any brand names.
No, don't. But, you know, some of the greats, when they go to well-known pharmacies, that's what they're going along for. I'll tell you who would be using that.
Who's that now?
David Dickinson. That's the sort of standard we're with here.
He wants some sort of colour in there, wouldn't he, as well?
Yes, he's a man I'm turning into, slowly but surely.
Well, no finer role model, I would say. George Linder is going to bowl to Colin de Grandhomme now, and pushes forward, and it's end up at cover once more. Jack leaning fields. He's still got Zach Crawley in as a rather, well, at the moment it feels like a rather hopeful slip, doesn't it? You've not seen anything of the ball today, Zach. But still awaiting that edge. They've got 1 pint, an edge behind of folks from Quinn's bowling. As Linder bowls small to Grandhomme and gently blocks that out into the offside, on the onside rather, and there's no run.
I like that hopeful slip.
It does feel like that, doesn't it? Because it's just not a very edgy sort of pitch. but for the one from Matt Quinn. Not much has beaten the bat today, is it?
No.
Sam Curran's got himself into a bit of a tangle a couple of times just through sheer trying to force the ball away. That one's cut. Takes an awkward bounce before Darren Stevens fields it.
Small child's just broken onto the outfield. Yeah, so be careful.
Pitch invasion.
Yes, indeed.
It's a lifetime ban, isn't it? I think. Michael's just taking a look back.
Be a little
at
careful with the Gronholm on strike.
Those are cream cakes. You're absolutely right, Michael.
Yeah,
So,
you help yourself, Michael.
yeah, so around the wicket, a push again forward by the Gronholm. He looks in no hurry at all. Well, why not? They might as well have established themselves. They've got plenty of time in this game.
I can see Michael all over a strawberry turnover there, or a raspberry eclair.
So, thoughts to conjure with, all of us. Linda bowling. Left arm round the wicket. So it's a very gentle action. A drive from the Gronholm. It's again not hit with any great force. Goes out towards the boundary. Takes a single. Surrey 475 for 6.
Lovely atmosphere around the place now as well, isn't there? The sun's out. Good cricket being played. Good crowd in. Everybody sort of having their lunch.
Yeah, sort of low hubbub of chatter around the place. It's but yeah, plenty in today as well. As Linda over the wicket to the left-handed Curran. Very studious forwards defensive in our direction here in our luxury marquee up at the town end. End of the over, 475 for 6.
Sam Curran wants another bat now, so he's changed it once and he's changing it again now. It's Sam Curran. Maybe this is his #1 bat. They all have different bats, don't they? Some they use in the net, some they use out in the middle. Matt Cole is what I've never seen an iPad used like a mirror, but I have now, as Mr. Cole looks into the reflection of himself in his iPad to put on his sun cream. Very sensible from Matt Cole. Very, very sensible. As Matt Quinn will continue down there at the City of London end, and it'll be Colin de Gronholm on strike. They're bringing the fine leg up to a square leg. They're moving second slip into the gully, so it's a slipper gully, long leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, and they've packed the offside. So he's just going to go outside his off stump here. Is Matt Quinn. Colin de Gronholm might be tempted with trying to run one between that slip and gully. Here he's driving again, but that's straight to the fielder Compton, who's doing the fielding, moving round to his right hand side, and there is no run. This is like watching one of those period dramas where getting ready for dinner with the Queen to my right hand side, getting himself all ready for an evening meal. Is Matt Cole as Quinn comes over the wicket once again to the Gronholm. Shout for LBW, looking to whip it leg side. That's because he's got such a packed offside, so he's making de Gronholm do something different here, and that's nicely bowled, not given, but nicely bowled by Matt Quinn.
And we're blending, and you can catch up with my makeup tutorials on YouTube. And
Good.
TikTok,
well, I
of course,
rather enjoyed that.
There we go.
Good use of your tablet there, if I may be so bold.
Trying to make sure there's not too much excess.
No.
You know.
Very good.
Got to keep up appearances, even in the radio game.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
But take care in this sunshine.
No, absolutely, it's strong
UV
enough.
is very high at this time of year.
It's strong. As in over the wicket is Quinn to a strong man in de Gronholm, who drives this one and finds the gap. And Colin de Gronholm's done very well there in the fact that, as I'm saying, they've packed this offside. They're going to go outside his off stump, and he has just driven that one away. Lovely looking shot from Colin de Gronholm. He moves on to 15, 479 for 6. So you can see the tactic here. Got him working around that front pad the previous delivery. This one probably a bit too much width on it, and now that game plan's changing because off goes Bale Drummond out towards deep backward square from an orthodox square leg. Quinn over the wicket he comes again to de Gronholm, and de Gronholm's just picking this one up and whipping it off his stumps out towards Daniel Bale Drummond out there at deep backward square, and they'll pick up a single, and that'll bring Sam Curran on to strike. and 480 for 6 Surrey.
Mighty total, and as you say, it feels like it's Surrey's game to control from here, isn't it? How quickly they score.
Well,
Almost
I think
when they want to let
naturally they're going to score quickly, aren't they? That without, as I say, doing anything too spectacular. Just the way that this lay. There's still to come, and out there at the middle at the moment as Quinn is round the wicket. Sam Curran, short ball. Curran is pulling down towards Compton, and they pick up another single. One more to Sam Curran. He moves on to 59 for 81 for 6. It's about this time yesterday I got a bit of a frog in my throat and started crying when Darren Stevens came on to bowl.
Oh, you do love Darren Stevens, though.
Yes, and same today. I'm getting quite emotional after lunch due to a frog in my throat. Or possibly it was the watching of you putting on your sun cream, Mr. Cole. Over the wicket once again. It was the thing of beauty is Quinn, and forward comes de Grandhomme, turns this one into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. End of the over. 481 for 6 then Surrey, and if you haven't heard, the first time in first class cricket 3 consecutive batsmen have been out in the 90s. Pope 96, Folkes 91, over to 93.
Yeah, great run scoring from those Surrey trio. Obviously, I'd love to take them on to 3 figures, but the match situation sees Surrey in a position of huge strength here at Beckenham. I mean, the pitches here are known for being fairly friendly to the batsmen. You were mentioning in yesterday's commentary that Sean Dixon's triple century here against Northants a few years ago. Linda bowling, and it's a dab outside the off stump from Curran, and they'll take an easy single through to point there. The fielder has to come round from the third man to field on home faces.
What a lovely afternoon, though.
Isn't it? Yeah.
It really is.
This one's brewing up. The clouds, the thick fluffy clouds have gone. It's all fair weather stuff now, wispy. See the planes flying far in the city end as well. This one's a gentle lever up towards Ben Compton, mid on by Grandhomme for a single. Grandhomme, I should say. 483 for 6. Not sure what flight path they're on, if they're coming in and out of Heathrow maybe further to the west, or the city airport. Made himself room there, did Curran. Shows exasperation that he's not hit that for 4, and Sam Curran just very expressive.
Yeah, this is going to be the one thing now
I'll take it.
for young Sam, is he hasn't got that 100 yet, and he's got 4 50s out of 5 innings this season. What he doesn't want to do is get overexcited or frustrated. He's got plenty of time here.
Grandhomme facing Linda around the wicket. Studiously plays that into the offside with fairly soft hands, and there's no run for that either. The breeze has dropped a bit, but yeah, the sky's quite different now, isn't it? The clouds very, very high and wispy. A few vapour trails as well. And the jet's going.
I might remove my jacket at some point.
To the bowler, no run.
I've bought me extra cardigan.
Yeah.
Just in case.
I've just got a pile of clothes in the corner of the box, because you never know.
You don't know in Beckenham.
Came here in shirt sleeves, and it was very chilly indeed. Linda, last ball of this over towards de Grandhomme, who sees that one away. Defensive. End of the over. Linda trying to keep it as tight as he can for Kent to force some kind of pressure, but it doesn't feel like that way from these Surrey batsmen so far today. Curran has 61. De Grandhomme has 17. 484 for 6.
Yes, I am going to go post-lunch no jacket, but I did put the extra cardi on today. Because it was very chilly yesterday, but with the sun out now, it's warming up in the old tent, which is lovely.
Jacket, very fashionable colour at the moment as well, that sort of sand colour.
Really?
I think.
That's interesting.
So the missus tells me.
Very nice. I think a lot of my shopping for clothes at charity shops these days. No, get a bargain. As round the wicket comes Quinn, forward. goes Sam Curran, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Fashion moves as well, you see. You've got sort of ahead of the game on the retro. That's the thing.
Thank you. My boots were a £5. I quite like those.
Yeah.
And I got a jacket as well for a £5, so £10. Even I know that, and I was quite pleased with my my purchases.
And it's very, very eco-friendly, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and they're already worn in.
Oh, that's true. That's
especially with shoes.
Oh, that's a very good point.
As round the wicket once again comes Quinn, and this one's turned leg side by Sam Curran up there towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I feel like with the skincare advice and your clothing advice now, we could be doing a sort of mid-morning TV programme, let alone doing the cricket.
I think anybody who's ever seen me would not be taking skincare advice from me, would they? Especially with sun. I think that's probably one area you wouldn't take any advice. I always think I look a bit like those sofas that you get in the Boxing Day sales these days. Slightly wrinkly. As in round the wicket comes Quinn. Short ball, that's cut by Curran. That'll be 4. That's what he was looking for. A little bit of width. Those hands through. And a little bit of frustration was taken out on that delivery from Sam Curran. He really did throw everything at that. And that's off to the boundary rope for 4. I think that might be our second boundary after lunch, because there was a lovely drive from Colin de Grandhomme. And Curran on to 65, 488 for 6. This de Grandhomme's final game for Surrey in his 3-match stint, because of course Surrey after this one, no more championship cricket until the start of the T20. They've got a game against the Sri Lankan development 11 that Kent played last week, but and then they've got their week off. As round the wicket comes Quinn, and this is tucked away by Sam Curran into the leg side. We'll think about 2. It will just be a single, will it? Little misfield from Ben Compton, but happy with the single is Sam Curran. And that's one more to him. And I suppose actually that break, it's difficult to know when you know you're in those first rounds of games, you're going to get a break at some point. But actually just before the T20's good, isn't it? Because you can sort of just, we put that first 6 games away. Now we concentrate on because the side will change. And
it's a great time to have
absolutely.
Space to start working on their skills.
Quinn's into de Grandhomme, and that's got through Crawley in the gully, and he'll get a single. One more to the total. Mr. Cole's going to do an update in a moment.
Indeed so. The field changes over. The ball to go of Quinn's over. It's all Surrey's way, unfortunately, for Kent here. Surrey 494.6 at the moment. Sam Curran, the England man, has 66 not out. Colin de Grandhomme, the New Zealand international, with 18. Kent just taking 2 wickets all day today. One for Matt Quinn, who's bowling now. One for George Linder, who's bowling at the other end. But both those batsmen went in the 90s. Folkes and Overton for 91 and 93 respectively. In fact, it's the first time that 3 batsmen consecutively have got out in the 90s in first-class cricket history. That's not a great stat for Kent, really, because those 3 have all piled on the runs for Surrey. In the sunshine at Beckenham today, Kent need wickets, but at the moment, Surrey appear to be toying with them. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. George Linder takes it, or gives his cap rather to umpire Bainton. Of course, there was none of that a couple of years ago, was there? The handing over of caps and jumpers and that sort of thing had to be kept with the...
Well, actually, funny enough, I didn't notice any of that in the first game of the season. Oh. And then suddenly I sort of noticed the umpires were laden down with jumpers and hats again.
They probably haven't missed that, to be honest,
absolutely not.
Sure, it's a bit like being a parent, isn't it? Oh, it was a lovely glance, that one. As fine as you like from de Grandhomme in terms of angle and in terms of contact as well. He's just given that the merest touch on its way down the leg side. And that's gone for 4 runs. Of course, it's turning away from the right-hander, isn't it? So he's just made a little deflection. Beautifully done by de Grandhomme.
Yeah, proper paddle sweep that from Colin de Grandhomme. Got very fine. Whistled off down to the boundary rope for 4.
George Linder just moving round, in fact, at deep fine leg. But Linder won't be hurried either, was he? He's not one of those spin bowlers that gets through his overs rapidly. Takes time to compose himself. So there's more or less a walk in as he bowls and turned into the onside against the spin by Grandhomme, but square. Throw comes in, rather threatening him for a second, the New Zealanders, so got himself low away from that one. There's no run. But yeah, closing in on 500 now, Surrey, and that will give another rather unpleasant set of numbers for Kent as it's cut away. It's back with a point. Statistics was the word I was looking for.
Not an easy word.
I've had 2 goes at it, I think, you know.
Especially after you've put your sun cream on.
That's true. I'm just distracted by the amount of cream cake behind me. I think that's.
Well, get yourself one.
I think I will do.
Good. I think it's putting you off your.
It's just sheer greed.
Flow.
No, I'm just bad at the job. But thank you for trying to cover for me. A half drive by de Grandhomme up towards Ben Compton at mid-on.
I have been so looking forward to today, Mr. Cole, because I knew I was going to see you and be on air with your old boy. So if you bless you
indeed,
if you need to get yourself a cake, get yourself a cake.
Well, there might be room, mightn't there, when the receiver comes on. So it's Linda once more. It's a push up towards a long off from de Grandhomme. He takes a single. He's on to 23. Jordan Coxfields. He's been out there. He's a specialist deep fielder in the in T20, of course, Jordan Cox, and the gun fielders do, don't they? Get
we took that amazing catch last year, didn't we, finals day.
Just still reliving that one. This one's definitely patted back down the wicket by Curran. The last ball from Linda. End of the over, 4.95 for 6. Yeah, we do keep mentioning that Ken won the T20 last because it was a thing of beauty for us.
It was a fantastic,
lovely day, and
fantastic day, and brilliant performance from Kent. Thoroughly deserved to win it.
And D. Stevens in the team as well. Having worked his way back in after 4 years.
Very romantic, wasn't it?
It was a lovely story, wasn't it?
No, it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And
there was a moment, I think it was when it was obvious Kent were going to win, when Somerset were really out of sight of the total. When Darren Stevens, I think it was 2 overs to go, and he just. The occasion, I think, got to him, and he just put his hands on his knees. He was just at his position, I think, at fine leg, and you could see it just sort of sinking in. It was just a lovely, lovely moment for him.
Either that or indigestion. One of the two.
Or sheer exhaustion. Yes. That might have been indigestion. Talking of the cream cakes.
Yes. Well, get yourself a turnover.
I think I'm going to go for the turnover.
Yeah. It's Matt Quinn from the City end.
It's a dirty job. Someone has to do it.
Colin de Grandhomme is the man on strike. So, again, this is just trying to keep Surrey quiet here if they can, Kent. He's going to come round the wicket now and change the angle of attack. Don't forget to offer them round the tent as well, Mr. Cole. As round the wicket comes Quinn, driving his de Grandhomme up towards mid-off. And they will pick up a single. One more to the total. One more to Colin de Grandhomme. 24 to Colin de Grandhomme. 496 for 6. It's like when you go to a posh dinner and the old wine waiter goes round offering out canapes and wine. Mr. Cole's gone straight in there. No mucking around. As turning again is Matt Quinn. Aeroplane high in the sky in the distance. As Quinn comes in over the wicket to Sam Curran. Short one. Curran's playing that down on one knee. Lets it go over his head. Taken by Robinson. So that looks very, very good there, Mr. Cole. I'm gonna hand them around. There you are. You haven't done your. I'm trying so hard here to keep up standards. Matt Cole. There we are. Raspberry turnover, sir. There, it's my great play. Well, not my Nigel. It was Nigel with the old turnovers. As in over the wicket comes Quinn. Forward goes Sam Curran. Plays this one back up the pitch, but everybody in the tent have a turnover or a chocolate eclair, or you can have some of Matt Cole's because it's making its way round the tent at the moment. No, good effort from you there, though. As you see why I said don't get muddled up with your sun cream now. As waiting over his bat is Sam Curran. There's a change in the field as well. Crawley, it's about the first time Zach Crawley's not been at slip. He's gone into short mid-wicket. Lost Matt Cole now because he's had to go and get another napkin due to cream problems. As in round the wicket goes Quinn, and this is runs for Sam Curran, just tucked away off his hip down towards thigh leg, and he'll pick up another single. One more to the total. 497 for 6. It's gone very quiet in the tent all of a sudden. I'm not quite sure why. And Colin de Gronholm is coming back on to strike once more. Twiddles the bat. Does de Gronholm. Crawley's gone back into the gully now. As Quinn waits once more. And now we'll come down that slope round the wicket to de Gronholm. And de Gronholm looks to drive, but Quinn's doing a good job here, just tucking de Gronholm up for room. The old ice cream van will do a good trade this afternoon, I'd have thought, with the sun out now. Should see quite a lot of people with their cornets. You've done very well there, Matt Cole, to keep most of it away from yourself. It's about 3/4 of the way through his turnover now. He's hoping to... How many balls have we got left in this over? 1 ball left in the over, I think, so he's going to have to polish off the rest of that turnover very quickly indeed, as Quinn comes around the wicket to Colin de Gronholm, and looks to drive again and doesn't really time this. As I say, Quinn is doing a very good job here. He's just having to do the dirty stuff at the moment. Is Matt Quinn. Try and keep these runs down, try and keep de Gronholm and Curran quiet. Surrey 497 for 6. Sam Curran 67. De Gronholm is on 24. Linda it will be to continue from this town end of the ground. I might do this over as well, because all that Mr. Cole's doing at the moment is sort of scooping up the cream that's escaped from his turnover, just to finish. You've done very well there, Matt Cole, to get an entire raspberry turnover down you during an over of Matt Quinn. As in over the wicket comes Linda to Sam Curran, and this is punched off the back foot by Sam Curran and won't get a run, just potters out into the offside, and Robinson comes round from behind the stumps to pick up, and Matt Cole is back with us.
350,000 calories in 4.5 minutes as Linda bowls over the wicket to Curran. A flick of the wrists there, and it's backward a square, fielded, and no run for Curran on this occasion. It was very nice indeed.
Excellent. Well done to Nigel. That was very kind of him, wasn't it?
Those cream turnovers, it's hard to eat one of those elegantly.
Yes,
I think it's fair to say. It's just
yes. Well, you did manage it.
It's a battle. I didn't know. On the back foot, punched by Curran up towards long on. I do feel like I need a nap now. That's the only thing.
Well,
the calories kick in.
You're more than welcome, old boy.
I think I might stay standing up.
Doesn't that make you more energetic, though, something like that? Doesn't it give you sort of a bit of a rush?
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe not.
I think just a little bit of carbohydrate sleep. I'm not quite sure. I'm not a doctor. On the back foot, guided out towards Danny Bell Drummond for a single.
Quite interesting that, though, because they always thought, how long does an over go on for? And you could do it in pastries, couldn't you? Because basically Quinn there is an over and 1 ball of Linda for a raspberry turnover.
Quite enough time.
No.
He needs to bowl a little bit. Take a bit more time between innings, doesn't he? I think so.
Or get a smaller turnover
between balls rather. Yeah, quite. Also good. But Linda bowling to Curran on the back foot again, working that into the onside. It'll be 1 more run, and that'll bring up the 500 for Surrey. 500 for 6. What an effort by the visiting side here from 130.5 overs in 541 minutes. 3 batsmen in the 90s as well. Ryan Patel himself 70 odd yesterday, but then Pope with 90-91 from Folkes, 93 for Overton, and Sam Curran 69 not out, aided and abetted by de Gronholm 25 not out, the New Zealand batsman who sees this one into the offside. End of the over. good work from Surrey. 500 for 6, going at a good rate as well.
Well, the impressive thing from Surrey this season are their first innings totals. 428 for 8 declared against Warwickshire, 467 against Hampshire, 308 against Somerset, 603 against Gloucestershire, 401 against Northampton, 500 for 6 at the moment against Kent. So if you're doing that, you're giving yourselves a chance in the game. A couple of times they've been stuck in, and well, they were stuck in at Bristol, and obviously 603 at Bristol, and then stuck in by Northants, 401, stuck in by Hampshire, 467. Now obviously here they've won the toss, so it was their decision to bat. Mr. Cole, that turnover's done such a job, he's now having to take off a jumper as well as generating heat away to our right hand side. Matt Quinn it will be to continue from the city end of the ground. It's warming up in this commentary tent. It really is in so many ways. As round the wicket then comes Quinn to Curran, and Curran's covering up, pushing this one back up the ground, rolls up there towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Nigel's tweeted us, who provided us with the cake.
Oh,
Nigel, thank you so much for
Nigel.
doing that. He said, nice to see Matt Cole not letting a cricket broadcaster interrupt the chance of a cream cake. Well played, sir. Well, there we go.
Yes.
No, Nigel, I'd never willingly let work intervene.
He did it very
from,
well.
From fine cake
Nigel,
stuffs.
it's so kind of you. It really was. Thank you very much indeed. Cole's been through the turnovers. Next up, Chocolate Eclair.
I think that might be my last one today.
You would definitely be asleep, I think, as round the wicket goes Quinn. Short one, and Sam Curran, what a shot that is. Pulling this in front of square, even with 2 in there at short mid-wicket. He split those 2, and that has absolutely whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. Sam Curran moves on to 73, and Surrey 504 for 6. But that was a terrific strike from Sam Curran. As I say, 2 in there at mid-wicket, and he split both of them. He's played that off the front foot, did Sam Curran. That whistles off to the rope for 4. Sam Curran on to 7. These two came together at 458 for 6. So partnership worth 46 between Messrs Curran and de Grandhomme.
Just feels inexorable from Surrey now, doesn't it? Irresistible from them, and as you say, such quality in this side. Batters 7 and 8, more than capable of filling their boots here, and maybe Sam Curran, we were only half joking about it, being the first centurion of this innings, and there's every reason to suggest that that will be the case.
He's lent on his bat at the moment, is Sam Curran, and there's changes in the field. Now have we got someone's phone glinting there in the crowd?
Yeah.
Well, actually we've got a member of the public just shouting from the stand, hoping that nobody's been taken ill in the stand. Perhaps this is what this might be, that they're just trying to get someone into the stand. So I think someone may have been taken ill in the stand, which is just why we've got a pause at the moment. There's some gloves being taken out for the batters there, but I think that might be the reason we have got a pause here and a break in play at the moment, because there was someone that came down from the stand and shouted across to the umpires. But I think the game's going to continue, but I think maybe someone has just been taken ill in that stand away there in the distance. So gloves and drinks out there for the batters at that point, and now game will continue. So yes, I think whatever's happened down there is being taken care of down in the distance at the city end, and I think it is a case of probably getting the medical people down there into the stand, but the game to continue as in round the wicket comes Quinn to Sam Curran, and Curran is forward and plays this one back up the pitch. Oh dear, and Quinn kicked the ball away and almost booted it straight past his own fielder, stood up there at mid-on, so that wasn't quite what Mr. Quinn was looking for. I thought they were going to nick a single there for a second, as Quinn marches back towards the side screens down there in the distance, and then turns once more as Quinn places the ball in his right hand and then round the wicket he'll come to Sam Curran. Short one. Curran ducks underneath it, and that's taken by Robinson. Moving away to his left-hand side. How's your turnover gone down?
It's still there, thank you very much.
Excellent. No, just
that's nice for you to...
Settles during the afternoon. That's the most important thing.
You know, I'm naturally very greedy, and the cakes look so lovely that I got in there straight away. But now I do feel like a nap's in order. That's the only thing. I have to fight that.
You're more than welcome.
I have to fight that urge.
You're more than welcome.
Keep on my toes.
Somebody's just arrived in the car park there in a
Might need more coffee.
Big truck. Well, yes, indeed, there is a pot still there, I think. As Quinn ready once more to come round the wicket to Sam Curran, and Curran tucks this one off his toes very nicely through the leg side. That's running off down to the long on boundary. He'll pick up a couple here. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Sam Curran. He moves on to 75. Partnership's worth 48. Surrey 506 for 6. I'm fascinated by our photographer's stall he's got there as well. That looks like a very professional photography stall.
Collapsible.
Yes, I think
maybe?
it is.
Yeah.
It's very clever, isn't it? So it would look like a circular bit of plastic, but then it sort of extends out into a stall. I'll buy one of them. As round the wicket once again comes Quinn. Forward comes Sam Curran. Plays this one back up the pitch. And there is no run. End of the over, 506 for 6 then Surrey. De Grandhomme has 25, Sam Curran is on 75.
In Surrey colours as well, so the seat of it is a bright blue.
Oh, now that's an idea for those marketing types around the county circuit.
If it's not been done already. And
very nice.
And the base is also a bright blue. So yeah, it sort of extends outwards. Very smart indeed.
Yeah, I like that. And also easy to carry. Because deck chairs at times can be, can be quite hard. And also the other thing is...
losing a finger
and
as well.
Also getting it to look like a deck chair to sit in. I always get puzzled up with those. But if you could just, a bit like a... What are they called? A harmonica? No, those are the ones you put in your mouth.
Accordion.
Yeah.
Concertina.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes.
That's my pleasure. So Ben Compton just jogging over to his position here at long on for Colin de Grandhomme. The slip has been dispensed with for George Linder. Very much on the defensive now, Kent, at 506 for 6 Surrey, with ominously plenty of batting to come as well. Linder over the wicket now. De Grandhomme leaves that one. It's hit his pad, does it? He's just padded up to that. Going down the leg side. Impact outside.
Could be a bit of this now from Linder.
It's a shout from fine leg. That was about it. I think he's just going to try and stifle the runs now. The left arm spinner. Oh, has that gripped outside the off stump of the right-hander. That's left him through to the wicketkeeper. First time we've seen that from the spinner.
Yeah, interesting that.
Yeah, bit of bounce too.
Bit of turn.
Yeah. Oh no, just for once feeling outside the off stump. That's Indivals once again. This one just defended. Off his leg stump.
The other thing is as well, I don't know, not yet they won't, but Crawley and Compton and Leaning will be slightly thinking about batting now as well.
So he's got to be in their mind, isn't it? And they're going to have to bat. Well, for Compton, Wayne Oy bats down the leg side. Oh, what a shot that is from de Grandhomme. It's more or less inside to out, isn't it? He's trying to go down the leg side against pin him on the leg stump as Linder, but he's used his feet there. De Grandhomme gone outside the leg stump and has carted that over long off. That is a lovely shot, and the partnership goes to 52, De Grandhomme to 29.
Good bit of batting that, because you can see what the game plan is. Outside that leg stump, kick the first one away. That one has gone inside out.
So next ball, he's trying to do the same. He'll lift it over the infield, or will he? The fielder's trying to readjust his feet there, and swirling in the wind, I think. Another one there. Got taken well away from the fielder. They come back for 2 in the end. 5-12 for 6.
That really did go in the wind, didn't it? Yep. That's like the...
That's Jordan Cox again, isn't it? Trying to get himself underneath that one, but it's gone a mile away from where he set his feet to and where the shot appeared to be going.
Well, it almost went off on a right angle. It's a bit like a golf where you tee off and you think, that's gone well. And then it just goes off at a right angle in the wind straight into a bush. And it was a bit like that.
Hear the wind buffeting against the effects microphone here, and defended by de Grandhomme, and that'll be the end of the over. Jordan takes his cap from Bainton, and Matt Quinn's doing some sort of calisthenics, doing some sort of a half cartwheel there as well. Just a bit of diving.
They used to be all the rage, didn't they, calisthenics?
Yes.
Yes, but now it's
and
more
yoga
as
well.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry,
Yeah, I
got the wrong word. But they used to be very fashionable.
Yes.
Sort of during the 90s, there used to be sort of celebrity DVDs, didn't there?
Yeah.
Of, you know, I can't think who, but somebody off of EastEnders would be doing their whatever it's called.
Yeah.
But now it seems to be yoga and things,
Yeah.
doesn't it? More than that. I was reading a very interesting article about sort of getting prepared to bat in or play sport in hot conditions, and the old heat yoga, hot yoga. A lot of people use that, I think, to get acclimatised.
Is that right?
Yes, indeed it is. People have gone into saunas in all their gear as well, haven't they, to get ready. And I think Jack Russell used to do that. I think he used to get ready with all his gear on and go in a sauna and get people to throw balls at him, just to get used to being in the heat. So yeah.
Well, hot yoga just sounds a bit clammy to me. You've got heat and you've got lycra. I think it's a bad combination for me. So
I think well, you imagine what it's like if you're in your full cricket gear, helmet, pads, gloves.
It's going to be warm.
Oh dear. Anyway, it's Sam Curran taking his God. The only reason I mentioned that was due to the stretching exercises of Matt Quinn.
Then he did a sort of half dive around. Very encouraging to see him sort of throwing himself around like he was 6 or 7. But
as I say, though, they were fashionable, weren't they, for a while? And
as you say, yoga's very much the thing now.
Very much so. Yep.
A lot of that around.
Davina McCall likes all that stuff, doesn't she?
Well,
she's
local.
She's Tunbridge Wells girl, is she? Yeah. She likes a bit of a DVD showing stretching exercises. As here is Milnes from the City end, coming round the wicket to Sam Curran. So replacing Quinn is Milnes, and the first ball short and wide, cut by Curran. Doesn't really time this, and fielding's done out there at cover, and there is no run.
Richard's having a bit of trouble with the video stream, I think, from the picture shaky, making him feel seasick.
Well,
I think that's
in this wind,
that's just the cream cake.
Yes, there's that, and the strength of the wind,
that, Richard.
As well.
They're doing their best, I think it's fair to say here. It's not ideal conditions.
No, absolutely. And it is a very blowy day today. As in round the wicket then comes Milne. Sam Curran is opening the face, looking to guide this one down towards third man. One straight to leaning. The only fielder in there.
I don't want to go corporate, Richard, but obviously you can listen to the BBC stream via the BBC Sport website and app if the pictures are giving you trouble.
True. Yep, no, absolutely.
We are still there.
And you can hear Cole digesting his raspberry turnover.
Yeah, perhaps stick to the pictures.
well, you never know. Commentator Cam, as in round the wicket comes Milnes, and Sam Curran this time does get it in the gap down to third man. There is Daniel Bell-Drummond to do the fielding, and one more to the total, 513 for 6.
Yeah, we'll worry about that. There's too much commentator Cam. I mean, what happened to Ed Miliband, the old Labour leader, eating a bacon sandwich? Imagine the shot of me eating a cream turnover and suddenly I've lost my job. That's,
no, I don't think. Well, yeah, I think it could go viral.
Well, yes.
In the modern parlance.
Not sure in an entirely complimentary way to me, but
I thought you did very well there.
Well, you're very generous,
It wasn't very easy to eat that during a Matt Quinn over. It's Colin de Grandhomme, the man on strike.
That was the real tester, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mind, if it had been George Linder, that really would have been a struggle.
You would have indigestion if you try to put that away during a Linder over. So it's going to be de Grandhomme back on strike as Milnes comes over the wicket to him, and de Grandhomme just turns this one down towards Daniel Bell-Drummond. There at long leg, de Grandhomme will keep the strike, his highest score this for Surrey. Colin de Grandhomme. Oh, we've still got a couple of balls to go in the over. My apologies. 514 for 6. Sam Curran. Well, everybody's talked about it a number of times with Sam, but still yet to get a first-class 100 is Sam. So
This could be
an
the one.
opportunity here, but he's been in opportunities already this season. All bit of travel news there. It's still bus service East Malling to West Malling.
Yeah.
Replacement bus service. As this one's pushed away by Sam Curran out there towards cover point. He'll get a single. One more to the total. Surrey 515 for 6, and Sam Curran moves on to 77.
I'm just going to check the distance of that. There's a cricket update coming on BBC Radio Kent for their listeners in just a couple of moments' time. Well, the good news, it's an absolutely beautiful day here. Temperature in the low 20s, breeze blowing across the ground. Fantastic sight lines for everybody here at Beckenham. The bad news for Kent fans at Surrey, 515 for 6. It means Kent have an unwelcome cricket record of having conceded 500 in their first 5 games of the season, or rather 5 consecutive games of the season. That is a county championship record. Pretty grisly for Kent. They've taken 2 wickets all day. Folkes for 91, Overton for 93. Sam Curran is out there at the moment, the England man, on 77 not out, aided and abetted by Colin de Grandhomme, the New Zealand international, on 32 not out. It looks like, as I said in the previous update, Surrey toying with Kent here, deciding on how many runs before Kent get back in or get in for the first time in this game. Surrey in charge, 515 for 6 here at Beckenham, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Linda moving Compton in from long off to mid off, trying to tempt Curran to try and hit over the top, and maybe a bit of grip there actually. Quicker delivery outside the off stump and through to the wicket keeper, thumps into the gloves. Just a bit of a surprise because ball has not gone past bat very often today, not in this match as a whole, I'd say, Mark. But 77 Curran, 33 for Grandhomme, or is it 32? You're just going to see the scoreboards on the back foot. Punch, as you can hear, towards Matt Milnes on the offside boundary, and Curran comes through for a single. Yeah, 78.
He's got a couple there, Linda, just to bounce a touch. Bowler quite quick, obviously, but a couple to bounce a touch there on the batsman.
Interesting for the Surrey spinners as well, looking for possible breakthroughs.
Will Jacks is the one they've got in the team, so yeah.
Is it just one? No part-time spinners in there, no. This keeps it a little bit low from Linda, but no threat to Grandhomme, who was trying to attack that one, had to check his shot rather. Straight back at the bowler, 516 for 6. Surrey here. Well, these two international, well, bowlers, I suppose, at the crease at the moment, batting pretty well. This one's just turned around the corner for a single. To remind ourselves, these are numbers 7 and 8 in the batting order.
Yeah, proper all-rounders, these two, aren't they? That's and for coming in at 7 and 8, so not bad really.
I mean, not too bad for an international, for a lot of international sides, let alone a county side. It's such strength. Obviously, Overton did come in ahead of his allotted positions. Was chopped down by de Grandhomme, bit of inside edge on that, down towards fine leg, and there's no run. Although Overton, of course, himself got 93 and there's no slouch of the bat at all. So
yeah, you know, Will Jacks coming in at 9 here. Jordan Clark at 10.
Has he stumped him? Chance and gone, I think, de Grandhomme. Whipped through quickly by Linda, and de Grandhomme falling away, trying to get his bat back in, and Linda, well, he has consecutive wickets anyway. 517 for 7. Smart work from bowler and from wicketkeeper Robinson with the stumping, and Kent have their first wicket of the afternoon session. Curran rather. It is Curran going off, is it?
Yes.
It is, I beg your pardon, I do apologise there. I thought it was de Grandhomme on strike, but of course, left-hander Curran has gone And it won't be a first century for him in first-class cricket. He goes for 78, 5-17 for 7. De Grandhomme is still there on 33. Linder with his second wicket.
Yeah, you can see how disappointed he is, Sam Curran. And it's slowly making his way off. Great bit of work from Robinson. And just overstretched a touch, lost his balance, and bails were off very, very quickly there. But another good innings from Sam Curran. Gone in the 70s though. He'll be so disappointed again there, Sam Curran. He's in wonderful nick at the moment, and that does bring Will Jacks out at number 9 for Surrey. 517 for 7. Nice bit of bowling from Linder again. I think he got it to bounce a touch on Sam Curran. He just overbalanced, and Robinson, wonderful quick hands of Robinson whipping off the bails. So Sam Curran has to go for 78, but another nice innings from him, but still waiting for that first class 100 is Sam Curran. I'm convinced once he gets one, he'll get lots. And it's you know, the interesting thing is a lot of people say, oh, he's you know, it's better than getting naught. He's fourth 50 in 5 innings this season, so I think even though he'll be disappointed, he still looks in prime form at the moment. And Will Jacks will have fond memories of this place, because his maiden first class 100 was here at Beckenham, so he'll have nice memories of Beckenham. So that was the last ball of the over. Milnes it will be from the city end. De Grandhomme is the man on strike on 33. No rush here for Surrey. Only the second afternoon of this, of course, so still plenty of time in the game. Gentleman here is making a break for freedom. His yellow cap. Where's he off to? He's not only broken the barrier, he's gone through the middle of the advertising boards as well.
He's off.
Yes, as in comes Milnes, and that's a good one. That beats De Grandhomme. Just pushing forward. Colin De Grandhomme, good length that from Milnes, and just lets it goes past the outside edge, and then De Grandhomme just practicing letting the ball go. A bit of this yesterday. I don't know what people think the barriers are there for, really.
Not for them, that's for sure.
Well, not for that gentleman. He's in a bad dash down the slope. I thought he was in a rush for something, but he doesn't seem to be. He's just going for a wander around the boundary, as Milnes is over the wicket once more to De Grandhomme, and De Grandhomme's in behind this one, plays it straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. A slip, a gully, there's the backward point, there's the extra cover, there's mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, deep backward square, and the long leg for Colin De Grandhomme. Spinning the bat in his hands once more is De Grandhomme. And once again down there in the distance, coming in over the wicket to De Grandhomme, and forward goes De Grandhomme. Shout for LBW from Milnes, and umpire Beckenham. Oh, he had a movement of his hands there for the old coin or the clicker, and just for a second I thought the finger might be going up, but keeps the hands clasped together.
I'm not sure how much they believed in that appeal.
No, sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. I think that gentleman with it, yes, he is. Yeah. Oh, we should have told him. He's gone to the toilets. Well, there's two behind us here. Yeah. Oh, that's why he's done the entire circuit to the toilets. As in for the wicket comes Milnes. Forward goes De Grandhomme, and the legs, there's no run. The irony of that, of course, is there's two right behind us.
The irony being, had he not broken the rules,
he would have seen he'd have rid himself by now. But there you are, you see. But I suppose over there he can go and get an item as well.
That's true.
Which we're not able to do at this end. And there you go. No wonder. I thought he was moving rather slowly, but sped up there, and as I say, behind us, too marvellous. Plastic Portaloos. There's Milnes is in over the wicket to De Grandhomme, who's driving down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Colin De Grandhomme. And this is going to run away for 4, is it? Yes, it is. Over the boundary rope and away for 4 it goes. Nice straight drive from Colin De Grandhomme. He moves on to 37, 521 for 7.
Very pleasant indeed, that shot, isn't it? lovely to watch.
And again, with the way the field's set up, it's a very good shot to go straight down the ground. But the one place that they haven't got fielders is behind the stumps at the bowler's end, so that was a very nicely played shot from Colin de Grandhomme as he waits over his bat once more. As in over the wicket comes Milnes, driven by de Grandhomme. Pocock and Paul Downton there, nicking chairs to go and have a chat together. Don't let Percy anywhere near that microphone because he'll break into song. End of the over, and 5:22 for 7 Surrey. De Grandhomme on 38, and well, Jacks is yet to face a ball.
And they've very sensibly gone well away from the press tent, well away from the effects microphone. But we have in the past had to protect unnamed members of the Kent staff.
Yes, having a chat by the effects mic.
As they will have a lap, and then a couple of them will just settle in front of the microphone and start talking, at which point I have to fly out.
Yes, absolutely.
And try and protect the innocent.
As they're announcing who they're about to sign. The contract's in the post.
Or, no, I never rated them myself.
Yes,
anyway,
yes,
that
yes,
kind of thing. You never want to hear that, do you?
No.
They wouldn't be saying that about Kent players,
no,
obviously.
no,
Probably about the opposition. But anyway, Linda over the wicket to de Grandhomme, who has gone for a gentle drive up to long off. Jordan Cox fields.
I did have that with the great Pat Pocock and Don Topley once at Guildford. They decided to sit next to the effects mic and discuss cruising around the Mediterranean islands and obviously off to the Caribbean as well, and trying to persuade each other to go on a cruise together. Yes. So I allowed the conversation to take place, Matt Cole. I just thought it would interest the listener, as Will Jack's getting ready for his first delivery.
Yes, Linda bowls, gets a little bit of extra bounce there, but just a bit too bouncy really, and just pushed away by Jacks for his first delivery, and there's no run. My apologies. 5-2-3 for 7. I've got composed myself now. 2 for 104. None for 106. Milnes, on the other end, has been very expensive off his 23. Linda looking for his third wicket of the piece. And a little flick away by Jacks, and that'll be a single. I mean, talked to George Linda for the first during the first game of the season, actually, when he was injured out for a couple of games to start with, or 3 games, like groin injury. But he said one of the things about coming to play in the county championship was the amount of cricket you play. That domestically in South Africa you don't play that much, and was just looking forward to playing plenty. Well, he certainly got to bowl plenty for Kent since he's got out of the injuries and into the team. So single taken by de Grandhomme. He's on 41 for Jacks. So if he was worried about not getting enough overs this summer, he's probably filled his boots in the 4 games he's played so far. And Linda over the wicket now. Oh, it's completely squared Jacks up. He was playing it square on the onside, and that has squirted away. It's a backward point. So good news for Linda. He's just fooling the batsman there. Jacks is now rehearsing a sweep that he might have played for that instead. 5-2-6 for 7. Linda 2 for 107. Grandhomme's 40 from 63. Facing now, and that one he's pushed past a tumbling Daniel Bell-Drummond. Single taken. Jordan Cox fields at long off. End of the over. 5-2-7 for 7. On 41. Jacks has 2 here on BBC London and BBC Radio Get at Beckenham with Matt Cole and Mark Church.
Yeah, and what a lovely afternoon it is. This is what you want to see, isn't it? Sort of through the winter months, you sort of, well, I do, I daydream about days like this. Yeah. Blue sky, sun out, great cricket in front of you. 2 of the greats sat away to our left having a natter about something in Pocock and Downton. Lovely it all is, it really is, as Milnes will continue down there from the city. And this over, Mr. Carr, I do have to be honest, I may have to just nip off and use the nearer of the...
No, of course.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I haven't got far to go. Just down the steps and then into the hedge.
Mind yourself on those slopes. Actually, they are deceptive here.
They
are,
aren't they? I've fallen down a couple of times over the years, I must say. As Milnes
think we all have though.
Yeah, I
Seriously,
think mostly they are
It's
deceptively steep,
They look gentle,
but they're not. As here is Milnes over the wicket to de Grandhomme, who's turning this one down into the leg side.
the sort of thing where you're having a chat with somebody and you turn away and suddenly
they're not there anymore.
The ground's not there.
Yeah.
Because it's not. It's not.
Although we were
precipitously
discussing
hilly here.
but we
it's
were
just
discussing grounds with banks.
right.
And Alice Davison Richardson, which was a very, very good point ADR was making yesterday, is that in the modern grounds, all the big stand, there aren't enough grounds with a bank to sit on. As in over the wicket comes Milnes, driven by Colin de Grandhomme. I should sort of.
There's not enough spare space, I suppose, at many grounds, is it?
I'm talking about grass banks, obviously, everybody.
Yeah. Right.
Not of the mother tree
need a catch
variety.
point
Yes,
or it,
yes. But no, and this is actually where the conversation about Wormsley started. I was telling you that we were discussing Wormsley yesterday, saying that there's some lovely banks to sit on there at Wormsley, and I was saying Whitgift School when Surrey used to play there. Lovely, sit up on the old bank and watch away. As in over the wicket once more comes Milnes. That's short. That's pulled by de Grandhomme out there towards deep backward square. They'll take a single. But here at Beckenham as well, they've got some nice benches up on the banks away to our left-hand side. And that must be a nice place to sit and watch from under the trees.
Yeah, sort of natural amphitheatre with the banks around the ground. It's very pretty.
Beautiful, beautiful afternoon for cricket. I believe that the weather for tomorrow is meant to be okay as well. So
should be good.
We're being blessed by the cricketing gods.
Walked past a fabulous ground the other day, which I hadn't been past before. Withyham, do you know Withyham's ground?
No, I don't know. Over the wicket comes Milnes. Forward goes Will Jackson. Plays this one away into the offside.
It's in the grounds of a very grand house. I don't know. I'm going to have to look this up, which house it is. All the listeners may well know.
Withyham House, is it?
No.
It's Withyham Manor.
But it's one of those where it just feels like it's in the grounds of a grand house, but beautiful little spot.
Where I went.
I'm going to look this up now.
Yeah, there's a couple of sort of stately homes I've been to, and they've got their.
Well, Penshurst is one.
Oh, it's gorgeous, Penshurst. This one's punched back up the pitch by Will Jacks. Penshurst that I attempted to break into a Chris de Burgh concert. At Penshurst Place one evening. Yes.
It's a combination of law breaking and the artist involved just seems somewhat incongruous.
There was a pub nearby.
Oh, right, okay. Well, that starts to explain a lot. Yeah.
And we thought we could jump in there just as he's coming into Lady in Red. Obviously, that would be nice. As in over the wicket once more comes Milnes. Forward goes Jacks. Plays this one out towards mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. And the 528 for 7. And it wasn't. I say we scaled a wall. It wasn't a huge wall, but we did. And when we jumped down, we landed in front of sort of security, unfortunately, who then escorted us out again.
That's a shame.
But I think we got the back end of Lady in Red. I think he sort of got into that at that point.
That's a phrase to conjure with.
Yes, indeed. So
shouldn't go any further than
and but then we were escorted out. But that was Penshurst, I think.
Caught the encore.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, beautiful cricket ground at Penshurst. Absolute picture.
Yeah, Penshurst Place. Do like a bit of Chris de Burgh. Of an afternoon like this as well.
I think that's the combo that you need, is it? Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
What inherited here?
It's been attacked. As here is Linda coming into the grotto. What's happened there?
I thought it was an insect.
Turned,
piece of,
look at this piece of grass. This one's turned into the leg side by the grotto, and he's on to 43. 529 stuff. I lost you there for a second.
I thought it was a Yeah, it is my over. I do apologise.
No, that's fine.
It's not cream cakes, it's flying stuff.
Yes.
529 for 7. But it is a lovely afternoon for all sorts of pursuits. So Linda over the wicket to the Jacks here. He's on 2 so far. Given a bit more air by Linda on this occasion, but again turned into the onside against the spin by Jacks. He'll come back for a good 2 as well, forcing the fielder into a throw. That's right, nothing's falling on me now.
No,
I think we're
you're all right at the moment. You're all right at the moment.
Like a sort of
boy.
dangly spider's leg out the corner of my eye.
Yes.
What's going on there, you see?
Yes. Well, I wonder. Yes, I thought you'd been attacked, but it turned out to just be a piece of grass. But you can get some very dangerous, sharp pieces of grass, of course.
Mortal danger. Defended by Jacks. There's no run. Buckhurst Park Estate. There we are. With
Oh, that does sound nice.
You can see the little pavilion there. Can you see that?
Oh, that is
there?
gorgeous,
and
isn't it?
Estates with all the trees in the background.
Proper old school.
That's not the greatest photos, to be honest. Whoever's taken
it's
those.
lovely, though.
I don't want to criticise. Yeah, lovely, lovely. I mean, if there'd been cricket there, that would have been it. The walk would have been over. My wife would have had to go home on her own. I would have stayed there. But we're just looping up off a. Was it off a top edge there? Not quite sure. Maybe just off the pad.
I think he may have gone sweep, hit the pads of Robinson, and just looped up.
But yeah, no jeopardy there. It's just took an odd trajectory. The ball 5-3-1 for 7. Linda certainly keeping Jacks interested here, isn't he? I think it's I'd say it's massive jeopardy, but the first time it feels like a real contest between bat and ball here.
He's bowled nicely after lunch, hasn't he? He really has.
He's getting something more, George Linder, it appears. On the back foot to Jacks. Oh, that's a good shot. Just worked him away on the offside, off the back foot. Fielded by Jordan Cox. And there's just a single run. So it's only one run, but just like the way he moved his feet there, Will Jacks.
Yeah,
He's problem solving there with Linda, isn't he? 5-3-2 for 7.
One of the
over.
My old man, when he played, I was talking about this the other day. Brookhouse and Highbrook Cricket Club in Sussex.
Right.
And you have to walk through the woods to get to the ground, and then it's in a bowl, and it's beautiful. But saying Mum used to have nightmares when it was her turn to do the teas, because you had to take everything through the woods,
right? Yeah,
by hand. You see, so Mum then what she used to do is take all the ingredients and then make everything in the pavilion.
Yeah,
but it's a lovely ground. That really nice ground.
Highbrook, did you say?
Yeah, Brookhouse and Highbrook, I think it was, in Sussex. As in over the wicket comes Milnes. He's doing his little sort of ziggy-zaggy thing he does on his run. I noticed this a couple of times yesterday. This one's left alone by Will Jacks. It's almost like a little sidestep off to behind the umpire and then sort of dashes out. Doesn't do it every ball, but now and again, it's a little sort of Brian O'Driscoll sidestep from Milnes. As Jack surveys the field, 2 slips in there. I'll leave you at the end of this over, Mr. Cole.
Of course.
Yeah, I've just sort of been
a lot of responsibility
hanging on as here he comes again. Oh, there it goes again. Maybe he does do it every ball. I mean, he just noticed it really. It's forward goes Jackson, playing this one down towards third man. He'll get a couple here. Matt Quinn going back to do the fielding. 2 more to Will Jacks. Daniel Bowdrummond's getting ready to come back on. He's been off for a couple of overs. 5:34 for 7. I think that Will Jacks has come in at 9 many times during his first class career. I doubt Jordan Clark's come in at 10 many times during his first class career.
An email from Graham asking about Surrey spinners.
As in over the wicket once again comes Milnes, and this one punched back up the ground, and there is no run.
He says it worries me that Surrey still have not included a frontline spinner in their 6th championship game.
Well, I think it's been working for them. Verdi was here. So Emil Verdi was here, and they looked at the bit. But I think, you see, the thing is, Will Jacks is... They haven't played on a absolute raging Bunsen yet, because there hasn't been any, obviously. And Will Jacks is better than part-time. So I think at the moment they're just sticking with that. But Moriarty and Verdi will come into play this season as Milnes is in. Looking to drive is Jacks. Doesn't really time this at all, and it rolls up there towards mid-on. And there's no run, and well, I personally haven't seen a pitch yet that's had much turn, and sort of the way that Surrey go about their cricket, it's not going to be a holding job for the spinner, because Surrey are scoring all their runs and then allowing the quicker men to do their job. So I think at the moment it's but Verdi was here. They were thinking about it definitely for this game. Definitely thinking about Verdi, I think. As over the wicket comes Milnes, and driving his Jacks. That's a lovely shot from Will Jacks. Just a little bit of width, and he's thrown his hands through it, and that has whistled off to the the boundary rate for 4. I wouldn't worry too much in the fact that sort of going into this game, Surrey were top of the first division and have played 3-1-3 at home. So I think the spinners will come into play as the season goes on. If Surrey had lost every game and played every game on a raging Bunsen burner and not played spinners, then yes, you might be asking a question or two. But actually, it's worked perfectly. Jack's there, and then Verdi and Moriarty later in the season. As forward goes, Jack's playing this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And I've made it clear, I'd love Moriarty, Verdi every game together, because there's nothing better than watching a left-arm spinner and an off-spinner going in tandem, though together. But it has to be at the right time. And the proof sort of been in the pudding. End of the over, 538 for 7. I'll be back in one moment, Matt Cole, if that's all right.
Well, take a well-earned break.
No. If you hear a bit of crashing,
yeah,
going down the slope's not gone well.
Yes.
And if I'm not back in 5 minutes, it means I've locked myself in. So if someone could come and get me, I'd be very grateful.
We'll keep any more detail purely incidental as Mark takes a short break. It's the BBC Radio Kent and BBC London commentary of this game between Kent and Surrey. 538 for 7 Surrey here as Linder arranges his field. He's a Centurion at the moment, 2 for 112 from his 32 overs and 3 maidens. De Grandhomme has 43 from 68 jacks, 11 from 17, and it's De Grandhomme who faces now. Doesn't time that perfectly, but does enough to just shunt it up to mid-off, and Jack leaning for a single. Come through fairly gently here. Just to remind you, get in contact with us anytime. kentcricket@gmail.com. On the emails at Back and Across for Mark Church, who is back. Having managed the hill is Linder. Turns to the onside again. Fielded by I'm not quite sure who that is, I've got to admit. The left arm throw into the gloves of the wicket-keeper. Come on, Michael, in a minute, he'll know. Ball pushed into the offside. Am I missing something here, Michael? Fred Clarkson on as a substitute right now. I'll explain the left arm throw, indeed. Could have just looked up the squad numbers, but Michael is so much more convenient than doing any work whatsoever. Yes. I thought I'd interrupt him doing his work instead.
It's a good game, that squad number cricket.
5-3-9-7. But Fred Clarkson used much more in the T20 side course as a mainstay of that Spitfire side last season. The left arm seam bowling. Good fielder as well, filling the covers here. 5-3-9 for 7. Jacks has 11, De Grandhomme 44. Well, it's obvious when you think about it, when you just look at the number. It is Fred, of course. So that sweep is missed by Jacks on a grass there, and ends up just harmlessly thumping against the pad. End of the over then. Can't emphasise this enough, what a beautiful day it is here at
gorgeous.
Beckenham. Clouds getting even wispier and even higher. We can see the jets and the vapour trails from them going across the sky at the far end, the city end. And, everybody bathed in sunshine now. It's not fearsomely hot. There's a lovely breeze coming across the ground as well. Just really pleasant out there.
I can tell you it is, because when I nipped out there, it's lovely. Lovely temperature out there as well. And no, Mr. Clarkson had a very good summer last summer.
Yeah.
That's a good game, though. Gary Wilson, formerly of Surrey and Ireland, of course, he was unbelievable at that. You could say to him...
On squad numbers?
Oh, yeah, at any county. And he knew it straight off the bat. Yeah, he was absolutely unbelievable. So you could go Gloucestershire 32, I don't know, this journey, go Michael Klinger. And all right, then Glamorgan 99, Labuschagne.
That's quite something, isn't it?
Very good skill to have.
I mean, get used to some of the opposition that you see quite often. So Will Jacks, number 9, etc. We would know that from him. Ryan Tender-Scarter's 27 is pretty much burnt
in your head.
on
Yes,
the brain
yes,
over
yes,
again,
yes.
and having seen him score runs and take wickets against them. And
Ramprakash 77.
now on the right side.
Ramprakash
have all those,
77. Yeah.
But across counties, that's quite something.
Yeah,
Would that be his mastermind subject?
Yes, yes. As here is Nathan Gilchrist into the attack down there in the distance from the City end, and his first ball is a Yorker that is dug out well by Colin de Gronholm, who of course wears Ramprakash's number, number 77. Yeah. Colin de Gronholm. But yeah, I remember Gary used to be amazing at that. Yes. I suppose if it all goes wrong, he's doing a brilliant job coaching now in Ireland. He could always turn that into a skill. As in over the wicket once again is Gilchrist. This one's down the leg side and doesn't get anything on it. De Gronholm. You and I enjoy that competition, but it's quite a niche TV should add. County cricket squad numbers.
After dinner speaking, perhaps he could just do a little bit of memoirs of his cricketing and coaching career, and then do a
quiz.
Could do a good half hour.
I think people would really enjoy that. Yeah. That's what I would, certainly. As in over the wicket, once again comes Gilchrist, and driving is De Gronholm up there towards mid-on, and there's no one. Anybody listening who sort of an evening, give it a go. Give it a go. You get all your squads and your numbers, and then put someone up there, and then you just say the county and then the number and who's the player. Or you can switch it around, say the player and the county. Yeah. What's the number? Is that what I just said? I didn't really switch that round, did I? As in over the wicket once again is Gilchrist, and De Gronholm drives, and again that goes up to mid-on. You know what I'm trying to say. You do it any way you want to, really.
Yeah. Give the name and then ask the
what the number is, or the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good.
I think one of the first games I did for BBC Radio Camp was a one-day game, and Kevin Howes was there, wonderful man, and he's very dry, Kevin, isn't he? And it's the first time I met him, I wasn't quite sure how to take him.
As in over the wicket once again comes Gilchrist. This one's worked through the leg side by De Gronholm's timed that beautifully as Colin De Gronholm. Nothing more than a roll of the wrists, and it's whistled off to the mid-wicket boundary, and De Gronholm's on to 48, 2 away from what would be a first Surrey 50 for Colin De Gronholm. Of course, he's got many in his career, and 5:43 for 7.
He was checking the sides, and he said, "So who's in this Kent side then?" And I said, I think I started with Darren Stevens, and I said Stevens, number 3, and then he just started quizzing me. So after it, and I said, keys in the side, number.
Comes Gilchrist over the wicket to De Gronholm, who's driving this one up towards mid-on.
Kevin Howes had come from 5 Live, and I thought, I have to give him all the information.
To know what they are. Yes.
Scanning my Martin van Jaarsveld, number.
But you see, Gary Wilson, 4th one. I think Van Jaarsveld was, wasn't he?
Absolutely right.
But Gary, I've impressed myself there. Gary Wilson
update
knew them all.
Yeah, across the board. There's cricket going on too. Update for BBC Radio Kent listeners right now with Erica North on our show this afternoon. Surrey still batting, 5-4-3 for 7 they are. It's an unwelcome record for Kent that they conceded 500 in 5 consecutive innings to start. First innings, I should say, to start their county championship season, which is a county championship grisly record for Kent. Surrey batting on, doing really well here. Kent have taken 1 wicket since lunch. Sam Curran, the England man, going for 78. Still yet to score his first-class century, but a good piece of stumping by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of George Linder, whipping a ball through quickly to beat the batsman. Otherwise, Folkes went for 91, Overton for 93 this morning, but Surrey are just batting on this second day, making Kent toil in the sunshine, looking for wickets, but also tiring as probably they approach their first innings, perhaps late today. Depends what Surrey want to do, really. They're in control here, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Let's take a quick single whipped in there by the fielder, whose cap comes off. And are we? Yes, we are, sorry. Yeah. Yes. Better get a trail for our award-winning breakfast show.
I like that.
I think we mentioned that.
I quite like as well. Yeah, congratulations on that. I like, well, no,
bless you.
Very good. Yeah. And I like the little trail into the cricket update as well. Very nice.
You like the tune?
I do like the tune.
It's quite perky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah. I think
you were more of a sort of garage man.
Linda bowls to De Gronholm. Turned round the corner to fine leg, but no run in there for them. I mean, I suggested drill, but they weren't up for that.
Well,
So
probably not either. I'm not sure that would work with the.
I'm not sure it's really our demographic, is it?
No,
No.
In lie.
Linda to the Grandhomme drives, but actually outside part of the bat, that wasn't it? It's gone out square towards Danny while Drummond feels at point. And there's no run. But yeah, you're talking about the openers and what goes through Ben Compton and Zach Crawley's mind. You know, they're going to be batting. It might be a quick 20 overs. It might be sooner if they get 3 quick wickets. Or Linda, the Grandhomme plays it straight back at the bowl and there's no run.
Well, David Payne made a really good point at Bristol. When they came off after 603, he came up to join us on commentary. So I'll be honest with you, as a bowler, you sit there for the first half an hour and someone's got that many runs.
As Linda bowls to the Grandhomme. Turns around the corner again. Tumbling stop. They'll get a single in the end. Is that Podmore? Oh, there, I think it might be. Might be 2 subs on at the moment. I'm not doing very well with my identification today. Glasses on might be the job later. Single on 5, 4, 6 for 7. Though it is slightly more difficult here at the ground at Beckenham, isn't it? Where you're more or less level with the players. I give myself an excuse there, but it's a long way to the far side of the boundary with this vantage point. Flicked round his front pad by Jacks for a single. And come through for a comfortable one. Sorry, I interrupted your train of thought. I do apologise.
No, David Payne was making very good points. Yes. I'll be honest, you sit there,
as a bowler,
and the Kent bowlers will sit there and think, please don't let the batters nick off early or anything, because then everyone will say, oh, well, perhaps we didn't bowl very well. So David Payne was saying that he was delighted when Harris and whoever, I'm trying to remember, Harris and Dent it was, they put on over 200 for the first wicket in reply.
The bowlers look decent.
Yes, David Payne said it's a bit of a relief, because you do sit there for the first half hour thinking, oh no.
So it's not that you might be in, it's more the fact that your bowling looks a bit ropey.
Yeah, that's what he was worried about.
There's suddenly 27 for 4.
Yeah. Here comes Gilchrist over the wicket then to Jacks, and he's just drifted onto the pads of Will Jacks, who helps this one down towards long leg, and there is Daniel Drummond to do the fielding, and they'll get back for 2 more. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Will Jacks. He moves on to 15 now. Surrey moving on to 549 for 7. And the other thing here is we've still got, after this over, 16 until the tea break. So there's still a lot of cricket to go until tea. As
about an hour.
Gilchrist is in again. This one's worked through mid-wicket by Will Jacks. He'll take a single, and that will bring up the 550 for Surrey. So 550 comes up in the 144th over. So interestingly as well, at tea time, Ken Goodday, another new ball if they wanted to, but we'll wait to see where we are by tea time. 550 for 7. Waiting is Colin de Grandhomme as in over the wicket. Then goes Gilchrist, and de Grandhomme will work this one down through the leg side again, and will pick up a single, and in fact comes back for 2, and that's the first 50 for Colin de Grandhomme for Surrey. So Colin de Grandhomme moves on to 51. It's been a nice innings from de Grandhomme. On to 51 he goes off 80 balls, and 6 boundaries in this 50 as well. And Colin de Grandhomme hasn't had, he's only had 2 innings before this. I think it was 11 on both. As in comes Gilchrist to him, and he's punching off the back foot straight up the ground towards mid-on. And there is no run. Will Jacks just practicing a couple of shots down there at the non-strikers, and as I say, he'll have fond memories of this place. Will Jacks made 120 here against Kent in 2019.
So opening the batting?
That's a really good question. I think it was middle order actually.
Sorry, that's putting you on the spot.
No, over the wicket again. I think it would have been Burns and Stoneman.
Right.
This one's turned leg side, and they'll pick up a single, and that'll be 1 more. No, Burns would have been away playing in the Ashes. So what Jacks are in opening? Very good question from you there, Matt Cole. Have you got?
Yeah, he's opened in first class.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think it'd have been middle order though. actually, rather than an opening.
Oh, I've got T20 matches up here. That's not
Yes.
what I'm looking for, is it?
No.
No.
And Jax is waiting here and turns this one from Gilchrist in front of square. Through mid-wicket it goes. And they'll pick up a couple more here. That'll be 2 more to the total. And 2 more to Will Jax. And 555 for 7. End of the over. De Gronholm 52. Jax has 18. If you're just joining us today, it's been an interesting day in the fact that Ben Folkes went for 91. Jamie Overton went for 93 and Sam Curran went for 78. So there's been runs on the board for Surrey in this game. Now Colin de Grandhomme is 52 not out.
Yeah, batting at 7. There we are, 120. Clark made 88. Scott Borthwick made 95 at number 3. 439 they made there.
Oh, Burns did play in that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must have been Ashley's time a bit later on then. Maybe it was early in the season. But, 120. Mr. Mulder as well, I remember at the end. 60 odd not out for Kent. I think that was his debut.
Ovian Mulder.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. As this one's gently pushed past, Linda gets a hand to it. He's come down heavily on that right knee, just flexing that single. Taken by de Grandhomme's onto 53. Jax is 80. He's back in county cricket, Mulder, isn't he?
Yeah, Derbyshire, one of the two.
It's Derbyshire or Leicestershire? Leicestershire, sorry, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't trying to set you up there. I was trying to remember myself where he'd gone, but
it's fine.
Over the wicket and flicks the wrist round, but he's still been a teenager when he played for Kent. Still very young, isn't he? Ian Mulder, but South African all-rounder. Great memory if you knew that. Props for you talk about Gary Wilson's knowing the squad numbers. You're talking about individual scorecards. Next one's a dot ball. Not judges your man.
That's only because I looked at it before the game.
You should have known. Well, that would make sense. Proper research then. Fair enough. As sort of driven up to mid-off. No run as Jordan Cox fields. Fairly tight this one, Linda. Well, that would make sense. Yeah, 68 not out. Made of
a good game that sort of went into the last session of the last day from memory. And then 2015 I remember here, Surrey won that one. Jason Roy got runs sort of on the last afternoon.
Is that Linda on the back foot there? Jax again making himself room. It's deceived Gilchrist there. It's gone through him a little bit. It's not untidy fielding from Nathan Gilchrist. And 2 taken though by Jax. He moves on to 20.
Darren Stevens has been off for a couple of overs. He's waiting to come back on. Away to our right-hand side. Mr. Sampson's been asked all sorts of stats questions now about this game on Twitter.
And the bowls wrapped on the pad is Jax, but always on the leg stump line. That's end of the over. 5-5-8 for 7. Surrey here at Beckenham on BBC Radio Kent, BBC London with Matt Cole and Mark Church. Welcome wherever you're listening. Do get in touch. KentCricket@gmail.com. Tell us where you're listening. Where you're listening from? Where you're listening to us from? It's a sort of mixture of words which means something. Where are you? That's what we want to know. We demand to know.
Yes.
I think Mark said earlier. We don't ask you, we demand.
No,
Is that right?
absolutely. Well, I didn't want to demand to know where everybody is.
We want to demand to know who you are and where you are.
And what you're doing.
Yes.
Yes. There we are. Don't beat around the bush.
Or, yes. Or at Back and Across for tweets.
Yes,
and at BBC Kent Sport.
Indeed. It's just nice for us to know that somebody's listening, really. As my mum's out, so as Gilchrist will come in from the City end over the wicket to de Grandhomme, and de Grandhomme's picked this up, whips it leg side, one bounce out there towards George Linda, and Linda does the fielding as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. One more to Colin de Grandhomme. He moves on to 54, 559 for 7. Will Jax, he's coming on to strike. A lot of people talking about the highest scores from a side that didn't have a centurion in it. Now, I don't want to go too early on this because these two are both capable of getting hundreds, as is Jordan Clark.
Fair.
As over the wicket is Gilchrist. This is pulled and gone. Caught Will Jax at mid-wicket. Low down off the front foot. Will Jax has pulled that straight to mid-wicket. And Will Jacks will be desperately disappointed with that. He goes for 20. And Surrey are 559 for 8. Didn't really get hold of it. And Gilchrist has the wicket. And Will Jacks goes for 20. A bit of a surprise to everybody, that, I think. And Jordan Cox, I think it was, with the catch. And hurls it up in the air. But I think it was a surprise to everybody. There, it's up on the board. Caught Cox, bowled Gilchrist. And Will Jacks has to make his way slowly back towards the dressing rooms, and Jordan Clark will come out at number 10 for Surrey. So Jordan Clark is going to make his way down the steps and out there into the middle, and Will Jacks makes his way back to the dressing room, gone for 20.
Yeah, he can bass a bit, this boy, we gather. Jordan Clark knows which end is which, but yeah, Jordan Cox taking the catch low down there. Again, almost no fanfare from Kent. You can understand it's been a long time in the field for them. So taken low down, he just sort of opened his arms as if to say, it wasn't exactly, oh, you're not entertained, but more, I've just caught it, everybody. Well, that's a wicket. So
I really like Jordan Cox as a player, but if he's comparing that to Russell Crowe...
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it was quite that. No. I mean, he's taken catches where that would be absolutely fair enough.
Well,
as
he's
you
one
say,
of the best in the business.
In the T20 Blast finals day, he certainly...
I think it was more just a surprise to everybody,
wasn't it?
Really?
It may have been a surprise to Jordan.
Yes.
Also an issue, I suppose, it was low down, and Kent might have been looking at the umpire and making sure that it was a catch. I mean, from here, it didn't look like it. Any suggestion it had grounded at all. I don't think from the batsman either. But there we go, 559 for 8. Kent have made 2 breakthroughs since lunch.
If chariots start coming into Beckenham in a horse, then we know where he's gone with that.
Yeah,
Mr. Cox.
I think it's unlikely.
It is unlikely, but well, you know.
Brad Circus is here at Beckenham.
Well, don't forget we had the old crossbow bowl, didn't we? A couple of years, whenever it was.
Yeah.
So here is Jordan Clark out there in the middle.
More like that.
Thank you very much indeed. 559 for 8. Even I almost ran out of things to talk about for 5 hours. As in over the wicket comes Gilchrist, and this one's tucked away by Jordan Clark off his hip first delivery. And round comes Daniel Bale-Drummond to do the fielding. Leg buys, in fact, off the thigh guard. Leg buys the signal. That'll be one more to the total. 560 for 8 now.
Grant Stewart's come for a visit.
Oh, very good.
Well, I think he's visiting Michael, to be fair.
Rather than you.
Yeah. Well, you can blame him. He's a good judge of character, is all that what shows.
We won't offer. He's an athlete. Probably won't want a raspberry turnover. As over the wicket is Gilchrist to de Grandhomme, who's just opening the face, guiding this one down. This will be a lovely sound on the effects mic. No, it won't, because it's just limped over the boundary rope for 4. But I thought that was heading straight towards Matt Cole's big effects mic. But away for 4 it goes, and 564 for 8. And 58 now to Colin de Grandhomme. I thought that was going to make a spectacular noise.
I know what you mean.
The boundary boards, and they're
absolutely right.
like a big thumping noise, but sort of slightly anticlimactic, really. Is in over the wicket again comes Gilchrist, and this one's driven down the ground by de Grandhomme up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So Colin de Grandhomme, I think, has enjoyed this. I think he's sort of taken his time over things and got himself in, and I think he probably last game just wanted to, he's made a contribution with the ball, probably just wanted to make a contribution with the bat, and that's exactly what he's doing here. As Gilchrist is over the wicket to him, and de Grandhomme just whips this one behind square on the leg side. He'll pick up 1, he'll come back for 2. Lindner with the throw, and that'll be 60 to de Grandhomme. 566 for 8. You wouldn't put it past him. Colin de Grandhomme got previous, of course, against Surrey last season for Hampshire. Big 100. And end of the over, we have got until tea. See, still got 14 overs until tea. 566 for 8, Surrey. And good news as well for you, Matt, guys. Nobody's yet gone into the, what they look like. Let's have a little look at these, because you went...
McClares. I went early for the turnover.
Michael's still not gone in. That's great willpower there. 2 cream and raspberry fingered donuts.
Yeah.
Very nice. And then the 4 chocolate cream eclairs as well. There you are, you see.
I know my limits with these things. So one cream cake for me, I'm done for the day.
Quite a big cake, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'm going to go off on a tangent in a second. You'll be very surprised to hear. So Linda bowls to Clark. I'm building this up now, and it's really not going to be worth it. So yeah, perhaps I'll just leave it. It's
I quite enjoyed the surprise in your voice as you said that as well.
What, that I wasn't going to say it?
No. That's like me going, I'm just going to go off on a tangent.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
As if it's a real surprise to everybody.
The listeners will be shocked. Linda to Clark, turns it into the onside. They go for a quick single. Throw coming in, but wide of the stumps. So I went on one of those, is it falconry days? But days where
you lucky
meet the.
I've always wanted to do that.
I'm glad you said that. I thought you were just going to look at me askance.
No, did you get to wear the glove and everything? Oh, I've always wanted to do that.
Did one down at driven past Linda this up to mid-on. I don't know if I'm going to be advertising by saying this, but Hurstmonceux Castle, which is beautiful anyway. Basically, they flew these birds and owls, a vulture as well. It's an incredible creature. But so the owl went through its paces, and it was fantastic, and it was, you know, sitting on your shoulder and taking little bits of food, etc., etc. And Linda too. There's a point to this, though I've probably forgotten what it is now. Clark, it's a dot ball. I'm joking. So at the end of putting the owl through its paces, he said, "Well, now it's time to reward Bramble, our owl. I'm just going to give her a mouse." And so the mouse, and she gulped down the mouse, and. But no, there's more. Wait, there's more. It's not a great anecdote, but I want to finish
wait for it.
5, 6, 8 for 8. Almost immediately, the owl starts to shut down and go to sleep. So there we go. It's that
amazing.
It's that thing, like after a massive meal, your mouse is big. So
yeah, absolutely.
I'm just saying the cream cake is very similar to me. If I have another one of those, I will just have to go for it.
If you sit on my shoulder, we'll be having words.
Ooh, it gripped, bounced a little bit as well, and deceived Jordan Clark. 1 of 2, as we said, ripped through from Linda.
Very
End of the over. 5, 6, 8 for 8. Again, I have to say, not great jeopardy for Surrey because they already have 568 on the board, but interesting to see from this pitch. There we go. But I would recommend it, Mark, if you ever get an opportunity to do it.
See,
I got it as a birthday experience. And it was,
when I used to give tours of Hever Castle,
right,
I was always, one of my jobs on a Saturday sometimes was to help Henry VIII do jousting things,
right,
and also sort of greet the falconry gentlemen, and I used to watch, and I used to find it amazing how the bird would fly off, and then all of a sudden come swooping in and land on the glove. As in over the wicket comes Gilchrist. This is turned by the Grandhomme into the leg. So no, sorry, that was a great story, but I thought you were going to tell me that the owl obviously had scored 10,000 first-class runs as well, which was a surprise to everybody.
Nothing to do with cricket, which is no surprise to anyone.
No, I'm very jealous of that, Matt Cole.
I would heartily recommend it. So yeah,
I think I will.
Fascinating.
I can't get through the film, Kez. That's the thing. As in over the wicket comes Gilchrist forward. Comes the right-handed. De Grandhomme plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no other. Very sad film.
I watched it once, Mike, and it was brilliant. And it is.
It's a brilliant film, but it's
just too much.
Absolutely.
If you're a bit sensitive and sentimental, which I find as the as the years go on, increasingly so.
I was like that with Bambi.
Oh
dear. As in over the wicket. In over the wicket once again comes Gilchrist. This one's turned leg side again by De Grandhomme. I was in there to mid-wicket, and don't get me started on Watership Down. And I remember when my dad took me to see The Jungle Book, apparently at the end of it I refused to leave the cinema and went up and started beating the screen.
Really?
Saying, Mowgli, Mowgli. Yeah, saying yes. And that was only last week. In over the wicket once again comes Gilchrist, and the shout for LBW as De Grandhomme's looking to work that one into the leg side. And leg by will be the signal from umpire Bodenham.
I was waiting for the payoff.
One more to the total. 569 for 8. But no, I'm very jealous of that, Matt Cole.
It was great, I have to say. All sorts of different birds flying as well through different terrain as well. So flew a couple of hawks through the woods, which is incredible, showing how quickly they adjust to going through trees. Now, you know, it's just really was amazing.
Single here
Single
for,
taken.
for
Sorry,
Jordan Clark.
I'm not trying to make you jealous. I'm
No,
just trying to think. It's just
it's
a really lovely thing to
fascinating.
do.
Yep, absolutely fascinating. And I was used to be so impressed with the skill of the falconrer. And they used to have a little bell as well there. You're talking about Morris dancing this morning.
You have to be
what
careful.
a day this has been. But little bell as well, as in over the wicket comes Gilchrist and driven straight down the ground by de Gronholm. He will get a single. It's good fielding up there at mid-on, and that'll be one more to Colin de Gronholm. He's on to 62 now, and Surrey move on to 571 for 8.
You wouldn't want to get those two attractions too close to each other then, the birds of prey and the Morris dancers there.
Not at all. Not at all, especially around about tea time. God dear. But I used to enjoy that, and Henry VIII used to turn up on a Saturday, and then off he'd go, and he'd watch the jousting, and then there'd be a bit of falconry. Obviously wasn't the real Henry VIII, but it was a gentleman who took his role very seriously, being Henry VIII, especially in certain departments, because when he arrived, he'd arrive at lunchtime, and yes, he'd have a couple of light lemonades just to get into the role, I think. Yeah.
And throwing the chicken legs around the room, is that right? Yeah. This one's blocked forward by de Gronholm, and that'll be a single up to Jack Leaning, who's fielding now at mid-off. Simon Stort, the chief executive captain, he's just doing a kind of panoramic indeed.
Yes,
I can't remember what the word was. View of Beckenham. There with Simon Phillip, the club chairman, and Grant Stewart is injured at the moment, having a chat to them as well. This one gently pushed into the onside, fielded by Phil Drummond. There's no run. 5-7-2 for 8. As Linder continues, long spell from him. He's bowled unchanged since lunch, am I right in saying? So he's into his 37th over of the innings.
He's done a very good job here, really, hasn't he? Just bowling from one end since lunch, kept it. You know, the figures, he's still, he's done all right. 3.4 and over, he's done all right.
In the context of this innings, and at least has kept some sort of leash on Surrey. They could have really broken away. Has that gone through for buys, or is it going to be off the bat? It is off the bat. It's the finest of glances from Clark, who goes on to 10 from 10. Or had they already put it up? Is that 6 from 10? I thought he already had that score on the board. We'll just check in a second. No, it looks like it is. Still just 6, and I got this the wrong way around.
Yeah.
It is 6, yeah, okay. Beg your pardon. I was giving him extra runs there. Last thing the Kent supporters want. That's just trapped a little bit on the back foot. Clark has got a defensive shot in though. Continues, no run. Last ball. Oh crikey! There we go. Emails flooding in. Fantastic news. This one again from Linda. Again blocked out with soft hands from Jordan Clark. Thank you all for your emails. I think it was when we demanded that people told us where they were. So it does sound a little bit aggressive. Oh. Andy saying, I thought, Matt Quinn was getting a little bit wide, and so it was proven. He says it should have been a no ball that Ben Folkes was dismissed off, says Andy. There we go. I'm not sure I've got the strength of signal to download the attachment to that, but there we are. Back foot no ball, he thinks.
As here is Gilchrist coming into Colin de Gronholm. That's down the leg side. De Gronholm gets absolutely nothing on this. It's a while ago now.
Yes, yeah, indeed. Jeff saying, I'm watching with great interest. A long-time Surrey supporter now in my late 70s. Mark might remember me from days gone by. Jeff in Monk's
Ely. No, Monk's Ely.
Sorry, beg your pardon.
Monk's Ely. Yes, I do. Yes, indeed, Jeff. How lovely.
Thanks for getting in touch. KentCricket@gmail.com.
Gilchrist in again. This one tucked into the leg side by de Gronholm. Still replacement bus service between East and West Malling, which means it must be cricket update time.
It is. As if by magic, an update appears on BBC Radio Kent, on Erica North's show. Well, it's 5-7-7-4-8 now. Surrey still in massive control of this game against Kent at Beckenham. On day 2, we've seen Folkes go for 91, Overton for 93. Colin de Grandhomme is out there right at the moment for 64 not out. He's got Jordan Clark, who got a century a couple of games back, on 6. We've lost Sam Curran as well, or Kent have got him out. George Linder taking that wicket. Gilchrist has chipped in with 1 as well. But Kent, very much, it's a rearguard action for them here, just trying to slow Surrey down in this game. They conceded 500 for the 5th game running in the first innings, Kent, which is a county championship record. Not a good one for them, obviously, but doing their best here. On what looks like a flat pitch, a batting-friendly pitch here at Beckenham, but Kent will have to bat very, very well in reply when Surrey eventually end their innings. At the moment, though, the visitors 5-7-7-8 here at Beckenham, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Turns again, does Gilchrist, and gets ready to come in over the wicket to Jordan Clark, who's punching this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So yeah, Jeff, lovely to hear from Jeff in Monks Ela again. It's been a while, so lovely. I hope all's well, Jeff.
Steve's been in touch as well with some stats.
All lovely.
Thank you very much. Kind comments as well.
Gentleman
yeah, that gentleman does have the 99. He's emphasising that. He goes past the effective line.
So as this one's left alone outside his off stump. Now there's a shout for LBW there because they think it's brushed front pad as it went through to Robinson and not offering a shot there. Jordan Clark, but umpire Boddenham keeps the hands down in front of him. End of the 5-77 for 8.
Yeah, just so to affirm to everybody listening,
yes,
that was 99. It did look very good. The gentleman was very pleased with it.
He was. He's gone a long way for it.
He's got all the way around from the far side of the boundary with it without spinning any. Unlike my F's with the cream turnover. Anyway, Steve, great to hear from you. Steve in Chile today. Well, he may be in Chile the whole time. I think you are, Steve, aren't you? But you know what I mean. He says, as you commented, Kent have now conceded more than 500 runs in 5 games running. Not only that, but teams are reaching 500 with wickets in hand. Steve, you're not shimmering us up here much here. Quick look at the scores this season so far show. It's been pretty tough for our bowlers. Do you think this is because they're finding Division 1 a level a little bit too high and thinking how we did in the first stage of the county championship last year where we didn't win a game, or is there more to come from our bowling unit as Linder bowls to de Grandhomme sees that off defensively? We talked about this quite a lot in the first stage, but Steve may well not have been listening, but it is tough. Division 1 cricket, the sides they play, you look at them, the pitches they played on as well so far this year, there's no doubt about it. We haven't had any of those green seamers, or I've not seen Kent play on one so far, where 200 plays 200 or 250 even plays 200. They have been very flat, it's been very dry because of that as well, and yeah, it has been difficult, Kent's bowling lineup.
Sorry, I just looked to my right. That was not what I was expecting to see. He's come dressed as a penguin.
Yes. Is that a penguin? Is that? I'm wondering if that might be a Bromley Raven, actually.
Oh, sorry, I do apologise.
And that's Charlotte Richardson, our very good friend on BBC Radio.
He's waving at you now.
Yes, indeed.
Well, there, how is such a famous fan, you've got a raven waving at you as well.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
That's the Bromley Ravens.
It is. So
it's lovely.
Charlotte, among her many roles, might be a fine commentator for BBC Radio Kent. Well, when she's got time to work for us, frankly.
Yes.
But she'll be at the FA Trophy final at Wembley on the 22nd of May as well. I know BBC London are covering that with full commentary. Fantastic for the Ravens have got there twice in 3 years from memory. But yes, so the Ravens coming around, glad handing.
Yes, there it is, the Bromley Raven.
Some, their mascot, and that'll be 4 runs. Meanwhile, at the cricket, as I should mention, Jordan Clark, it's a nice shot for 4. Through the offside, cuts that away off Linder, and 4 runs, so 5-82 for 8.
Be hot in there today, won't it? Being the Bromley Raven, that must be warm in the old mascot's outfit today.
I know from people who have worked as mascots, you have to have regular breaks as well. I mean, a serious thing, because especially when it's warm.
I've done a bit of costume work over the years.
This wasn't anything to do with Henry VIII?
No. Kids' party.
Oh, really?
I was one of the very well-known mouse.
Very well-known mouse.
Yeah.
Not Danger. On
no,
the back
I wish it had been.
Yeah.
Yes.
Penfold with you. As end of the over, 5-8-2 for 8. But I know
There's the Bromley Raven behind you.
Indeed, who's going past. And there's Charlotte with the Wembley programme.
Yes, indeed, very exciting. Ooh, we're going to get one here. I remember the days of Kingstonian in the old trophy final. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Charlotte.
Lovely to see you.
Loud, we are proud, we are Bromley, and we're off to Wembley. Excellent.
So we can properly tee this up now. Bromley against Wrexham on the 22nd, absolutely.
Yeah. Good luck.
Some of the first team here as well.
Oh, even better.
There you go.
We should get one on
the cricket fans,
But 22nd of May.
We'll drag them into the commentary box.
I remember Kingstonian. I got to go a couple of times with Kingstonian to the old fantastic day out it is.
The Vars final is great as well. They do them on the same day these days, don't they? Vars in the
the same day, is it?
The trophy bar. Yeah, it's brilliant.
It's a long old day, isn't it?
It's a fantastic day,
It's a
especially
brilliant
for
day.
those clubs. I mean, non-league clubs in both competitions, of course. And
Bromley Football Club merchandise there as well.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, good luck. As in over the wicket comes Darren Stevens back into the attack from the City end, and this one's turned away down towards Daniel Bowdrummond by Colin de Grandhomme. Here we'll move on to 66, and Surrey move on to 583 for 8. So that's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah. So Charlotte there working for Bromley. Also, she's been on Final Score this season as well. Fantastic commentator. Just doesn't have the availability for me. I think why she's not still just working for Radio Kent, I don't know. It seems bizarre, but.
Forward comes Jordan Clark, plays this one from Darren Stevens down into the leg side, and there's no run. Oh, here we
It's
are.
got nothing to do with the fees, I'm sure.
Here we are. Well, here we are. Watch. So obviously, Bromley taking on
Wrexham.
Yeah,
and the film star backed Wrexham.
Oh yes,
Ryan
of
Reynolds
course, Ryan Reynolds,
the multi-millionaire backers. Yeah.
Yes, and then but the Vars final between Littlehampton Town and Newport Pagnell Town.
Right.
Lovely service station. As this one's turned down towards long leg by Jordan Clark. That's at 12:15.
Yeah.
So you get a whole day
of
watching football. Fantastic.
So Tunbridge Wells went there a few years back. It's one of the Vars. It's just a fantastic day. They got beaten, but it was amazing day.
You're getting to play at Wembley as well.
Well, quite.
These
teams at county league level in FA Vars, aren't they? Which just and the trophy is the big one for the non-league teams, isn't it? So up to the National League. So.
Isn't that great? So good luck to Bromley. As in over the wicket comes Darren Stevens. Forward comes de Grandhomme, and the full commentary with BBC Radio Kent.
No, on BBC Radio London.
BBC Radio London.
Yes, indeed.
Oh,
yeah, 4:15.
Probably should have known that.
Sorry,
no, that's fine. So that's on Sunday, the 22nd of May.
Yeah, 4:15 kick-off.
Superb.
Bromley lost the final. I think it was 3 years ago. So yeah, hoping to. But Wrexham are a serious business these days. So.
In over the wicket once again comes Stevens. De Grandhomme playing that one down into the leg side, rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Sun glinting off the back of the de Grandhomme bat. See Matt Walker's down there having a bit of a natter. Is that now that might be some of the Bromley players, I think, sat by that little scoreboard or lying down in the sun by that little scoreboard, chatting with Matt Walker. As over the wicket comes Stevens, and this is turned leg side by de Grandhomme out there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. The over, we have got 8 till tea, and Surrey are 584 for 8.
Sorry, 28 was lost in the final to Brackley, but I give myself an excuse. I think everyone an excuse for the couple of years we've had. I mean, some years have just gone. It's 4 years ago, but there we go. I think it might be Captain Byron Wester there on the floor, big centre half, played a lot of league football, commanding centre half, scored lots of goals as well. But yeah, good for them.
Yeah, well,
anyway.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Just to say, if Surrey now nobody gets 100, their highest before this total was. Oh no, I've got this wrong. Let me go back to that.
George Linder's a bowl.
Everyone's been sending me all these numbers.
Clark is 11, de Grandhomme is 66. 584 for 8, Surrey. Defensive shot.
Right.
There's no run.
Here we are. If it would be a record in cricket,
right,
first class, 581, 1899, Nottinghamshire against Derbyshire with nobody scoring 100.
So this is a record as long as no one gets 100.
Yeah, well, we don't. It'd be nice to see Colin de Grandhomme get his 100, but if
this will be a new record.
Yes,
and it's lasted for over a century.
It has 1899. over 123
Crikey.
years.
All sorts of records. I think Kent fans would probably prefer that one sticking to mind a bit more than the other ones we've had so far today. This one's turned into the onside and there's no run.
What a day. What a day this could turn out to be.
Indeed.
You'll have to tell the Bromley players that.
Well, quite so.
In the tea break. So you came here on the day that. Then have to quickly look it up, obviously, because I can't remember any of that.
Linda to Clark, turns it on the onside this run.
123 years ago that was, 1899.
Yes.
It's quite a while, isn't it?
I was only a boy then, but...
yeah, there's a stat for you. That's come from the Cricket Society as well, who are here today, so they'd know.
Yes, we'd hope so. They don't want to get it wrong. Nor would they, I'm sure. There's this block back to the bowler, and there's no run. Linda's keeping things very tight here. Although he is a centurion in terms of runs given away, 2 for 132. And one more ball to come off his 39th over. After this, bowls and quicker delivery, cut away, single for Clark. He'll take the strike for the next over. He's on 12 not out. De Grandhomme has 66, sorry, 58548 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC London. But thank you for that, Steve. Yeah, I think a bit of both from what you're saying. Are Kent bowlers finding Division 1 difficult? I think that's fair to say. Or is there more to come? I'd probably say that as well. And, of course, Kent fans mostly will know that Matt Henry is going to be with Kent for the second part of the summer, and Henry took 75 wickets for Kent as they were promoted back in 2018. I mean, he might as well be born into Canterbury on a sedan chair on the back of a fine horse. To be honest, Matt Henry, people so much looking forward to him going back. So, but yeah, it's been tough for Kent, and this game none the different. Andrew from Japan on the emails as well as Stevens comes in.
This is driven away by Jordan Clark down through backward point, and they will pick up a couple of runs here. So 2 more to Jordan Clark. He moves on to 14. And Surrey 587 for it. I'm not going to get involved in debates about these totals because some people saying it's one. It's it might be.
Yeah.
Greater minds than us. As in comes Stevens, forward goes Jordan Clark, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Can I take a simple email then from kentcricket@gmail.com? Not simple, straightforward, I should say. Andrew, it's great to hear from you. He says, greetings from a wet and cold Japan. He says, hello, enjoying the commentary and live stream. Beckenham looks a picture, and I feel homesick. He says, horrible, unseasonal weather here in Hamamatsu, Japan. Kudos to the Kent bowlers for sticking to it on yet another flat pitch.
Very good, here we are now. Actually, here we are. Can I just say, here, now, Mr. Sampson's come in.
Now then.
How do I put this? Hopefully no one from the Cricket Society's listening.
Oh, no. Has he trumped them?
Well, because the highest first-class total without a century, 609, Namibia versus Uganda in County Championship.
Okay.
And I was there, and I can't remember any of it, as Darren Stevens is in, and this one's down the leg side. 603. Surrey against Gloucestershire at Bristol in 2005.
Okay.
So it's,
which you would have been there
yes,
for,
yes. So 603. That's that in here in Championship cricket. So
it's a bit reluctant.
It does.
The numbers are going up.
Yes, indeed. So 609.
Any advance?
603. I'm going with Sampson.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's.
In over the wicket comes. Thank you to Nathan for pointing that in Singapore. Is there quick singles taken? Oh, quick single. Colin de Grandhomme is run out. Run it down backward point. Throw in over the top of the stumps. And Colin de Grandhomme is run out for 66. 587 for 9. And Colin de Grandhomme was just a little bit slow taking off there. And Bales whipped off by Robinson. And Colin de Grandhomme's very good innings comes to an end on 66. And Surrey are 587 for 9.
Good piece of work there in the field, and as you say, de Grandhomme just struggling a little bit to get to the non-striker's end, and Clark. Is it Clark run out for 14 there?
No, it's definitely de Grandhomme. Yeah, definitely de Grandhomme marching off So de Grandhomme run out for 66, I think it was. So Colin de Grandhomme goes for 66. And that will bring Dan Worrell out to the middle now. Having seen Dan Worrell bat so far for Surrey, he's going to play his shots without a shadow of a doubt. Dan Worrell. So he's making his way out there to join Jordan Clark. But 587 for 9. And Colin de Grandhomme, very good innings that. So there's a chance here, of course, that if a wicket doesn't fall now and we get to the 32, then tea will be delayed for a bit, won't it? But because they're 9 down now, Surrey. Oh, now Andrew Zaltzman's in touch with me now, and so this is now for Andy Zaltzman. I can't keep up with all of this, everybody. Good afternoon to you, Zaltz. Thank you very much for this. Some amazing stats coming up at Beckenham. Having been putting on my Twitter feed, Surrey into the top 4 scores without a century in first-class history. 609, the record, as we just said from Mr. Sampson. Also, there's never been a first-class innings in which 6 players made 70+. And Colin de Grandhomme's just been run out 66, Zaltz. So there we are. That one's got out the window as well. But well, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Lovely to hear from Andy Zaltzman as well. As over the wicket comes Darren Stevens to Dan Worrell. There we go. Oh. Dan Worrell first ball, thumps him straight down the ground for 4. So as I say, this is the way that Dan Worrell goes about his batting. If it's up there, it's on its way. And that one's down the ground and away for 4. 591 for 9. So, yes. So I think we know it's 609 now. And Surrey were there with 603. With no one getting a century. It's all very exciting, this. 591 for 9. You still with us, Mr. Cole?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
I mean, you need to get this sorted. Obviously, I'm just doing a little bit of Twitter.
Are you?
Yes.
Are you?
Just commending Matt Quinn on his fine work in the field, actually.
Good bit of work there indeed,
Yeah.
Mr. Quinn. But yeah, run out. Colin de Grandhomme for 66, and the captain Jack Leanings bringing himself into the attack now as he'll come over the wicket here to Jordan Clark, and Clark is whipping this one into the leg side. Wants 2 here, Jordan Clark. They're going to come back for the second. 593 for 9. I suppose if you're doing this sort of in the top 5, sort of like the charts, this innings is going up the charts, isn't it, in terms of totals without a centurion.
I'm starting to hum the chart music. Yeah.
In over the wicket comes Leaning, and this one's punched off the back foot by Jordan Clark. He will get a single. 594 for 9. On to strike comes Dan Worrell. So if Leaning tosses this up, I think we know what's going to happen. As Worrell has a survey of the field and settles himself down over his bat. Worrell's forward here, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
I do apologise. This is my over, isn't it? And you're manfully doing it as I.
Actually, you keep typing, old boy. As this one's
not
turned leg side by Worrell, he'll pick up a single. I'm getting messages from Andy Zaltzman, which one has made me laugh quite a lot. As the throw comes in over the top of the stump, saying, "Don't let them declare before 6:10." Run out on the pitch if you have to, because he's so excited about the possibility of the 609 going. As this one's cut by Jordan Clark, that's going to race away down to the boundary rope for 4. 599 for 9. Surrey are 11 runs away from making history. I can't do this. What we're looking at here is the highest score ever in first-class cricket without a centurion.
There we go.
That's what we're looking at. 609 is the record. 609 is the record. As forward goes Jordan Clark, turns this one down into the leg side, and then no run. End of the over. 599 for 9. Sorry.
599 for 9. Graham asking about Chris Jordan. A question for Mr. Church. Will Chris Jordan, with Chris Jordan back at Surrey, will he be available for red ball cricket? It's simply the
just going to be the white ball
it's
stuff,
white ball
I think. It's a while since Chris Jordan's played any red balls, to be honest with you. But no, it's just going to be the T20 stuff. Captaining Surrey in the T20 is Mr. Jordan. So,
what a player.
Good to see him back. Yeah. Good to see him back. So, yes.
That, man.
Thank you to Jeff as well, and Nathan for the, so we know what we're looking at now, and to Mr. Andrew Zaltzman as well, who is so excited here. This is the sort of thing that Mr. Zaltzman lives for. So, yes. 11 runs away they are. 11 runs away from history. Sorry. Matt Cole still typing. It's long
No, sorry.
No, I thought you...
Tweets. Exchanging pleasantries with Harry Portmore.
Oh, lovely. That's very nice.
That's the voice you heard on the microphone.
Yes, lovely. Lovely.
He's a nice chap. Linda's changed ends with leading at this end, padded away by Worrell. Yeah, uncharacteristically, you would say, from Dan Worrell, would you there? Padding the ball away from the spinner rather than trying to launch it over.
And maybe he knows about the record.
The City of London, maybe so. 5.99 for 9. Oh, this could be agony, couldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
If he
Do
holds
it in
out.
singles. This could be done in singles, Matt Cole.
What if he holds out on the boundary? Oh, goodness. Goodness me. So Linda over the wicket now to Worrell. The jeopardy. Flatter delivery. Push back to mid-wicket rather, and there's no run.
Might have to get a message out there to them.
I mean, 600 is something anyway, let alone with the record. So County Championship records is turned on the onside once again.
Well, Surrey hold the record.
It's 603.
603.
Yeah.
2005 at Bristol. Yeah. I was there. Can't remember any of it.
All these down.
But 609 is the record.
As Linda goes a bit more air, padded up by Worrell. And that will run away. No shot played, so they won't run. As Gilchrist throws the ball back in. And ball to go of George Linda's over.
Hopefully BBC News don't come to us.
Crikey. What you mean for
this?
Eyewitness.
For eyewitness account of that moment, if it comes.
He was there. Linda, more air given, and Worrell blocks that out studiously. End of the over. I think the news has got out to the middle. Dan Worrell has gone into defensive mode now.
He has. I think. Yeah, I think he has. I think they want number one. They want to get to 600. I think that's the thing, and it might also be that they sort of said to themselves, "We'll have a session at them."
Yeah, maybe.
It could be that as well. Don't sort of waste these overs.
But also, there's a massive rivalry, isn't there, between Surrey and both Uganda and Namibia.
Yes,
so
indeed. Yes, quite right too.
This goes back.
They don't want to lose that. They don't want to lose that record.
They talk about, Kent against Surrey being the oldest rivalry, but that one.
Leading is into Jordan Clark, who's tucking this one down to fine leg. And that single is the 600 up for Surrey. So 600 for 9. Surrey, a ripple of applause around the ground. The funny thing will be that a lot of people, this has sort of done the rounds around the ground now.
Yeah.
If they get there, I'm sure there'll be a good smattering of applause, and the players won't have a clue what's going on. As forward goes Worrell, plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run.
It's like on those days at the end of the football season where someone scored somewhere and it means something.
Goal difference.
Yeah.
As forward goes Worrell. Oh, single. 601 for 9 now. So they're approaching the 603 back in 2005. Sorry.
You need to get to 610 because beating your own record's only so good, isn't it?
Forward goes Jordan Clark. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. This is the moment where Burns declares.
But even at this point, undisputed masters of the innings with no Centurions.
As this is short and cut by Jordan Clark out towards the sweeper on the cover. That's Daniel Bell-Drummond out there, and that'll be another single. 602 for 9. So one away from the 603 that Surrey made against Worcestershire. Bristol 2005 when England won the Ashes, if you remember that. Oh, there it is. Worrell with a little single down the ground. So they've drawn level now. Scores are level. And Zaltzman's tuned in. So Andy Zaltzman's listening to us as well now because of this drama, this absolute drama here. And it really is. We're on tenterhooks, this. We really are. I don't know whether a message is going to get out to them. No, Matt Cole, you have to do this.
You do. I can't do this justice.
We're not there yet, are we? It's 603. They've equalled.
Well, they need a run to get past them.
600 yes, run to get past that, so to speak. 600. Go on, Matt Cole.
All right then. It's Linda bowls it to Worrell, adds up.
Oh, the pressure.
And it squirts off to Nathan Gilchrist at fine leg. Suddenly, all this concentration and a hush sends over the county ground Beckenham. Here's Linda now over the wicket, left arm spinner, and Worrell has He sort of cocked his leg at that one, hasn't he, more or less, to
Mm.
move it away from the
one way to
stumps.
play the left arm spinner.
He's not. If Linda's not going to make him play, I think it's fair to say Dan Worrell's not bothered either. Over the wicket comes George Linder. More air given to tempt him. Blocks it out.
Get the impression Worrell knows his stats here.
I think he's an absolute stat badger, Dan Worrell. He was looking at this before the game started.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just checking all the records. What could happen against Kent Beckenham? Linder to him.
Oh.
Blocked.
Sure, you know what could... Oh, no, well, they're 9 down, you see. So even if we get to 32 overs left, we'll still keep going.
That's true.
T will be delayed.
Linder to Worrell. He's cut that away. That's going to be 4 runs. And that is a new county record score for sides without a centurion in the lineup. 6:07 for 9. Dan Worrell, lovely shot too.
What a way to
bring it up.
What a way to bring it up as well. Now it gets interesting.
What a way to bring up a record that's almost too complicated to describe in a single sentence. But there we go.
Now, Zaltzman...
I've done my best. Do you want to take over here, Mark? Go on.
Linda's in, and why am I doing it? This one's kicked away by Worrell. Down into the leg side.
Sorry, record on the boil.
Yes, well, that's true. Yeah,
simmering.
Yes, indeed. Now, just to say, everybody, and I'm frantically trying to find Zaltzman's stats again. So the best was 610, wasn't it? We said.
I thought you said 609.
No, 609.
No.
Sorry, 609 is the record. Don't confuse me
610
now.
to do it.
Don't confuse me. 609 is the record.
610 is what you want.
So they need 3.
Yes.
Oh, Linda's in, and Jordan Clark, little leading edge just to add to the drama. That almost went back to leaning. So they need 3 here, Surrey, to make history. As forward goes Jordan Clark, plays this one back up the pitch. Andy Zaltzman's asked me if there's any sign of a declaration to run onto the pitch, which I'm not going to do. 607 for 9.
Is that the captain?
No, he's having an ice cream. In over the wicket comes leaning. He actually is. As this one's punched down the ground by Jordan Clark. It's a single. 608 for 9. 1 away from equalling the record, Surrey. Then they could do it, everybody. They could do it. Worrell is the man on strike as leaning is into him, and Worrell, he's forward, little inside edge. They've almost ended up looking at each other in the middle of the pitch. But Jordan Clark is sent back, and it's a dot ball, and the score remains on 608 for 9. Obviously, the nerves have got to them. You can see that, Clark and Worrell, the nerves have got to them here. As over the wicket once again is leaning. Worrell, short ball punch, it doesn't time it. Leaning will get across to do the fielding. Just a reminder, everybody, this is the highest score without a centurion. 608 for 9. There's a short one which Worrell is cutting out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and that will bring Surrey level with the record of 609 for 9. Record equalling. So another run here, and it will be history. Matt Cole, it will be history.
Remember where you were.
Remember where you were on this afternoon with the sun shining at Beckenham. Can Surrey find the run to make history? Because 609 for 9 equals the record in cricket for a team's total without a centurion. Here is the moment, and it'll be Linder bowling to Worrell. Matt Cole, you should definitely do this,
no.
Boy. No, you should definitely do this.
The pressure.
Well, don't forget this will go around the world.
I don't know what to do.
Good luck.
But Mark, thank you so much. Just dropping me in it there.
Yes, good luck.
So Linder will come round the wicket to Dan Worrell, who's on 12. 1 run for this incredible record. He goes for it. He's swinging a miss. It's his pad. It's outside the leg stump.
He's trying to bring it up in the grandest of manners there, Dan Worrell. Completely missed it though, unfortunately.
Let's do it by 5 or 6.
Someone get a message to him.
So Linder is trying to pin him on here. Again, they're just trying to get them out. Worrell defends that one. Circumspect into the onside. Very gentle. And there is no run as the ball comes round. So Linder composes himself. 609 for 9 Surrey. to Dan Worrell. Worrell hooks on the back foot, soft hands, defends it. There's a gasp from Mark Church to my left.
You can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment.
These spectators, this is what they come to see.
This is what sport's all about.
Yeah, people stream in the ground now just to see this record broken. As Worrell pushes forward. Another dot ball. 2 of this one to go from Linder. He doesn't want to have his name in that record, does he, George Linder? He doesn't want to be on that scorecard. He wants to take this wicket. Round the wicket now, 2. Worrell rolls the wrists, takes a single, and Surrey 6-10 for 9. A record score in first-class cricket for a team with no Centurion on the scorecard. A ripple of applause from those in the know. Everyone else just too stunned to react, I think, Mark. It's such an occasion.
Yes, I think
they cannot believe they were here
they're
on the
lost
day.
for words with this.
6-10 for 9. Drive by very close to a caught and bowled, actually. It would have been a great one by Linder as well. Clark drives it past him. Single taken. 6-11 for 9. And that is a first-class record. Which we're not going to come this way again, I wouldn't have thought. Although you've been this way.
I didn't actually remember. All I want to know is Andy Zaltzman all right? Because he was tuned in there for your brilliant commentary on that.
Well,
Matt Cole.
Do me too much of a favour.
No, you
I hope Andy's enjoyed it.
You brought the tension that was round the ground.
Yeah.
As I say, I think people stunned into silence. 611 for 9. There was a little cheer from somewhere. I think people were aware. But there you go. So 611 for 9. It's the record score without a Centurion. And I think every player's now got to double figures as this one's turned into the leg side. There you are, Zaltzman. So what's the record score for a team where everybody's got to double figures? As well, I suppose without a Centurion, it's this one. As settling himself down is Worrell, as leading is in. And Worrell's turned this one down the ground towards long on and will stroll another single. One more to the total, one more to Dan Worrell. So yes, I think in the world of cricket, there's celebrations going on somewhere as this one's turned again by Jordan Clark in there towards short mid wicket. I'm just hoping that Andy Zaltzman's fine. He says he's emotional though.
That's good to know. The up is going to come. I'm not sure I've got time to explain this record to our BBC Radio Kent listeners on the radio in the allotted time.
History.
I feel like I've just been urged onto it.
Still bus service between East Malling and West Malling.
Just peer pressure, this is, Mark, to be honest. I've been back in school. Cut away. I dare you. No run there. 6-13 for 9 then, Surrey. It's a massive total. Update coming on BBC Radio Kent's radio frequencies. American North show this afternoon. End of the over. Chap leaning. Well, Surrey are 613 for 9 here. They have bossed this day. They bossed yesterday. Kent have been toiling long, hard in the field. And Surrey have just broken an unlikely record. They now hold the first-class record worldwide for the biggest total in an innings without a Centurion on the card. So no one's made a century. They've had 3 players hit 90. We've had Curran go for 78 since lunch, de Grandhomme for 66, and Will Jacks for a comparatively measly 20 as well. Wickets for Linder, Gilchrist, and a fantastic run out by Matt Quinn. Kent are just waiting now for Surrey to end their innings and then to have to bat probably for 2 days themselves just to keep in this game. 6-13 for 9 Surrey here. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Defended there by Dan Worrell, and there is no run. Linder's bowling.
Beautifully done, Matt Cole. Beautifully done there. Had a few tweets saying the commentary was fantastic. Andy Zaltzman Andy Zaltzman saying the players were obviously stunned into silence as this one's cut away by Worrell out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up a single, and that'll be one more to the total. Worrell on to 15, 614.
I'd go for
9.
A sort of otherworldly hush, really.
As Linder's round the wicket again to Jordan Clark. Clark turns this one into the leg side. You know what would ruin this results when if Surrey keep going and one of these two gets 100. One more to the total, 615.
No good.
For 9.
Wouldn't be great for Kent either. It
it wouldn't be great for the game, old boy, to be honest with you.
We have 700 all on the board.
As Linder comes round the wicket once again. Worrell's forward, playing this very sensibly, is Dan Worrell. There we are, 615 for 9. Sorry, so Yeah, there we are. Great excitement around the place.
Well, at tea I'll have to go off and do a vox pop. I expect you will for BBC
I've
London.
got to go and get some fans' thoughts on it.
What was your reaction?
As forward goes Worrell. That one hits the pad, rolls back up the pitch, and there is no run. I'm expecting a call for both of us from some of the big TV stations.
Yeah, I'd
to
imagine.
see if we could go live.
We'll go straight on BBC One.
With our reaction that moment to... I don't remember who got the run now. This is a short one. And Worrell cuts it from Linda out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. And they'll pick up one more.
We'll be crashing into Flog It on BBC Two. They'll say, sorry, we have to interrupt this programme. Is that sort of thing?
Absolutely.
They'll be rushing a camera crew now here from New Broadcast House, I'd imagine, as we speak. So, yeah, it's just been amazing to be part of, Mark. And thank you so much. That was very gracious of you
one of the
to
greatest,
allow me to
one of the greatest days of my life now.
Yeah.
I would say one of the greatest afternoons I've had at Beckenham.
Meanwhile, we are playing extra time in this game in terms of the run-up to tea, because with 9 down, allowed an extra half hour, so the umpires will wait till the tea. Keeps a little bit low, that from leaning. Fields well off his own bowling. No chance of Warren running out to Clark at the far end there, by his ground. Back in there, but yes. We
Well, yes, there we are.
Yeah. Something about.
Well done, everybody.
Much slower delivery from Jack Leaning. Seems like Worrell waited an hour for that one and turned it up towards mid-wicket. And there is a single there for them. Or did they take the run there, actually?
Yes, they did.
They did.
Yep.
Just hasn't gone up, has it? No, 17 to Worrell, 27 now. Clark, who faces the block hole, but driven up to Zach Crawley. Crikey, what was that? 6-1, 6-1. Is that a lorry going past or something? Very noisy. Here's Leaning, defended by Worrell. Shows back to it.
On a serious point, it is actually doing a bit of the rounds on social media now. So that's something.
Leaning to Clark, to Worrell, who cuts it away. No run, no.
Here we go. Matt Colwich, your commentary's doing it. They've clipped it and put it out there.
Have they?
No.
It's no account for taste, I was
Not
going to
yet.
say.
They will do, though. Well, I will this evening.
Bit of a drag from Jack Leaning. It's cut out for a single. Clark has 28. Worrell has 18. Clark has 28. Surrey 6-19 for 9.
Who's going to be?
For once, I didn't believe you.
Who's going to be the clever one at tea time then? Who's going to have already had the T-shirts made?
Oh, good point.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
Who did hit the run that day? Was it Worrell? It was Worrell, was it? Thank
Lovely
you.
shot as well.
Yeah, super.
Didn't need to be.
You might be able to buy a mug by tomorrow, won't you?
You think so?
Yeah,
I was there.
Just a Dan Worrell mug. I remember when I was out at the West Indies, though, when England won for the first time in Barbados for loads of time, and someone had the T-shirts ready to go as the final wicket fell. Made an absolute fortune. I was there. So if anybody's listening and wants to sort of get down here, and the history has been made, unless, of course, one of these two gets 100, as Linda is coming in over the wicket to Worrell. Apologies, round the wicket to Worrell, and he's forward and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But that was unbearable tension there. Unbearable tension. 6-19 for 9. And Worrell on strike on 18. And forward goes Worrell, plays this one down the ground. And we'll get a single 6-20 for 9.
You and I may well, there may well be after effects for us psychologically. Is what I'm thinking about.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just glad I'm
not saying PTSD because that probably overstates it.
Can I just throw out there to Lawrence Booth, editor of Wisdom Cricket? I'm more than happy to be interviewed with Matt Cole about this when it goes in the Bible next year. As forward goes Jordan Clark, plays this one back up the pitch, and Linda does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
I know what the first question is. I can tell you that at this point it really hasn't sunken in.
No, not yet.
So
I need the tea break just to get my head around everything, really. As forward goes Jordan Clark, plays this one back up the pitch, and Linda does the fielding off his own bowling. Rory Burns is watching all of this from the balcony at the moment. I wonder if the captain was aware of that. As in round the wicket, as I say, he's having an ice cream, I think. As this one's cut away by Jordan Clark, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Right, they're going to pick up another single. One more to the total. You see, sorry, we're in no rush here at the moment because they'll have a number of overs that they want to have a dip at Kent tonight. That will be the thing.
They've made such good progress though as well, haven't they?
Yeah,
They don't
absolutely.
no need to hurry here. You might as well get more runs on the board.
As Worrell's forward and playing this one out towards extra cover. And there is no run. End of the over then. Another one ticks by on the board. We've got 28 remaining in the day. Of course, tea's late because Surrey are 9 wickets down.
Just talking about having the commemorative T-shirts made in advance. Dover fans, it had a terrible, terrible season. Their club was docked 12 points before they started, for various reasons we won't go into because it takes too long. They went part-time in a full-time league because of financial constraints, and as leaning bowls to Clark, driven up to long on Zach Crawley field, single taken, and they didn't win a league game, National League, until January. And some fans who have been watching them and watching them home and away in the National League, obviously, go up to Gateshead, etc., etc., have been following them faithfully. I say some fans, I think 2 or 3 of them had T-shirts printed saying, "I saw Dover win" on them. And then in January it finally came. All the jumpers came off, photos that I saw Dover win.
Lovely.
Fantastic stuff.
Lovely, lovely.
Well worth doing. I mean, it doesn't meet this, obviously.
Well, the only thing I would say is,
not really
I'm just wondering.
Single taken into the offside.
Just wondering why one of the Surrey members of staff has just wandered over to the Red Bus for a chat, because I think maybe they'll want to take it down Beckenham High Street tonight, open top. To celebrate us.
Clark takes a single into the offside. Indeed so. Sorry, Worrell took us. No, it was Clark. Worrell's on 20, Clark's 31. I'm getting my Worrells and Clark mixed up. One was wearing a sleeveless jumper, you'd think I'll be able to work it out by, but I'm just shell-shocked. Worrell, that's a strange old shot. We'll call that a cut, shall we, down through third man. He's come up to try and punch that away, I think, through the onside, high on the bat. A full toss, and he's ended up somehow edging that through to third man for 4.
Yeah.
6 to 8 for 9. That won't improve the
Getting back
mood of
to
anyone at Kent. As leaning bowls to, yeah, sorry, I was off subject for a second. Worrell has 24, Clark has 31. End of the over, 6 to 8 for 9. BBC Radio again, BBC London commentary with Matt Cole and Mark Church. Surrey here at Kent, bossing it.
Yeah, and they're being absolutely ruthless and brutal here, Surrey. They are leaving Kent out there. This is the last thing that Kent want to be doing at the moment. You've been out there all this time, the sun's shining. You know you're going to bat at some point this evening. 6:28 for 9, and you're being left out there, and it's just ruthless cricket this from Surrey. It really is. I think Alex Stewart's on the phone now, probably to Channel 4 News. As forward comes Jordan Clark. Now strolled another single down towards long on. 4:29 for 9. May have just gone live to a news station there just to discuss that single in a moment, how he felt. 6:29 for 9. All the things he's achieved in the game, of course. As Worrell, 24 not out. Linder comes around the wicket to him. Worrell's forward and just strolls another single. Tucks this one down towards long on. But this is all about keeping Kent out there at the moment. And it sounds, well, it is. It's proper cricket this at the minute from Surrey. Because the last thing Kent want to do is be out there. They just want to get indoors now and try and have a bat on the ear and tried to do to Surrey what Surrey have done to them. As here goes Jordan Clark, swings this one into the leg side, rolled out there towards mid-wicket, and there's a single, apologies. One more to Jordan Clark. He'll move on to 33. Worrell comes back onto strike on 25. As left arm round the wicket. Once again goes Linder. Here goes Worrell down the ground. He hasn't got all of this, but I think he's got enough of it to get it up over the top of mid-off. Chipped it down the ground, really. And we'll pick up a couple more. 2 more to the total. Didn't get all of that. Sort of toe end of the bat, really. And lobbed it down the ground for 2. 633 for 9. Linder's in again. And Worrell just turns this one down the ground. They'll stroll another single. It might be that, Rory Burns is sitting there thinking, we'll give these two a chance to get to the 100 and ruin the stats. Ruin Zaltzman's afternoon. As in comes Linder and driving is Jordan Clark down towards long off. They'll pick up another single, one more to the total. There's going to be a battle of the mascots as well this afternoon. End of the over.
Oh, Victor's turned up.
Victor's here. 6:35 for 9, and of course we had the Bromley Football
Raven.
Club, the Bromley Raven here earlier. It's all going off in Beckenham this afternoon. It really is. And as I say,
Do those two have a beef, do you think? Is it like WWE?
Let's hope not.
I do hope not.
Let's hope not. But
it's not too territorial.
Do you think Beckenham High Street might be?
There we are, Ronin the Raven. There we go.
Ronin the Raven.
Yeah. It could be. Who knows? Leaning down the leg side, that one quicker delivery. Clark doesn't follow it. The bails come off, courtesy of Robinson behind the stumps. And I'm just hoping that there's no history between Rory Burns and Andy Zaltzman. Do you think that's why Burns is keeping them out there? He said, do they have issues? Is there beef between the two of those? 2 runs from little clip into the onside from Jordan Clark. He moves on to 30-50 partnership now for the 9th wicket. As you say, Mark, this psychological pressure as much as physical pressure, isn't it? They're tired out there, these Kent players.
This is the last thing they want to be doing.
Jack Leaning's brought himself on to, I think he's aware he doesn't want to tire his bowlers anymore. It's a lovely flashing up there. Fielder can't stop it. Deep there, Daniel Bell-Drummond made a good effort to get round to it, but that's 4 more. And Jordan Clark now on to 40 from 61 balls. 6-4-1 for 9. And Zach Crawley is not far away from us here, and Ben Compton will be opening the Kent innings. Obviously pressure on them as Clark really chases after that one. That was, well, I think the village cricketers might have been disappointed with that, to be honest. That was a hoik, wasn't it? A failed hoik, ended up resting on his bat. He's tried the same shot again to a ball that's not there to do that to either. But Jordan Clark will be very happy if he connects with one of these.
This is lovely from Zaltzman. He says he's quite willing to speak at the reunion dinner in 50 years' time.
Fantastic.
Very good at that. Thank you for that.
That'll be wonderful. Leaning to Clark. He's connected this time. They're going to come back for 2, are they? Think about it, and then think again about it. They'll take the single out towards the square leg. Yeah. I mean, there's a book in this, obviously, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a good point.
We both come on journey. We both come on journeys, Mark, haven't we, to be here?
Yes, I did. Yeah, it's been a long one.
But we wouldn't realise that we're going to be united by a stat from Andy Zaltzman either, would we?
Look, so to have Mr. Sampson, Mr. Zaltzman, some of the great statisticians of all time getting in touch, and knowing that Zaltzman was just sat there absolutely glued to his laptop for that moment when it came up, and then already thinking about the reunion dinner in 50 years' time. Yeah. I wonder who'll make the film of it. As who's going to play you, Matt Cole? Linda comes round the wicket, and this is drilled into the offside by Jordan Clark. It goes straight in there to extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't know.
George Clooney. As waiting once again is Jordan Clark. Linda comes round the wicket to him. And here goes Jordan Clark. Now, he's swung this very high, very high, very high, very high, and he's dropped down at long off. Oh, dear. Well, that, again, is this whole point of leaving Kent out there. And well, that was a chance to finish it. And the catcher's gone down. I'm not quite sure who it is down there at long off. It's a long way away, but again, that's the sort of thing that happens in these situations. 643 for 9. As Linda comes left arm round the wicket once again. And Worrell on strike because they crossed. Obviously, it was up there a long, long time. And Worrell playing that one straight back down the pitch. And there is no run. But again, this is the whole thing about staying out there at this point. And sort of, this is horrible for Kent at the moment as Linda comes left arm round the wicket, and forward goes Worrell. It's very good from Surrey, mind, as Worrell plays that one down into the leg side, and there's no run once again. Waits once more, getting ready to come in left arm round the wicket once again is Linda, and Worrell again just defends this one down into the leg side. And there is no run once again. Beautiful afternoon now. Blue sky, sun out, gorgeous. Picture in front of us as Linda is in once more, and this one is cut by Worrell out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They will pick up another single. One more to the total. On that board, 24 remaining in the day. As I say, Surrey will have sort of set themselves what they want. They're in no great rush here at the moment. 6:44 for 9. And here comes Zach Crawley wandering. He's been thinking about batting now for probably an hour, I would have thought. And still he's not out there with a bat in his hand. He's out there in the field.
Yeah, I think that might be Matt Milnes under the protective catch there, but whoever it was, you say, it's just another psychological bruising for Kent. Dot ball, first one from Jack Leaning off his 10th over. And Worrell tries to cut that one away. And the third man, no run. But they'll only want to bat once, sorry, let's face it, won't they? And if they're going at a decent rate, you might as well carry on. I know there's psychological advantage as well, getting perhaps more overs tonight, but 20 might do the damage for them if they can pick up 2 in that time, for instance, then suddenly
absolutely
game's open wide up.
Well, they're all up there at the moment. Surrey players on the balcony having a watch in the sun.
As over the wicket comes Jack Leaning. This one turned around the corner again by Jordan Clark. Hard run 2. Goes towards the bowler's end, but not quick enough, and that won't get them a run out. 6-4-7 for 9 now. Clark has 44, Worrell has 30, and as we said, this partnership is growing and growing. Past the 50. Goes for that one, Jordan Clark. He's got hold of it, and it goes for 4. Despairing dive by the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. And Surrey's 650 comes up in the 169th over. 670 minutes is really punishing for Kent, this. Clark's on to 48.
Yeah, this is absolutely ruthless now from Surrey.
Clark there once again, back at the bowler Leaning. No run, end of the over. Leaning doesn't even bother fielding, just kicks it back down the pitch.
And you can see that as well. Leaning's obviously frustrated with this at the moment. It's perfectly understandable. Because as I say, all Kent will want to happen here is either to one of these two to stick one up in the air, but that's not going to... I know Jordan Clark just did that, but this is all tactical from Surrey. This is all... We're not just going to let you go back in. We're going to stay out here a bit longer.
It's a psychological
absolutely,
battle,
and make it. And we're going to give you a horrible little time to have a bat this evening. As Linda comes left arm round the wicket here to down Worrell, and Worrell's turning this one down into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. But as I say, all the Surrey players are just lent on the balcony watching at the moment. Gareth Batty's there with Alex Stewart, having a natter about everything. Linda's in. Here goes Worrell. Slung this one down the ground off the front foot, and he'll pick up a couple here as Jordan Clark goes scampering back down. Worrell comes scampering back as well. Worrell moves on to 32, I think that is now, and it's 653 for 9. Surrey. So this is the record, unless these two keep going, and one of them gets 100, of course. 6, which was ruin Andy Zaltzman's day, and all the statisticians out there. As Linda's in, and forward comes Worrell and turns this one into the leg side. That rolls out there towards deep mid wicket. And we'll pick up another single. We're into the 170th over, you see, so they've been out there for 170. And the other thing that will come into play here from Surrey is they'll be aware of how many overs Kent have been out there in previous games. As in round the wicket comes Linda again, quicker ball. Jordan Clark turns this one down the ground. Will stroll another single. That moves Jordan Clark on to 49 now. Jordan Clark. Surrey 655 for 9. Fair play to Surrey though, because you can have a much vaunted batting lineup, can't you? But doesn't always guarantee your runs. But they've certainly done a job here as Worrell plays this one out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's Quinn out there. And they'll pick up one more to the total. One more to Worrell. He moves on to 34. One ball left with Jordan Clark on strike as Linda's round the wicket to him and Clark's forward, nudges this one down into the leg side, hits the pad, and there is no run. End of the over. So it's normally half an hour,
yeah,
isn't
I'm
it?
wondering how close we've got now.
Yeah, because then there'll be half an hour when you're 9 down that tea's delayed by.
We've got through 10 overs.
Through them
So we
quite
should be at 32 overs to go.
quickly,
Yeah,
aren't we?
that's true
Through
enough.
them quite
I would
quickly.
imagine we must be pretty close
Close
now,
to it, yep. Just imagine if Surrey come out for a couple of overs after tea with the bat as well.
Harry Podmore comes on to replace Zach Crawley. He's limping a bit, Harry, as he comes just in front of us here. And leaning, bowling to Worrell. Ends up with Ben Compton at mid-wicket. And no run there. 6-5-6 for 9. Again to the onside with the spin. Worrell trying to drive it past Compton, who's at mid-wicket. Couple of dot balls here. More from that leaning. So it should be, will be quite a short last session, won't it? Comparatively short. But sorry, won't mind how many overs they bowl on the. You wouldn't have thought at this point. It's lofted. Fielder underneath it. No, it won't reach Nathan Gilchrist. It plugs in between him and Darren Stevens. And to be honest, Stevens wasn't making the quickest run towards it. There are some tired legs and tired minds out there.
This is why Surrey are leaving Kent out there at the moment.
6-5-7 for 9. I mean, it may well have evaded both of them anyway, but it's just the intent, I think, there as well. You can see it. And that is Jordan Clark's 50, having a fine season already from 72 balls with 5 fours in 71 minutes. And it's a massive total here. 658 now for Surrey. And Worrell jabs this back past the bowler. Stevens fields. And a single taken. 6-5-9 for 9.
Yeah, and anybody who comes to me and says, why didn't Surrey declare earlier? There are still 2 days to go here.
Oh, absolutely.
Unless Kent bat out of their skins, they're probably not going to bat again in this game. So if you can't, there are still, in this game at the moment, there are still 7 sessions left in the game. So Surrey at the moment are just saying, right, we'll leave Kent out there. We're still going to leave ourselves with 7 sessions to have a bowl, really. Linda coming into Dan Worrell. Now Worrell again, how much of this one's he got? A lot of it. That's over long on for 6. So Dan Worrell, he's been trying that a couple of times, but that one he did actually get hold of. And Dan Worrell moves on to 42 now. And Surrey move on to 665 for 9. But that was it made a funny old noise there out of Worrell's bat, but it still soared away. And fielder down there, long on. As in around the wicket once again comes Linda, and driving is Worrell. Off his own bowling, Linda does the fielding. But yeah, Dan Worrell there. He did actually get hold of that one. Down the ground it went for 6 as Linda's in again. This one's turned into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Just check my emails for the first time in about 24 hours. Nothing interesting. As this one is driven by Worrell out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road. And they will pick up one more. Worrell moves on to 43. 600. Oh no, 666 for 9. It's not a great sounding score, is it?
Cricket update coming for BBC Radio Kent's radio listeners now. It's not great news for them, has to be said. Linda bowling, it's a dot ball as Clark turns it into the onside. Surrey piling on the pain for Kent here. They are 666 for 9, the visitors to Beckenham here. Kent have taken 5, 1 for Quinn, 1 for Gilchrist, and a run out by Matt Quinn as well. But really, it's been Surrey absolutely leading this game from all one. They are piling on the pain, as I say, because they're not declaring on this massive total here at Beckenham. They're making Kent toil more minutes in the field. We've not had tea yet either. That's been extended because they're 9 down. So Kent looking some weary bodies and minds out there. When they come to bat sometime this afternoon, they will have to bat through probably the next couple of days to save this game. Massive task on hand for Kent. Surrey have been superb. 90 for Folkes today, 90 for Overton. Curran with 78, de Grandhomme with 66, and Jordan Clark has 50. Even number 11, Dan Worrell, has 43 so far. If you can bear it, commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And a single more from Dan Worrell.
Now, the only other thing I've just worked out, it's taken me a while, I think this is Surrey's highest score against Kent in first-class cricket now as well.
This is it?
Yeah, I think it is. 667 for 9.
Well, I might be able to find it myself, but it'll probably take me longer than it will for them
I
to
think
get
I'm
there.
right. I'm looking at my... I didn't do it, obviously.
No.
But from the Surrey stats group, highest total for Surrey against Kent, 648.
Fair enough.
As this one trying to swing it away, but it's 48. Yeah, all these stats are coming in now. So yes, I think that's what. Oh, here we go. Another landmark. Andy Zaltzman's letting me know. Oh, hang on, Andy Zaltzman. This one, it's very long. This one. What we do know is that this is the highest score now without a centurion ever, as this is driven by Jordan Clark from leaning. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Jordan Clark, because it's beaten the man in there at extra cover with the dive, and that whistles over the boundary rope. 671 for 9. Oh, now here's Andy Zaltzman. He's just tweeted this. Another possible landmark. Worrell's on 43. If he makes 50, he'll be the 8th half centurion in this innings. In over the wicket comes leading. I can't bear it. As forward goes Jordan Clark and plays this one back up the pitch off leaning. Is that T? That is T. That's T at 671 for 9. So that's T. 671 for 9. 19 overs on the board remaining in day. And just to say, now whether they come back out again after T, sorry, we'll wait to see. But I want to get Zaltzman's stat out here. Worrell on 43. If he makes 50, he'll be the 8th half centurion in the innings. Only once previously have 8 players made 50 in the same first-class innings. 1893, Australians versus Oxford and Cambridge, past and present. What a team that is. Thank you, Zaltzman. Very good from you as always, sir. And Matt Cole and I can both say we're here. Well, we were here for that amazing moment with that single from Dan Worrell to take Surrey to 610, which was the record without a centurion ever.
In all first-class
first-class cricket. The highest score ever in first-class cricket without a centurion. 610. Now, the only thing is here, Worrell and Clark could come out again after tea, both getting hundreds, which would ruin Zaltzman's stats and everybody's stats. But I think Surrey will have a sit there. They've definitely got the overs they want at Kent in mind, and there's still 7 sessions in this game to go. But there you are. And Matt Cole, well done to you, sir, because you were the man on air for history.
Such pressure, but
I thought you did very well.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Mark. That's great. I said we've all been on a journey today.
It's going to go around that. There'll be moments. England Ashes 2005. The World Cup win 2019.
Some people on the pitch, they think it's all over. And then my commentary.
And that,
absolutely.
It's going
I
to stunned silence around Beckenham.
I'm already going to appoint an agent to field the inevitable slew of media offers. What we can tell you is, it's probably time for tea, isn't it? It definitely is time for tea. We'll be back.
And a dark room.
Indeed. With a pile of cream cakes behind us as well. Yeah. Thank you, Nigel, once again. 671 for 9. BBC Radio and BBC London commentary of this game between Kent and Surrey. Surrey 671 9 in their first innings after the end of session 2, day 2. Speak to you shortly. Welcome back. Session 3, day 2. Kent against Surrey. Surrey have declared at tee 6-7-1 for 9. Massive total. So Jordan Clark finishes on 54 not out. Worrell on 44 not out. And Matt Cole alongside me is Mark Church, BBC Radio Kent and BBC London. Coverage of this game between the two. A record score for Surrey against Kent in the very, very long history of this fixture. In fact, it's longer than any other in cricket. And all sorts of other records falling. Of course, we had that one. Surrey now hold this 6-7-1 for 9 is the record for any first-class side without a Centurion on the scorecard.
And the other interesting thing here is Sam Curran, after Surrey declared, it's going to open the bowling. So it's going to be Sam Curran to get us started from this town end. But yes, so Surrey declaring there at 671 for 9. It leaves them 19 overs tonight. So sort of 7 sessions really for Surrey.
And there is proper pressure on Kent here. I mean, it's maybe a placid wicket, but the mountain of runs on the board. Kent once again have conceded 500 in the first innings, the 5th time this season. Curran comes into Ben Compton, 4 slips in behind him. Compton just clips that into the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah, my first sighting of Ben Compton. Heard a lot about him. He's obviously had a very, very good season. Looking forward to watching this gentleman have a bat.
I think that someone described him this morning, said very similar in technique, if you like, to Alistair Cook, in that he doesn't have an enormous range of shots, but when he can't play one of them, he'll leave the ball. That's a very pragmatic approach, if you like, and defends this one back up the pitch. And there's no run as Hashim Amla fields it at
Cook really had 3 shots, didn't he? He had the cut, which a lot of his runs came from, working it through the leg side and a pull. And then he let everything else go or defended it. And the drives only came out really when he was about 150 not out. So it worked for Alistair Cook.
As Curran bowls, it's had a very attacking field, why not? 6-7-1 on the board. Rising delivery. Compton defends it up near his midriff, goes off for a little walk to square leg. I've seen that's well, I say characteristic from what we've seen of him. Sometimes he'll go for quite a long walk if he literally wants to go off and have a bit of a think about what's going on out there, recompose himself. Curran trying to make something of this pitch here. Of course, they got a century opening stand, didn't they? Sorry, that's a sort of, to be frank, that's the bar for Kent here. Crawley's not had a great season. Compton has, breaking his way back into first-class cricket. His first run in first-class cricket. It's his first run for Kent in this first innings. But yeah, I mean, he's been astonishing. And record-breaking with the centuries run at the start of the season. Yeah.
And the other thing he obviously likes doing is batting in the number of balls he's out there for as well. And what Kent need is another one of those here. They need a long innings. They need a couple of big partnerships here to Kent. But from a pure cricket brutality point of view, I did like that from Surrey. Sort of, we'll bat the extra half hour. That's what they were doing. We'll bat this extra half hour, then we'll pull up, and we'll have 19 over at you tonight.
Really ground their faces in it, didn't they, at the end? And as Curran, left arm over the wicket, bustling in towards Crawley. Gets some good lift there. Comes back towards Crawley, but only really after it has left the batsman and through the wicket keeper. And there is no run. Kent 1 for none.
3 of the great men of Surrey there, doing one of the worst remakes of Reservoir Dogs I've ever seen. All 3 of them with their sunglasses on in full Surrey kit and caboodle, having a wander around at Beckenham. It's nice actually, isn't it, that you sort of come here from have a watch of the cricket at an outground in the sun.
Curran to Zach Crawley. Crawley leaves it outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. Kent 1 for none. So yeah, Ben Compton knows, I think I'm right saying 14 hours in that game where he batted for 2 centuries and all sorts of record breaking, the longest ever by a batsman in a single match in the county championship. It was I mean, astonishing considering he's in the teens in terms of first class games played. It's
Well, it's an old-fashioned way of doing it, and you know, it's what everyone's been talking about now, and sort of what Surrey have done in that first innings is what everybody, you know, flat pitch, fine. We'll bat first. We'll get 671 and give ourselves hopefully enough time to try and take 20 wickets. From a Kent point of view, this is about batting well on a good surface. And it's going to be Dan Worrell, who's been very impressive so far for Surrey. In his third game now is Dan Worrell for Surrey. And he'll come in from the City end. Likes bowling at left-handers as well, Dan Worrell. He's going to get a leg gully in the shape of Colin de Grandhomme. Sam Curran down to our right at long leg. As Mahmood's heading up to get something for Sam Curran. And Ben Compton is settling himself down over his bat. 3 slips in there for Dan Worrell as he's into Compton, and Compton's forward, playing this off a goodish length straight away. Worrell's making Compton play off a good length. Same in that over from Sam Curran. Got Compton playing straight away. When you've got 671 on the board, you can afford to make the batsman play. You can sort of stick one a bit wider out there, see if they want to have a drive or not. There's 3 slips in there at the moment as Worrell is into Compton. Compton's letting this one go across him. Outside his off stump. Ben Folkes takes it away to his left, so that slip cordon at the moment is Jamie Overton at first, Ollie Pope at second, Will Jacks at third. Jordan Clark is away at cover point. De Grandhomme is in at a leg gully position. Patel is at mid-wicket. Sam Curran's down here at long leg. Then Hashim Amla, as always, at mid-on, and the captain Rory Burns at mid-off as Worrell comes in over the wicket to Compton. It's down the leg side, and Compton gets nothing on this as he looks to help it off down towards long leg. That's taken by Ben Folkes away to his right. But if you are just tuning in, well, Surrey today, they started this morning at 318 for 4. Ben Folkes 91, Jamie Overton 93. First time ever there's been 3 batsmen consecutively out in the 90s. Because Pope, of course, went for 96 yesterday as Worrell is into Compton, and Compton's covering up, playing this one off the back foot. Rolls up there to Rory Burns, and there's no run. And then Sam Curran 78, Will Jacks 20, De Grandhomme 66 at 50 for Jordan Clark. Dan Worrell left 44 not out. Surrey declaring it 671 for 9, which is a record score in first-class cricket for a side without a centurion in it. As over the wings, Worrell and Comp nicely played. Just turn this to the right of De Grandhomme. De Grandhomme's giving chase. He will get this inside boundary road. They should get 3. 3 more to the total. You always forget how tall Zach Crawley is until you see him sort of up close. 3 to Compton, and this brings Zach Crawley on to strike for the first time here to Dan Worrell. And Kent 4 without loss, but he's a very tall man, Zach Crawley. De Grandhomme's off towards a short extra cover position. Curran's come up for the right-hander to backward point. And again, it'll be Overton, Pope and Jacks. The 3 slips. Therefore, Dan Worrell to bowl to Zach Crawley. Crawley, a little survey of the field. Twiddles his bat and then settles himself down over it as Worrell comes in over the wicket to Zach Crawley. And Crawley hitting the pad. Shout for LBW going down. And umpire Beckenham just signals leg by. End of the over. Second one, 17 left today. And Kent 5 without loss, Matt Cole.
Indeed so. Emails coming in during the record breaking and just after 4 o'clock. Kevin, what happens if one of these makes 100? Well, fortunately that didn't happen for all the statisticians, as you were saying. And his Alston would have gone into a sharp decline, and nobody wants that one. Andrew, thank you for the commentary. Thank you for your comments, Andrew. Very kind of you. Yes, Peter Geese, our good friend, saying, of course, it'll all be for naught if one of these twos get 100 at the end of their last wicket stand. Indeed, Peter, but sorry, maintained that record. Gregory also saying, if you rule out one of these making 100, there's not people making that, yeah. Kevin also asking why Kent didn't take the new ball as Curran to Crawley. That is a play and a miss, an extravagant one by Crawley, well forward.
That's the area.
Yeah.
Early on with Zach Crawley, that's the area. Get him driving. And that one beats the outside edge from Sam Curran.
Kevin also saying, you both know this is Friday the 13th as well, don't you? He says, enjoyed the commentary, Mr. Cole, Mr. Church. Will you both be honoured, CBE, OBE or knighted? We've yet to hear from the Palace, I think, haven't we? Or indeed the Prime Minister, but Kevin, I don't think it's far off, to be honest. Is Curran outside the off stump, left by Crawley this time. And Crawley, in actually stark contrast to Ben Compton, has not had a great season to start with. Got himself a single 50, but single figure score the last game out, 4 and 5, and by his own very high standards, has not been kicking on with the runs. But, does like to drive early in his innings, doesn't he?
Nice.
Perhaps gives bowlers a chance in that respect. Say Curran to hit that spot outside his off stump, and there is a straight drive from Zach Crawley, and that goes across a very quick outfield. Hashim Amla, well, making sure his big floppy hat doesn't come off, but I don't think he was moving fast enough. The ball was certainly going to outstrip him there. Stiff breeze going across there, always going for 4 runs, and there we are. That's what Zach Crawley likes to do.
Oh, it's a lovely shot from Zach Crawley. He drives straight. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Superb player, Zach Crawley.
But obviously, with that aggression, gives the chance, doesn't it, of nicking off early as well. But can be enormously destructive. He'll be hoping, and Kent will be hoping, that that's the case today. As Curran bowls to Crawley, that's a cover drive by Crawley, and that one's scooting away as well. Will this be 4? Fielders after it, and won't stop it going for the boundary. It's consecutive 4s for Crawley. It's a lovely shot as well. It just glides across the outfield. They're finally batting as well after a marathon and record-breaking 671 for 9 from Surrey. They had 3 batsmen in the innings that made 90s. In fact, it's the highest score by any team in first-class history to not have a centurion in it. 66 from de Grandhomme, 78 from Sam Curran today, who's bowling at Kent Zach Crawley. All to do, Kent. They effectively probably have to bat the next 2 days to make sure that this game is saved. Such was the magnitude of that Surrey total. It's a very placid pitch, this one. Already Zach Crawley, the England man, opening for Kent, has hit 2 very crisp 4s off this over from Sam Curran. Ben Compton at the other end, who's a study in patience in his innings, has 4. Kent will need all that from both these and more indeed to match or beat this Surrey total, even given 2 innings to come. Kent 13 for none. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Always assuming they have a second innings, of course, but I'd imagine Surrey would be very keen on them following on, should that be the issue. Oh, just withdraws his bat late from that, Crawley. Second slip there, started to celebrate. The hand went up, but then came back down. Ollie Pope, I think that was. But any over, both started to get excited, thinking, has he nicked that? As being buzzed by a helicopter at the moment.
Yeah,
it's either a very large wasp. 13 for.
It's a very large helicopter going over odds at the moment, heading off somewhere into the, well, literally wild blue yonder, because it's a beautiful evening now. They did say the sun was going to arrive, and it certainly has done since lunchtime. 13 without loss. Kent, in reply to Surrey's mammoth 671 for 9 declared, as Dan Worrell then coming in over the wicket to Ben Compton, and Compton's letting this one go outside his off stump. Worrell has this habit as well, as when the ball's gone past the batter and they let it go, it wobbles. And Ben Folkes is, well, he was brilliant at the Oval last week to Worrell. He really was, because it wasn't straightforward at all. Ball dipping and climbing and swinging late. He will get this ball to swing, Worrell, and as I say, he's got a very good record against left-handers. Ed Seaborn was telling me that when I was down at Bristol, as Worrell is in, and this one's left alone again by Compton, just moving him across the crease. A touch there. Here's Dan Worrell. As Mahmood is down on the boundary rope. So Sam Curran bowling, I think he's allowed to bowl 15 in the game. That's his ECB directive at the moment, so he can bowl 15 in the game. So probably you get 5 from him up top with the new ball. Azam Mahmood's now practicing his golf swing.
Who is?
Azam Mahmood down there,
yeah.
The Surrey bowling coach. Of course, played for Kent as well. It's all now Compton's forward. That's nipped back on him a touch. Hits him high up on that front pad.
But he hits a long ball, doesn't he, Azam?
He does indeed.
Goodness me.
Absolutely. I think he'd still be playing if they'd let him. Still as keen as mustard to turn his arm over, but he's doing a very good job with the bowlers now at Surrey this season, with Jim Troughton looking after the batters. Because of course for Surrey it all changed when Vikram Solanki quite rightly took the director of cricket IPL Gujarat Titans. As over the wicket comes Worrell, and well done to them because they're into the playoffs, as this one's left alone by Compton. So yeah, in their first season as a new franchise, with Vikram as the director of cricket, Gujarat Titans are into the playoffs. But then that all happened quite early this year, and Surrey making the wise decision of handing the reins to Gareth Batty, getting Jim Troughton in and bringing back Azam Mahmood. So far for those gentlemen, it's gone pretty well this season.
Yeah, top of the table.
Compton waits again with bat raised as Worrell's into him, and Compton's just pushing outside that off stump. Plays this up towards Rory Burns at a wideish mid-off position. And there is no run. We were talking about Bromley there in the trophy final on the 22nd of May. Sort of league seasons, when are they all coming to? The Championship and League 1 and 2 is sort of done. We're in playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Premiership, is there still a couple
Premier League,
more weeks to go?
There's still 2 more game weeks, as they call them.
In over the wicket comes Worrell, and this one's down the leg side. Compton has nothing to do with that. Worrell's sort of indicating that wasn't too far away from the leg stump of Compton, because he sort of dragged him across his stumps in that over. And just from the reaction from Folkes and Worrell, that may not have been too far away from Compton's leg stump. End the over from Dan Worrell, maiden over from him, and Kent to 13 without loss.
So yeah, some Premier League teams still have, most of them have 2 after this round, I think. Some of them have 3 to play. The National League's still going on. So Bromley's league is, they were talking to, Steve Watts was interviewing a couple of them on the outfield.
Right.
So they still have games to play. Or a single game to play on Sunday before the FA Trophy final. So, but yeah, we're more or less there. But they are all staggered slightly, aren't they, across the board? So it's Curran then, Sam Curran to ball. He makes a little movement forward, but leaves that outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper Ben Folkes. 3 slips in now. Taken one of the slips out, have they? Looks like, yeah. Not to say they're not attacking. Might as well. We're 671 on the board.
If you are going to attack, now's the time.
Absolutely, I think. Probably would be a little foolish to go on the defensive just right now. So here is Curran, 58 on his back, bustles in, and this one's outside the off stump and treated by Crawley. He's up on his toes and driving that. It's not going to go for 4 though. I think it'll be stopped before the rope. Holmes after it, throws it back in, and they'll come back in fact for 3. So Crawley goes on to 11. Compton has 4. And once again, signs that it's possible to score quickly on this pitch. Outfield is lightning fast, but for Kent it's not really about how quickly they score. It's about crease occupation now. Burns comes out for a little conference with his strike bowler Sam Curran. Instructions going out there. So mid-wicket comes a little bit squarer. Grandham rather, under the floppy hat. Defended by Compton, back up the pitch. Amler Fields at mid-on. So, yeah, 3 slips in for the left-handed Compton. Cover. Mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket. Long leg. Have I missed anybody? No, I think that's the full complement. Kent 16 for none, a reply to Surrey's 6-7-1 for 9 declared here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC London with Matt Cole and Mark Church. And Lewis Hamilton, it sounds like, just on the beyond the outfield. Is Curran, defended by Compton, full length delivery, no run.
Yeah, pizza's arrived.
It's good to know it comes at that speed.
Yeah, nice start this for Kent. No alarms as yet. A couple of lovely shots from, well, 3 lovely shots really from Zach Crawley. I'll go back to what I said about David Payne saying that for the first half hour as a bowling side, and the opposition scored lots of runs, you do sit there and think, oh, I hope we didn't get it wrong.
It's Curran balls to Compton, once again, very solidly behind this one.
And I think what Surrey will do here is they'll try and make them scoring as difficult as possible. They've got plenty of time, that's the other thing. So they can sit in if needs be, Surrey, which I think they'll have to do for periods in this game, because it is a very good pitch, this, as we've seen with the way that Surrey went about it.
Curran to Compton, again a full length delivery, a push back at the bowler, half stops it on his follow through, end of the over, 16 for none, 5 gone, 14, well a minimum of 14 remaining, but we won't get through those 14 before 6 o'clock, so I'd imagine it will be 14. And Crawley with 11, Compton 4. Curran and Worrell, the bowlers used so far by Surrey, who made that gargantuan 6-7-1 for 9, a record in games between these two counties, which, as I said, is a long record, goes back to the 18th century, doesn't it?
Goes back a long way.
It does, yeah.
It's going to be Worrell from the City end once again. And Zach Crawley is the man on strike as Worrell's over the wicket to Crawley, and Crawley is forward. Pushes this one out into the offside. Sam Curran moves round to his right to do the fielding. Yeah, the Kent bowlers will be delighted to be at least in the dressing room.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of feet up,
yep,
as they say.
Head to the ice cream van at some point as well. Deserve it.
Again, carbs and sugars, I'm sure, all very important.
Worrell.
Recovery.
Indeed. As over the wicket he comes to Zach Crawley and beats the outside edge. That's the length again from Worrell. Just getting Crawley pushing forward. Nice bit of bowling that from down Worrell. Taken by Ben Folkes away to his right hand side. That's nicely bowled by Worrell. So he's very skillful. Down Worrell. Swings it both ways. So I'm trying to work Compton across the crease in the last over. Ollie Pope without jumper. Stood in there at second slip with 32 on his back. As in over the wicket again goes Worrell, left alone by Crawley. On a length outside his off stump once more. Jordan Clark is on his own down there at long leg. 50 for him today. That Crawley has a little wander towards square leg. Then will settle himself down over his bat once more as Worrell over the wicket to him, and Crawley, oh, now he's almost played at that. He looked to let it go and it's nipped back at him again from down Worrell. Just beginning to get it to go here is down Worrell. It's nicely bowled by Worrell. Good battle this for Zach Crawley.
Has that little dab, doesn't he, at that Crawley. Then withdrawing the bat, but he's perished that way before.
Seems a very level-headed lad.
Yeah. Whenever
you see him interviewed or anything. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell to him, and he's driving us from Zach Crawley. And the chase is on by Ryan Patel. And they'll pick up 3 as Patel gets that in front of the indoor school. Holds it back into the gloves of Ben Folkes. 3 more to the total. Kent move on to 19 without loss.
Yeah, he's a genuinely nice fellow, is Zach Crawley, but sets himself very high standards. He wasn't giddy after that double century against Pakistan. saying immediately after that cricket's a great leveler, and he's found that out in his Test career and in the county championship this year as well. You're never far away as a batsman from a low scorer. Let's face it, the next innings could be the one. So, but we'll see. I know Rob Key thinks a lot of him, but we'll have to have conversations about that. Obviously with Brendan McCullum as well, and about a number of these Surrey players as well, in terms of international call-ups in the near future.
Morrow into Compton, down the leg side, and Compton doesn't get anything on this, and taken by a diving Folks away to his right end of the over. I wonder as well whether we might possibly tonight just see a little bit of Will Jacks. Just have a little exploratory look later on this evening.
That's the advantage, isn't it, of this huge total gives you. One of the advantages, you can be a bit creative. You can, as you say, you're not going to lose much by the tension isn't in the game. It's not 200 plays 200 where you stick the spinner on and they go for 15 off 2 overs and suddenly you're in massive trouble just from that experiment. You've got that leeway. Curran does continue. None for 12 of his 3 so far. Bowling to Crawley, turns it into the onside. But hurled back into the wicketkeeper's gloves, and there is no run.
Yeah, I can understand the ice cream van had gone this time yesterday, but it was absolutely freezing at this point of yesterday. It's nice and warm tonight.
So we're doing a bit of gentle business there.
It's sort of this time of the evening as well that people might be just waking up from a bit of a slumber.
Oh yeah.
Quite fancy an ice cream.
So Sam Curran to Zach Crawley, straight back at him, hurled past Crawley to wicketkeeper.
Always fun watching sort of international teammates going head to head. We got that here with Sam Curran and Zach Crawley. Crawley will not want to get out to Sam Curran because won't hear the end of it, I wouldn't have thought.
Back in the England dressing room, you mean? Or, yeah. In squad meetings is Curran to Crawley. Does leave that outside the off stump. Wide enough to give him some freedom to do that.
Hashim Amla there. Normally stands at mid-on, does Hashim. He's got his white floppy sun hat on and his sunglasses. If he chases after the ball, the sun hat will come off.
Yeah.
Due to the fact he hasn't got his bobble hat on underneath because it's warm today.
Okay.
But as soon as the bobble hat comes off, the white floppy blows off every time he runs after the ball.
Curran then to Crawley. Very stout forward defensive, no run.
It's these sorts of bits of information that I like to get for people. Matt Cole.
So when he's got the bobble hat on, it really is just providing sun cover, is that right?
Yeah, he likes to wear.
He
likes to wear that hat.
Yeah.
But with the bobble hat on, I think it keeps the hat in place.
Oh, I see I see what you mean. It locks it in.
Yeah, locks it in.
It's probably slightly
whenever he
bigger than his
takes
head.
exactly. So whenever he takes the old bobble hat
that
off,
way around,
it blows off.
Yeah. Yeah, he's having trouble running after it, holding the brim. It's Curran to Crawley, angled away by Crawley. That'll go behind square for 2. Just gently played by Crawley. That's it, angled away. He's on to 16. Compton has 4. Kent 21 for 1. For none, rather, sorry. Careful. 6-7-1 for 9 declared for Surrey. Declared at T on day 2 here at Beckenham. BBC local radio commentary with BBC Radio Kent and BBC London. Every ball of the county championship, the T20 Blast and the One Day Cup via the BBC. Once again, a pleasure to do. With the joined up coverage, just a bit of a wait here for Curran. Round the wicket now, coming to Crawley, deep in his crease, good ball. Good defence as well by Crawley. Tall man got down very well to that one. Good cricket on both sides there. End of the over. 21 for none.
Yeah, and right up on the toes there of Zach Crawley from Sam Curran. He's having a natter with Ben Folks at the moment. Folks is sort of talking about Zach Crawley's work through the side. Folks knows Crawley extremely well. Burns knows Crawley extremely well. Pope knows Crawley extremely well. Sam Curran marching back down to his position at third man. Dan Worrell's going to come round the wicket here to Ben Compton. So of course 2 days of this game to go, so still got 2 days of the game to go, so still a huge amount of cricket ahead of us. As Dan Worrell round the wicket he comes to Compton. Compton's letting this one go outside his off stump, just shoulders arms. Ben Folkes takes that one moving away to his right hand side.
Bit of lift there from the length there, but do you say in the end it's a leave for Compton?
Well, Matt Cole very sensibly put his sun cream on earlier in the day, and I hope everybody else who's sort of sat outside in the open has done the same. It's a warm old day today as Worrell is into Compton. Compton looking to work down the leg side, well taken again by Ben Folkes, tumbling away to his right. Compton getting absolutely nothing on that whatsoever. Ben Folkes flung himself to his right hand side.
I don't, we're out the sun here, aren't we? I might put my jumper back on in a second.
Yeah,
So just getting the breeze through here, in outside
I'm
weather.
quite glad I brought my extra cardigan today.
Extra
Yes,
cardigan.
yes.
Yeah.
I do like a cardigan as well. This one's got a sort of a collar effect to it.
Nice.
Thank you.
I like that.
As round the wicket comes Worrell again. Forward goes Compton, thickish inside edge. That rolls up there towards mid-on, and there's no run. I've put the roll necks away for the winter now because we're in summertime. I do like a roll neck.
Yeah, I've got a big industrial size roll neck
Lovely.
for the football in the winter. Yeah,
lovely.
goes on under the fleece coat, basically.
Very nice. Yeah.
Keep you warm.
Very
But yeah,
nice.
I feel like I've hung it up. I'm hoping so. Anyway.
Well, I don't want to see the roll net for a while. As in round the wicket once again comes Worrell, and now shout for LBW. He's got him working round that front pad. It's exactly what Worrell's looking for, and umpire Beckenham just keeps the Debenham. Sorry, I've got my Beckenhams and my Debenhams muddled up. Umpire Debenham keeps the hands down in front of him. But this is what Worrell's working with Compton. He's trying to manoeuvre him around the crease a touch. 3 slips in there. Jamie Overton with his arms folded as Worrell's round the wicket, and this one again Compton's looking to work down the leg side, taken by Ben Folkes. There was that delivery which he played that shot to Compton, and Worrell and Folkes both ended up with their head in their hands, not each other's, because it wasn't too far away from the leg stump. We're being attacked by ants here. You mentioned it this morning.
Yeah.
And they're back. It's you, Matt Cole.
I think
We didn't see an ant yesterday. As round the wicket once more goes Worrell. Compton's letting this one go. That's come back a touch. Good over again from Dan Worrell. Probing away is Dan Worrell. End of it.
Great
And
figures.
Kent are 16 without loss. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 6.
I'd like to say Kevin James, something about the figures like that. 4 overs, 2 mates, none for 6. Just kind of.
Yeah, nice symmetry.
Yeah, you can see that within the figures. You can see how good the bowling is. Don't think Kevin quite got it, but you know.
Well, he didn't.
What's in a number?
He never got understood why I got so excited about 58 maidens on a day last year. He was almost about to burst into tears. I was very excited.
So Sam Curran and Rory Burns in deep conversation. What are they doing? They're taking a slip out. Where's he going? Leg slip? Yes. More or less, actually, isn't it? That
Yep,
position.
leg slip.
Looking for anything going down the leg side from Zach Crawley. Defends this one out to the offside. There's no run.
Did he say it's a lovely side now, isn't it, out there in the middle? Blue sky, bit of a breeze. Might have to get a photo of all this for social media purposes, of course.
Absolutely right. Got to be on the soch.
Is that what it's known as these days?
No. So the socials, is it? I don't know.
That's it.
His current to Crawley back at the bowl, and there's no run. I don't know really. I think it's the answer to that.
And there are so many now.
Yeah.
As well. Are you Instagramming? Are you tweeting?
I mean, I spend all my time TikToking now.
Do
to be honest.
you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, most of my evenings are spent that doing dance routines, miming to the popular songs.
Yes, absolutely. Well,
You know.
I've spent a lot of time with my daughter doing that, actually.
It's Curran to Crawley. Does turn that onto the onside, but forward of square. There's a big gap there for him. They're trying to tempt him with that as well, hoping for a glance to that leg slip, perhaps. But, no, I haven't been on TikTok, but I'm aware it's a phenomenon.
The only TikTok I know is I've always wanted a grandfather clock in the house that does a proper tick and a tock. Because I always think that helps relax you, and it sort of... He says there's something rather lovely about that noise, isn't there? I know it sounds a bit daft, but there is something rather nice. But that's the only tick and tock I'm involved with.
You're not doing the dance crazies then. Left outside the off stump by Crawley as Curran's come over the wicket with this one, by the way, trying to slant it away from him.
No.
Head in hands from Curran.
No. I do have a certificate in ballroom dancing.
Do you really?
Yes, bronze medallion.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Passed with distinction. The old cha-cha-cha. Enjoyed
My
that.
mum did a bit of ballroom dancing. Took that up in...
Very popular now.
I always heard cha-cha-cha part.
Were you? Excellent.
Practicing the kitchen and that kind
Very
of thing.
good. Very good.
She only let me do the simple ones. The more
Right,
complicated ones
right.
gave up on that, I think. Turned to the onside, and that was where Crawley was looking for the single, and there's runs to be had. Well, a run to be had. One more for him. So just forward of square. He's got it back around the front pad and just propelled that short into the onside. He has 17. Compton has 4. 1 ball to go of Sam Curran's 5th over, and then there will be 10 remaining in the day. And Curran bowling now to Compton, blocks it, and that is the end of the over. Indeed, 22 for none. Compton 4 for 27. They both faced 27 balls, in fact, and Crawley has 17 so far. But explains a little bit about the attitudes and aggression of the two batsmen. Compton very happy to occupy the crease. Crawley getting a couple of crisp 4s off Curran in his 2nd over. And as Mark Church says, a beautiful vista this is.
Oh, it's just gorgeous. Gorgeous day to watch cricket. I always think when the weather's nice, sort of 5 o'clock is a very nice time of the day, isn't it? Very nice time of the day.
Jamie Overton has new trousers.
Excellent.
We didn't describe the whole of that process. I don't think that would edify anyone, but...
He did that in the last game as well, changed his trousers. Maybe he's got a favourite pair for the slips. As Dan Worrell comes in over the wicket to Zach Crawley, who's forward, and plays this one out into the offside. There is Ryan Patel to do the fielding. But yeah, I always think at this time of the day, it's very nice, isn't it? You've got your tea to look forward to, or your supper, or whatever, your evening meal. And sun, you can sit and quite like to read a book in this sort of weather, this time of the day. Got a couple of good ones on the go at the moment, In over the wicket comes Dan Worrell once again to Crawley. Crawley's letting that one go outside his off stump. Taken by Ben Folkes.
Got a week off coming up. There's going to be a lot of tea and cake and
lovely.
Books. That'll be nice.
That'll be lovely. That'll be really, really nice. And I think the weather's meant to be pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be all right next week. So yeah, hoping so.
And next week I've got a couple of South East Stars games.
Oh yeah, of course.
A couple of shifts with BBC London. And then I'm at Lords for a bit as well, because Surrey they're playing Sri Lanka development, but I'm off to Lords to do a bit of Middlesex, I think. In over the wicket once more comes Worrell and beats Crawley. Good length again. Just pushing forward, feeling for it. A touch there is Crawley. It's nicely bowled by Dan Worrell. He just goes marching back again. He's a strong fella, Dan Worrell. Nice man. Interviewed him for the first time after the win against Northamptonshire, and genuinely chuffed to bits, I think. Dan Worrell obviously on an English passport now as well. So now Jordan Clark's getting warmed up down below. As I say, Sam Curran's bolt. I think that'll be Sam Curran's 5. I think that, as I say, he's allowed 15 in the game. He's just bowled that spell of 5 with the new ball. As Dan Worrell is in over the wicket, and beats Crawley again, looking to drive. Turns him round completely. Beautiful bit of bowling.
Wonder if that gone between bat and pad, that one, of it.
Good bit of bowling. That's the length.
Yeah.
That is the length. And Sam Curran coming back from his stress fracture, so he's being sort of nursed through bowling at the moment and not going too early with it. And still a bus replacement service between East and West Malling, which means you're about to do a cricket update, Matt Cole.
All the news here, especially if we're in that part of West Kent. You'll need to know that. It's at the off stump and left by Crawley. No run. Just Ollie Pope throws them all away. It's Kent 22 for none, so far so good in their first innings. Kent, Zach Crawley, the England man, has 7-10. Compton has 4, but they're replying to a gargantuan first innings total. 6-7-1 for 9. Surrey, the highest ever score against Kent, and considering this matchup between these two sides goes back to the 18th century. As Crawley edged that, he has. He's gone. He's not had a good summer so far, Zach Crawley. It's another low score for him. He goes for 17. Dan Worrell have been probing outside the off stump, and Crawley has gone for Kent. They've lost their first wicket, 22 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 6-7-1 for 9. Folks had 91, Overton 93, Curran 78, de Grandhomme 66 and a half century unbeaten for Jordan Clark as well. And Kent in reply have already lost their first wicket in their first innings. Disaster for Zach Crawley. Kent really have to hang on, probably bat out the next 2 days between the two innings they'll be allowed, but they are 22 for 1 in their first innings. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Yeah, very good bit of bowling from Dan Worrell, exactly what we were talking about, just that length that Zach Crawley has pushed at it, outside edge. Good catch from Ben Folkes as well, diving away to his right hand side, so that's a wicket that Surrey would have dearly liked. Zach Crawley just for 17, and out comes Daniel Bell-Drummond to the middle, who's been in good nick with the bat this season. Mr. Bell-Drummond, wonderful player, Daniel Bell-Drummond. They need some runs from him here, Kent. But yeah, it's good stuff that from Dan Worrell. He just has got an awful lot of skill, and that's the thing. And you look at his figures: 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. And what Worrell will do, I think, is he'll sort of do what Mornay Morkel did, and you might look at it, he might take 8 for somewhere, but you're sort of looking at it, and there'll be a lot of 4-fers in there for Worrell. And then when you look at who took the first wicket, it'll be Dan Worrell. That's sort of what the Morkel ploy was. It's Jordan Clark though coming into the attack now. I've just helped an ant to freedom off the table as well. Parachuted it down to the floor.
Yeah, so Daniel Bell-Drummond with centuries in his last 2 matches: 149 against Hampshire, 109 against Yorkshire. And Ben Compton started his season with 3 centuries. Going to need all of that and more, Kent. As Clark bowls to Compton, sees that off his midriff again, down to the ground. And there's no run.
Yeah, Jordan Clark's got 21 championship wickets this season. 2 for 66 against Warwickshire, then 2 for 67 and 4 for 50 against Hampshire, 3 for 66 and 4 for 52 against Somerset, 1 for 128 on the flat one at Bristol, 3 for 55 and 2 for 43 against Northamptonshire. So he's contributed in every inning so far.
It's Clark round the wickets, the left-handed Compton, defended up to mid-on. There's no run. Obviously from Zach Crawley's point of view, new head coach of the Test team just coming in. Although his stock is high, a century in the West Indies, of course that double century against Pakistan, but that might seem a long time ago now to him, I'm sure. On current form as well. He's not in nick at the moment, you say, Zach Crawley. Obvious talent. But Clark comes around the wicket. Compton withdraws the bat. That's a beautiful delivery. It's almost cut him in half. It's got bounce. I think it's a bit of a way movement as well. Off the seam. And Compton did well to get everything out of the road.
Yeah, nice start this from Jordan Clark. Yeah. Jordan Clark, I was saying the other day, boring people as usual. Of this Surrey 11, Jordan Clark's my first name on the sheet. Fit and ready to go. He's my first name on the sheet, Jordan Clark. Now for Surrey.
Pounds in from the town end. Defended by Compton, no run.
as you've seen today, came in at 10. He won't come in at 10 again, but came in at 10.50 with the bat, and he'll bowl his over, keep coming for the captain, and he'll pick up wickets, and he's terrific in the field. And he sort of glues this Surrey side together. He's sort of the unsung hero, but he's sort of it's the other names that sort of always take a bit of the credit when he's doing all the hard graft.
Bowls to come now, left outside the off stump. There's 3 slips in there, but the third slip is more or less at a 4th slip position, if you like. So there's 2 and a gap to a third slip. There's a point in there as well.
He's worth his absolute weight in gold. And before anybody says anything, no, sorry, aren't in gold, but he is worth his absolute weight, because he just brings so much to the team, really.
Comes in now, number 8 on his back, Jordan Clark, tall and broad, defended by Compton. End of the over, he starts with a maiden one as well from Jordan Clark. So Kent 1 wicket down here, 22 for 1 with the loss of Zach Crawley. Ben Moss is not going for my trying to break the soch as the new term for, he says, yeah, social. Socials is the correct term.
It is socials.
With a tick.
Right, excellent, good. And you're ticking of the talk as well these days.
I was just trying to break the soch, I think, you know.
Well, your commentary,
kids get behind it.
Your commentary at that moment, the 6:10, that will break the soch.
You think?
Yes. So Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Will I become a meme?
You could become an influencer.
Or a GIF even.
As in over the wicket then comes Dan Worrell, and first ball for Bell-Drummond. He's letting go outside his off stump. In many ways you already are an influencer, but I think that's what everybody seems to be aiming for these days, isn't it? To be whatever an influencer is. Yes.
Well, I don't spend enough time in Dubai, I think. That's the thing. That's where that's the key to it.
The key to influencing.
Yeah.
Through the socials.
Show that your extravagant lifestyle. I think that's the.
Yes, well.
Which I know you lead, Mark.
Well, look at us. We're living the dream here.
We are indeed.
This one's left alone outside the off stump by Bell-Drummond.
George Linder and Matt Quinn wandering in front of us there. I'm hastening to talk over them just in case. They had a quick. They just stopped quickly, didn't they, to watch that last delivery?
Gareth Batty and Alex Stewart beginning to, as we head towards the end of the day, pick up the Surrey kit, including the bowling machine, which they bring to fire balls at Ben Folkes for training purposes. As over the wicket comes Worrell to Bell-Drummond, lets it go again, does Bell-Drummond, just probing away here down Worrell. And as I say, he's a very skillful bowler. Shrewd signing by Surrey, Dan Worrell. Those are the feet, I think, of Cameron Steele, it looked like. Going round with the drink. You may have just heard on the effects microphone. Like the London Marathon or something taking place in Beckenham there for a moment. As waiting once again is Bell-Drummond. In over the wicket comes Worrell, who's forward. Daniel Bell-Drummond lays this one out towards Ryan Patel in there at extra cover, and there's no run. Do you think the Cricket Society have had a nice day out there on the,
you would think so,
the balcony? They were all getting very excited about the old, what we were talking about. But unfortunately they had the wrong number. Yeah, they had the wrong total there for a while. But I think then everybody got on board with the right total. Now we're getting an extra man in there, some on the old walkie-talkie away to our right. It's a bit like being in a cop show in here at times.
They call it security, Mark.
It's security, is it?
Yeah,
nice.
It's probably about time.
As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and he's off the mark. Here is Daniel Bell-Drummond, pushes this one out into the offside, and Daniel Bell-Drummond off the mark with a single. 23 for 1. Of course, there have been incidents over the years with the old walkie-talkie when they've been on the same frequency as the local taxi firm or something, and
it's all got a bit Spinal Tap.
I know that did happen a couple of times, I believe. So I'm trying to call for the newborn, ordering a taxi for 5 o'clock. You know, in round the wicket comes Worrell to Compton, short. Compton's looked to pull. That's hit him a mid-drift. That would have hurt. Be hit about chest height, I would have thought. And Compton just walks away. End of the over. 7 this evening then, remaining here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, and Kent are 23 for 1. And that in reply to Surrey's 671 for 9 declared.
Don't want to show any pain, do you?
No.
Signs of pain when you hit. Well, professionals don't anyway,
No.
I don't think. You just have to steal it out, grit your teeth. But so he's done. Ben Compton looks unruffled by that, though. Jabbed his ribs.
I always show a bit of pain if I stub my toe or something.
I'm with that.
Oh dear.
I don't care about that psychological advantage.
No.
I'll whinge all day. Is Clark to Bell Drummond. Defended back up the pitch, and it's fielded by Ryan Patel.
A fellow in the shower the other day.
Did
Well,
you?
a few
Crikey.
days ago,
Yeah.
a few weeks ago, I mean. Oh, I didn't half make a fuss. I was convinced I'd broken every rib.
Well, there's a lot of hard surfaces in the shower. Well, it's all hard surfaces, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not getting any sympathy for that, though?
None whatsoever.
None.
As
Okay, fair
as
enough.
per.
That's fair. It shouldn't stop you whinging, though. I always think. Just keep going till it does. Left by Bell Drummond through to the wicketkeeper. Just keeps a bit low on Ben Folk, but there is no run. Elsewhere around the country, by the way.
Oh, yes.
Northants racked up a big score against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. 5-9-7 for 6 declared. 78 for 2 in reply. Lancashire, the War of the Roses. Sorry, Battle of the Roses. The Roses match anyway. 5-6-6 for 9. Let's not go that far. Declared Lancashire 5-6-6 for 9. Their total. Yorkshire 32 for 1 in reply. Jordan Clark to Bell Drummond, given a bit of width, just down to the ground, fielded by de Grandhomme at a point. Somerset ended up 5-9-1 for 7. Gloucestershire 94 in the Cider Derby. Are we going with that?
Is that what they call it these days?
It's in the West Country. I'm not sure it counts for the 4-day game, maybe for the T20. But yeah, 94 for 4. Gloucestershire in a bit of trouble at Bristol. Into Division 2 very shortly, but Jordan Clark now bowling to Daniel Bell Drummond, lead outside the off stump. It's gone quite wide, that one, so comfortable lead. 23 for 1 Kent here, in reply to 6-7-1 for 9. Sorry, into Division 2 then, 3-6-8 Worcestershire all out, Derbyshire 240 for 4 in reply. So some balance to that. Durham 3-11. Glamorgan have just been bowled out, I think, for 3-6-5 with a lead of 54 runs. Leicestershire were bowled out for 210 in reply. Sussex 3-7-2 for 5. That one got big on Daniel Bell Drummond, didn't he? He's defended it off his hip eventually into the side. No run. And Nottinghamshire 415 all out in reply. Middlesex 155 for 6. Nottinghamshire, well, pre-season the pundits had more or less written off Division 2, and I don't like it when pundits do that, and I'm always glad to see it go the other way. It seems to be working out that way.
Yes, I think everybody was right with that one.
But yeah, you like to see the pundits wrong, but yeah, Notts having very good season so far. Daniel Bell Drummond trying to work this one to the onside. It's not quite as square as he'd like, but forward of square up towards mid-on. This next ball from Jordan Clark. No run is the upshot of that. A maiden from Clark. 2 in 2 for him. 23 for 1 for Kent.
Yeah, very good stuff from Jordan Clark. The other thing with those 12 deliveries, there wouldn't have been many that the batters have had a chance to let go. Sort of making them play everything at the moment is Jordan Clark. Combining very nicely with Dan Worrell, who again is into his 7th over here. Dan Worrell now. Picked up the wicket of Zach Crawley. Coming round the wicket he is to Ben Compton, and Compton's forward. Pushes this one away into the offside. So Compton's been out there now for 35 deliveries for his 4, but this is the way he goes about it. I'm absolutely fascinated by watching Ben Compton bat, and he's sort of into his groove now. Nothing wrong with this whatsoever from Ben Compton. It's exactly what he needs to do for his team, is just play his way. As Worrell comes round the wicket to him, and Compton turns this one a little uppishly. Ryan Patel doing the fielding in there at square leg. Good evening to my mother. She's tuned in.
Good evening.
Yes, she's been tuned in, I think, for some of this afternoon. She Last time she spoke to us, she was doing her Queen collage. Not the band, as we said at the time.
Yeah, not the band.
But
for the Jubilee.
For the Jubilee, yeah. Very nice.
Quality.
Very nice. And then, you'll be able to tell me this because you're a man of music, Mr. Cole. I'm convinced that Brian May started something Jubilee Queen-wise, playing the guitar on the top of Buckingham Palace. Or did I dream that?
Nods to our left.
Yes, thank you so much, sir, because I really had a bit of a panic that I dreamt that, which I was thinking, I'm not sure what Sigmund Freud would make of that, me dreaming about Brian May up on the top of Buckingham Palace playing his guitar. Worrell's in short ball, and this is pulled by Compton down to our right. They just stuck the man out at deep backward square as well. Sam Curran gets around very quickly, gets the throw away, keeps it down to a single, and that will mean that Worrell will get a chance here to bowl at Daniel Bow-Drummond. 24 for 1. So yeah, Mum's been doing her Queen collage for ages. Looking forward to seeing that.
Will be displayed at home, or is she doing it for
I think it's for a sort of a street party.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. There'll be a few of those around, won't there?
Neighbours, yeah.
As 4 slips in there, over the wicket comes Worrell to Bow-Drummond down the leg side, and Bow-Drummond gets nothing on this, looking to help it down towards fine leg.
We had one of those, well, not during lockdown, obviously you couldn't be when it locked down, but during the couldn't get out, just in our street. One of our neighbours organised that. Met people I hadn't met before, and it was just it's really
nice
lovely
way to do it.
It's easy just to think that your neighbours, and you argue about the bins and the parking and stuff, and everyone gets a bit niggly when you don't know people, and then it's just
you get to know them.
Nice.
Yeah, I know. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and Drummond lets this one go off a goodish length outside his off stump. Remember when? Well, I don't actually remember it. I've seen the photo though. I remember when Charles and Diana got married.
Oh yeah.
And in our little street, with my friend Rebecca, won the best looking Charles and Diana impersonation.
Nice.
And I borrowed the milkman's hat, you see, for my
the milkman's
Prince
hat.
Charles. Yes, my white hat. Yeah. Oh, there we are. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, Brian May. Yes, at the 2002 Golden Jubilee, atop of Buckingham Palace. Thank you, sir. As this one's left alone by Daniel Bow-Drummond. I'm just relieved I didn't dream it. As that's taken by Ben Folkes away to his right. 24 for 1 with 5 to go. So, yes, Brian May did. Yes, he did. He stood on top of Buckingham Palace and belted out Bohemian Rhapsody or something, I think. But there you are. But yes, so listening in, doing, and many will be doing their collages, etc., and getting ready for street parties and making cheese sandwiches. Other sandwiches can be made, but I'm partial to a cheese sandwich at street party.
Actually. I do like a cheese sandwich. Just generally, actually.
Yes.
I think a bit peckish now.
Oh, there's still, there is.
No, I really know I couldn't.
There's still one of the cream donut ones for you there, Matt Cole.
Jordan Clark round the wicket. Ben Compton has 5 so far. Flourishing drive there off the back foot, but actually hasn't got all of it, has he? It's going to be out towards the offside boundary. 2 fielders go after it. He gets a 3 though in the end. Actually went fairly slowly. I just don't think he quite timed it, but enough on the ball. He's on 8. Bow-Drummond has 1. 27 for 1. Not sure what we're going to do for the Jubilee, actually. I don't know if our neighbours will be out with the bunting or not.
Ah, but, lovely.
I don't know if they will, but we'll see. It's an extra day off, isn't it?
It is. I'm not. When it's June time.
Yes, although Kent are playing
T20
one of the days.
I think Surrey will be in T20 action. Yes.
Probably similarly. This is outside the off stump from Jordan Clark.
It's probably the Surrey Kent game.
It could well be.
I haven't really looked at 2020 fixtures as yet.
Well, no, it's
well, that'd be nice if we were. What on earth's happened there? Somebody started a piece of machinery somewhere.
We haven't got a hover cover here.
It's reverberating on the old effects mic there. It's just sort of sounds like someone started. Maybe it's from the Crystal Palace training ground. It might be a bit of equipment
could
from
be
there.
A hover cover for them outside the off stump, and there's no run as it seems away.
I do hope we
not a microphone playing up, is it? That is outside.
Yes, no, I've got that as well. Yes, I've got that noise in my headphones. Well, there's one way of finding out. Should I just turn this down for a sec and then see?
Yeah.
There it goes.
Yeah. It's actually You're right. It's to the back of us.
Yes,
but
it
it's
is.
really resounding on
Yes,
the. It's going. It's
absolutely.
obviously something in the ground.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's good.
Because the microphone's on the ground there.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I think it might be coming from the training ground behind us.
Yeah. Here's Clark to Bell Drummond.
What a day.
No, you're absolutely right. I think it is. So I can only imagine, Mark, that the reverberation actually through the turf here is going to our.
And don't forget, we're up on a height.
We are.
So sound
We're up on a
rises
plinth.
much like heat. You see?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure it'd be quite as
I'm not
loud
sure about the physics.
at ground level. But I think the higher
No.
up you go, the louder it might get.
I was
Well
agreeing
known,
with you there.
well known.
There's absolutely no sense in that at all. But I agree with you, Billy. Bell Drummond drives it back at the bowler. I think it's hit the ankle, is it, of Jordan Clark, and even at the batsman as it came back.
That's
No
why.
run.
Maybe it's, but I always find music in a lift gets louder the higher you go. I don't know why. Maybe that is something to do with my
You believe
theory.
that's, if you believe that's true, Mark, I don't want to answer
Well, I've now had it confirmed that Brian May did play his guitar on
yes.
the roof of Buckingham Palace.
So that must have been ear-splittingly loud if that's that high up.
Yeah, God,
Isn't that?
he didn't even need an amplifier.
No.
Got a bit of movement
Just went
behind
across the country.
bowler's arm at the moment, if my theory is anything to go by.
So, Jordan, you're not missing any cricket. Jordan Clark's last ball of his third over, left outside the off stump by Daniel Bell Drummond. And scored his maiden. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 3. Drinks come on, but so too do pads, fielding pads. So will we see some spin?
I think
We
we
may well
are.
do. It's either the spin or the short stuff.
Sorry, are playing Kent Bank Holiday Friday.
There we
Canterbury.
go.
How exciting. So
I knew you were doing something.
So I'm coming to Canterbury
Yes.
to be with you.
Ah. I mean, it'll be a double celebration.
I'm bringing
Yeah.
some cheese sandwiches
Oh, yeah.
with me. Definitely.
Yeah. You can bring your guitar so you can play on the top of the pavilion.
Oh,
Imagine that.
that'd be excellent.
Oh.
Might wear my, I don't know what I have that's sort of quite proudly royal. Really,
Yeah.
I don't think I've
Union
really
Jack
got very
shorts or
much.
anything
I
like
could
that?
I could purchase some of those, I suppose. Union Jack muffler. On
Right.
the old microphone,
Yeah,
on the old
yeah.
effects mic hanging out the window.
I always get very confused with that because there's a lot of, and I make no judgment about it. A lot of people have a great pride in their
Yes,
in their country
absolutely,
and in their
absolutely.
flag.
Yes, indeed,
and then,
indeed.
You know, you shouldn't do certain things with a flag,
No.
but people are allowed to have pants made out of the Union Jack or Stars and Stripes.
Only if you fly them
the right way up.
half mast after 6 o'clock in the
Well,
evening.
we've got into a very murky area here, but I've never really understood that. Genuinely, never really understood
No.
it. But there we go.
Well,
there are certain things you can do.
that's a
with it.
lovely thought. I'll be with you
Yeah.
in Canterbury, though.
Yeah, but yes,
Excellent.
we'll avoid the Union Jack pants certainly.
Yes,
But
mate.
yes,
Yes.
but
It's
yes, it'll be lovely.
going to be
Sorry, that
Will
was a
Jacks.
digression.
It's
I
going to
do
be Will
apologise.
Jacks
Yes.
from the City End.
It's probably best it is at this point.
City of London End.
Yeah.
And it will be the left-handed Compton on strike with a slip and a short leg in there, and Howitt's brought out for the leg slip as well. So Pope's under Howitt at leg slip, Patel at short leg, Ben Folkes under the helmet behind the stumps as Will Jacks comes round the wicket, and Compton plays this first one out into the offside, and there is no run. But I might bring a sort of a little picnic for us for the old T20
that'd
on
be
Bank
nice.
Holiday Friday. As in round the wicket goes Jacks, and forward comes Compton. I say that now. Obviously on the day I'll be stopping at a service station on the way, but it's a lovely thought, isn't it? As waiting once again is Compton. Jacks is in, and this is turned leg side by Ben Compton. Round comes Sam Curran to do the fielding. That piece of machinery is still going along behind us in the training ground.
Who knows what they're doing there?
It sounds to me like a generator.
Could be a generator. Yeah,
Yes.
they've got all sorts going on.
As Jacks is in once more to Compton, forward, little outside edge, that runs away down towards backward point, and they will pick up a couple of runs here, 2 more to the total, and 2 more to Ben Compton, and 29 for 1. Compton has 10, Bell Drummond on 1, and there's a little look around the field from Ben Compton as in round the wicket comes Jacks. Forward goes Compton, a little outside edge, and it wasn't too far away from a diving Pope, and they'll pick up 2 here. 2 more to Compton. He's on to 12. And Sam Curran can bowl the 15 overs in the game, but he did bowl. It's not the first game he's had a bowl in. He did have a little go in the opening game that he played in this summer. If I can consult the Blue Book, I will even tell you.
The Blue Book's come out.
Yeah, the Blue Book's come out. Most sort of celebrity types, they have their book of contacts. Me, it's just Surrey's stats. Sam Curran bowled against Somerset in the first innings, bowled 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 21. Hasn't bowled since then, and opened up with 5 overs here, and we think he can bowl 15 in the game.
To protect his
back.
His back.
Yes,
Gotcha.
for the time being. He'll be able to read all of that tomorrow in the Times.
Last ball. Was just pushed into the offside by Compton of an over.
It's good, that.
But yes.
Well, you know it's important when the Blue Book comes out.
I don't know how you know it's going to be the Times. You're only a sidekick somehow. 31 for 1. Here's Clark to bowl to Bell Drummond. Leaves it through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 3 overs remaining.
My favourite one of those that was the great Geoffrey Dean there. He's one of the loveliest men in cricket writing. But I remember Edward Bevan down at Trent Woodhill, who used to do Michael's job, the analyst for Surrey. He's now one of like a guru of batting these days, is old Trent. But he managed to persuade Edward Bevan to write in his report 5 lines about him and what he did. Yes.
Here's Clark to Bell Drummond defended the offside. Oh, is that?
Yes.
You can do that on request, can you?
Well, no, what he did was he sort of, and then Mohammed Akram, he's sort of been chatting to Edward all day, and then Mohammed Akram did some fielding, which ended up with, he didn't do it terribly well. It sort of ended up with him having to go off because he headed the ball over the line and cut his eye, poor chap. And for some reason, Trent got dispatched from the box he was in with Edward and fielded for Mohammed Akram.
Clark to Bell Drummond. Glance down the leg side. Off the bat? No, off the pad. 4 runs. There was no great shout from the slips or wicketkeeper, so no surprise perhaps then. 35 for 1.
And because it was quite a boring day of cricket, the great Mr. Bevan, in his report, had a whole bit about Trent being the analyst, then being summoned onto the field of play and fielding for 5 overs or whatever. It was lovely. As I say, not a lot else had happened that day, so...
So why not?
Everyone
Fill
was
those
quite...
column inches, absolutely. So... It's taken a while to retrieve the ball, is it? No. Looks like Overton's taken a while to take his place at first slip, but that's a pull by Daniel Bell Drummond. Not that short, but he's taken it from outside off stump. He's got quick hands, Bell Drummond. Will they come back for 3? They will, coming back with the arm of Sam Curran, and they do get through comfortably in the end. Bell Drummond up to 4, Compton has 12, and Kent are 38 for 1.
Yeah, I think that Surrey will be very happy to have got Zach Crawley. They'll be happy to have got 1 tonight. If they could nick another one, they'd be absolutely over the moon. But I think they'll be very happy to get 1, and they bowled pretty tightly as well. That's the other thing here. They've kept it pretty tight so far. But I think they'll sort of remember what happened. They gave themselves 25 overs at Bristol and didn't bowl terribly well in that second evening. And I think the 200-run partnership for the opening wicket.
Here's Clark left by Compton. Not quite Labuschagne-esque. Gave it a bit of a flourish, didn't he? Not really seen that from him before. He goes off for a wander, off towards square leg. Has a little think to himself. Really buffeting the marquee here. 1 or 2 making their way off, perhaps to the train station now, with 2.5 overs to go of the day.
But I think Surrey have bowled pretty well tonight, haven't they? In these overs that we've had, they've kept it very tight.
So Compton facing now, clips this into the onside, the Grandhamel field, coming in from the mid-wicket boundary, and takes a single there. I think we're actually coming towards the end of this over, aren't we? Yeah, the scoreboard has just stalled, the digital one, so 39 for 1 anyway, and 2 overs remaining of the day.
Yeah, and I think we'll get 1 more of Will Jackson. Or are we? Or are we?
Wait
Just looking here, are we? Yes, we are. Ryan Patel was sort of adjusting his abdominal guard there. Now I thought he might have been sort of possibly coming out of that short leg position, which might have meant that Will Jacks wasn't going to bowl, but he is. And he'll get a bit of bowling in this game, you would have thought, Will Jacks. He really will. So, the only quick bowler we've not seen so far, Jamie Overton or Colin de Grandhomme.
Indeed so. As the west morning east morning axis comes into our earbuds.
Still a bus replacement.
They've scrambled through for a single there if this first ball of Jacks is over. Compton on to 14, Bell Drummond has 4.
There we are. There we go.
Oh, they're not stopping
No,
at
they're
East
not
Morning,
stopping. No, but I think there might be a bus replacement as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes,
there is.
There is.
You're absolutely right.
That means it's
We
your
can
cricket
confirm
update.
it. We can confirm. So Jacks just adjusting the field for Daniel Bell Drummond, the right-handed batsman. Clipped into the onside. Yeah, not terribly well for Kent, to be quite honest. Stephen, Surrey had racked up a massive score, 6-7-1 for 9, batting a day and 2 sessions, a record score against Kent in a fixture that actually goes back to the 18th century, so that's quite saying something. Kent in reply in their first innings, 40 for 1. Bell Drummond has 4, Compton has 14. Zach Crawley, the England man, is the one to go so far. Once again, a low score from him this summer, 17 only. Kent's task really to bat out another couple of days to try and save this match. Yes, they really have to bat that long and that hard with this massive Surrey total on the board. About an over and a half to go of day 2. Kent up against it. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Jacks finishing off his over. It's chopped into the offside by Daniel Bell Drummond. He'll take a single. Actually, it's one to come, isn't there? But there we are. But yes, and then we will be wending our way around about 6:10 today, but it's moved fairly quickly today, isn't it? I mean, Surrey have batted at a really good rate, 150 in the first session, 200 in the second session. That's Jacks bowls to Compton, makes himself room to try and get the ball away. And that is the end of the over, 41 for 1. They would love it, Surrey, if they could nick another one out here, as you said, Mark, but pretty happy with a record total against Kent and 1 down so far, 41 for 1.
Yeah, so it's been it's been Surrey's day, obviously, and just Bell Drummond and Compton will just be desperate to get through this over unscathed and then come back tomorrow. I think, as I say, Surrey will be happy with the way they bowled. They bowled pretty well tonight. But they'd love one more before stumps. As Jordan Clark, it will be to bowl our final over of the day. Daniel Bell Drummond lets it go outside his off stump. As it's into the gloves of Ben Folks. So that noise again, I'm glad it's only just started now, because it would give you a bit of a headache by the end of the day, I think, wouldn't it? As Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to Bell Drummond, who's forward, playing this one off a goodish length to the offside. This is exciting. Rolls out there towards extra cover. Are you writing me a note?
Oh, no. I'm just jotting down some
your
notes.
Voice piece.
Ahead of my,
sorry.
Ahead of my voice piece.
I was getting
interviewing Jack Leaning. Oh, you thought I was sending you a note?
Yes, obviously.
And furthermore...
This is exciting.
I do apologise.
What have I done wrong?
My concentrating wave for a second.
No,
Make
not
a
at
couple
all.
of notes of things I wanted to mention.
Excellent. Very good. In over the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark to Bell Drummond, and Bell Drummond turns this one into the leg side. They'll pick up 1, they're going to pick up 2, as back goes Hashim Amla to do the retrieval work. 2 more total.
And if you could just pick up some milk in the morning.
So I was thinking, am I getting your shopping list here for tomorrow? Is there anything you'd like me to bring you on my way through tomorrow, Matt Cole?
Just yourself.
Oh dear, no. I might bring you a tasty treat.
Oh,
yes.
There we go.
As in a wicket
today
comes Jordan Clark to Bell Drummond, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. So a couple of balls to go tonight. Surrey, just a reminder, 671 for 9 declared. And if you haven't heard the news yet, everybody, this is the big one. That's the highest ever total in the history of first-class cricket without someone getting 100. It's a huge moment this afternoon when Dan Worrell hit single to take Surrey to 610 for 9. And, well, at least one person was very excited, that being Andrew Zaltzman, as in over the wicket comes Jordan to Bale Drummond, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. I'm going to see if I can grab a word with Jamie Overton tonight, and I'm quite looking forward to saying, were you aware? Were you aware, Jamie? Where were you at that historic moment? And were you aware of that historic moment? But yeah, it's been a good day this of cricket, and a beautiful day here at Beckenham. Take the cricket out of it, it has been a lovely, lovely day. Blue sky, sun out, sort of spectators in, nice atmosphere, tremendous ground Beckenham at its very best today. Beautiful. As we're going to finish the day with the sound of something from the Crystal Palace training ground as well, reverberating in our headset. They've got a short leg in for this final ball of this second day. Jordan Clark is into Bale Drummond, and Bale Drummond, it just hits his thigh guard. It's going to run off down towards long leg. They'll get a couple of leg byes here, signalled by umpire Bainton, and that will be stumps. So Bale Drummond, Compton have done a pretty good job there. They've got Kent through to stumps on 45 for 1 in reply to Surrey 671 for 9 declared. Compton on 14 and Bale Drummond on 7, Matt Gold.
It's been a huge pleasure, Mark. Thank you very much for today.
My pleasure, thank you.
Thank you for listening, and we had text and not text actually, emails and tweets. It's been great to hear from you today. I hope you'll join us tomorrow as well. It's it's an uphill battle, it seems, for Kent. They have it all in their favour. Mark,
does anybody text anymore? It's not very fashionable
Saturday show.
anymore.
I just went into a bit of automatic mode from our, yes, but they do.
Yeah.
But you can WhatsApp us as well. But there we go. I'll pick that up if you like.
Socials,
yeah.
Email,
the old socials,
the modern way.
But yes, I was just trying to thank the listeners. But you know, doing at any point.
No, you asked. You said thank you for all your texts today, and I haven't received a text in a long time, so I was quite excited
so
by that.
You're quizzical about it.
Yes,
there we go.
I'll
text you.
Yes, lovely.
But anyway, thank you very much for listening. It's been a superb day of cricket, certainly for Surrey, who are very much bossing this match. We will join you, March, perhaps with a special guest as well, possibly tomorrow afternoon. If he is that right? If he
yes, indeed,
yes.
If he can get out of bed in time, he might turn up.
Cool.
Chances are slim. But,
call that a teaser.
Absolutely, yes.
But we'll be here anyway. It'll be great to have your company. So from tonight, from BBC Radio Kent and from BBC London, Kent 45 for 1 in reply to Surrey 671 for 9 declared. We bid you good night, and we'll speak to you tomorrow.